Yeah.
Please feel free to join us in front as well. Thank you.
Still bringing people in. Should we start? We're just going to wait for 2 more minutes. They're bringing lots of people at the registration. Just in a minute, we'll start. Sure. All right, I think we can start. Good morning, everyone. I'm Harpreet Kaur, the Business and Human Rights Specialist at the UNDP Asia Pacific and your host for the forum. On behalf of the co-organizers, it's an absolute privilege and honor to welcome all of you here today. And I can't tell you how delighted I am to see all of you here back in this room. I welcomed over 5,000 people who joined us the past 2 years online, right being here in this room, and just like me and myself, sitting in those seats. So really, it's a pleasure to have all of you back here. And just so that we are able to run this for the next 3 days and longer, please make sure that you keep your mask on when you're in the meeting rooms. You can take off mask when you're speaking or when you're making an intervention and when you're eating. Of course, we're not going to take away your right to food, but please make sure that you keep wearing your mask as well. Also, we wouldn't be doing this here and we wouldn't be able to really host the UN Responsible Business and Human Rights Forum here in Bangkok without the support from the government of Thailand. So we do have a message from the government of Thailand welcoming all of you. IT colleagues, can we please play the message?
ท่านวิทยากรและแขกผู้มีเกียรติทุกท่านผมรู้สึกยินดีและขอขอบคุณหน่วยงานสหประชาชาติคณะทำงานสหประชาชาติว่าด้วยธุรกิจกับสิทธิมนุษยชนและหน่วยงานเครือข่ายพันธมิตรด้านธุรกิจกับสิทธิมนุษยชนที่ร่วมกันจัดการสัมมนาการดำเนินการธุรกิจที่มีความรับผิดชอบและเคารพสิทธิมนุษยชนครั้งที่4ขึ้นรวมถึงต้องขอขอบคุณวิทยากรและผู้เข้าร่วมประชุมทุกท่านที่ให้ความสนใจเข้าร่วมประชุมในครั้งนี้ซึ่งสะท้อนให้เห็นว่าทุกท่านได้ตระหนักถึงความสำคัญของประเด็นธุรกิจกับสิทธิมนุษยชนปัจจุบันประเด็นธุรกิจกับสิทธิมนุษยชนเป็นประเด็นที่หลายประเทศให้ความสำคัญเป็นอย่างมากเนื่องจากการตื่นตัวของกระแสประชาคมโลกเกี่ยวกับการแข่งขันและการขยายตัวทางเศรษฐกิจนั้นก่อให้เกิดผลกระทบทั้งทางบวกและทางลบกล่าวคือในเชิงบวกการพัฒนาเศรษฐกิจย่อมทำให้เกิดรายได้ที่เพิ่มมากขึ้นการพัฒนาเทคโนโลยีที่ทันสมัยหรือเพิ่มขีดความสามารถในการแข่งขันแต่ในขณะเดียวกันการเจริญเติบโตทางเศรษฐกิจดังกล่าวอาจส่งผลกระทบให้เกิดปัญหาหรือเรื่องของการกระจายรายได้ที่ไม่เท่าเทียมกันการเสื่อมโทรมของทรัพยากรธรรมชาติรวมทั้งการละเมิดสิทธิมนุษยชนเช่นสิทธิด้านแรงงานสิทธิในที่ดินทำกินสิทธิในทรัพยากรธรรมชาติและสิ่งแวดล้อมเป็นต้นโดยเฉพาะการดำเนินธุรกิจโครงการหรือกิจการขนาดใหญ่หลายกรณีส่งผลให้เกิดการละเมิดสิทธิมนุษยชนและกระทบต่อความเป็นอยู่ของชุมชนท้องถิ่นจึงเกิดการเรียกร้องให้ผู้ดำเนินธุรกิจรับผิดชอบต่อผลกระทบด้านสิทธิมนุษยชนดังกล่าวประเด็นปัญหาดังกล่าวเกิดขึ้นในหลายประเทศทั่วโลก โดยในส่วนของประเทศไทยนั้นรัฐบาลได้ตระหนักถึงความสำคัญและความจำเป็นในการแก้ไขปัญหาดังกล่าวจึงได้มอบหมายให้กระทรวงยุติธรรมโดยกรมคุ้มครองสิทธิและเสรีภาพเป็นหน่วยงานหลักรับผิดชอบการขับเคลื่อนหลักการชี้แนะของสหประชาชาติว่าด้วยธุรกิจกับสิทธิมนุษยชนหรือหลักการ UNGP รวมถึงจัดทำและขับเคลื่อนแผนปฏิบัติการระดับชาติด้วยธุรกิจกับสิทธิมนุษยชนซึ่งคณะรัฐมนตรีได้มีมติเมื่อวันที่ 29 ตุลาคม 2562 เห็นชอบและประกาศใช้แผนปฏิบัติการดังกล่าวพร้อมทั้งได้มอบหมายให้ทุกหน่วยงานนำแผนปฏิบัติการไปปฏิบัติให้เกิดผลอย่างเป็นรูปธรรมโดยที่ผ่านมากระทรวงยุติธรรมโดยกรมคุ้มครองสิทธิเสรีภาพได้ร่วมกับภาคส่วนต่างๆทั้งภาครัฐรัฐวิสาหกิจภาคธุรกิจเอกชนภาคประชาสังคมในการขับเคลื่อนหลักการ UNGP และแผนปฏิบัติการทั้งในส่วนกลางและส่วนภูมิภาครวมถึงให้ความร่วมมือและแลกเปลี่ยนประสบการณ์ในการจัดทำและขับเคลื่อนแผนปฏิบัติการและการส่งเสริมการดำเนินธุรกิจที่มีความรับผิดชอบในฐานะผู้นำด้านธุรกิจกับสิทธิมนุษยชนทั้งในระดับภูมิภาคเอเชียและระดับระหว่างประเทศอย่างต่อเนื่องสำหรับกิจกรรมในวันนี้ถือเป็นหนึ่งในกิจกรรมที่กระทรวงยุติธรรมมีความยินดีที่ได้ร่วมสนับสนุนเครือข่ายพันธมิตรให้จัดขึ้นโดยมีวัตถุประสงค์เพื่อเป็นเวทีในการแลกเปลี่ยนเรียนรู้ประสบการณ์พัฒนาการและข้อท้าทายในมิติต่างๆเกี่ยวกับการดำเนินงานในประเด็นธุรกิจกับสิทธิมนุษยชนในภูมิภาคเอเชียแปซิฟิกเพื่อนำไปสู่การพัฒนาการดำเนินงานของทุกประเทศและทุกองค์กรด้วยกระบวนการมีส่วนร่วมของผู้มีส่วนได้เสียต่างๆทั่วทั้งภูมิภาคซึ่งกับผมหวังเป็นอย่างยิ่งว่าการประชุมในครั้งนี้จะเป็นประโยชน์อย่างยิ่งกับทุกท่านและขอให้ทุกท่านร่วมกันแลกเปลี่ยนมุมมองข้อคิดเห็นและข้อเสนอแนะต่างๆได้อย่างเต็มที่เพื่อนำไปสู่การขับเคลื่อนประเด็นธุรกิจกับสิทธิมนุษยชนให้มีประสิทธิภาพรวมถึงส่งเสริมการดำเนินธุรกิจด้วยความรับผิดชอบและเคารพสิทธิมนุษยชนทั้งห่วงโซ่อุปทานอันจะนำไปสู่การเจริญเติบโตทางเศรษฐกิจอย่างเข้มแข็งและยั่งยืนต่อไปสุดท้ายนี้ก็ผมขอให้การสัมมนาการดำเนินธุรกิจที่มีความรับผิดชอบและเคารพสิทธิมนุษยชนครั้งที่ 4ประสบความสำเร็จและบรรลุวัตถุประสงค์ที่กำหนดไว้ทุกประการขอบคุณครับ
Thank you so much, and thank you, Khun Narilak, who's here also from the representative from Government of Thailand. Thank you so much for hosting us here. You know, it is rare that 9 UN agencies can come together each year, and we do take a lot of pride in bringing together the 9 co-organizing agencies, this UN Forum on Business and Human Rights each year. Trust me, working together is a lot of work, but I think it's all worth it seeing, you know, what we're able to see here, all of you here in this room, but also people joining us online as well. It's also the forum, I think, one of the key values that I see here at the Responsible Business and Human Rights Forum, bringing together and working closely with my other colleagues at different UN agencies, is that we're each year also able to bring together different actors, and we're able to connect those actors with different agendas each year. And I think it's so important to see how the business and human rights landscape is, you know, growing, but also in terms of how different actors and agendas are connecting each year. And I think the UN Responsible Business and Human Rights Forum has played a huge role in doing that. And with that, we would also like, our regional directors from the 9 UN agencies has a welcome message for you. So if we could just play that. Thank you so much. On behalf of the co-organizers, we would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you to the 2022 Asia Pacific United Nations Responsible Business and Human Rights Forum.
In the spirit of the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, this forum provides us with a unique opportunity to work together to promote and deepen business respect for human rights as we chart a more inclusive and sustainable future in this post-COVID-19 world. To advance the business and human rights agenda in our region, we must be more ambitious. We must accelerate the implementation of the guiding principles as policy roadmap, corporate mission, and moral compass. This is to ensure that business respect for people and for the planet exists as a core element of sustainable development now and into the next decade.
Across the world, major changes are happening in the responsible business space. An increasing number of countries have adopted policies and legislation on human rights due diligence for businesses. At the same time, a growing number of companies recognize and comply with the UN Guiding Principle on Business and Human Rights. To leverage these promising trends, we need more business and human rights champions from the Asia-Pacific regions, with active engagement from government and businesses, as well as other actors, civil society, human rights defenders, investors, academia, and the youth. Actions for business and human rights contribute concretely to many of the Sustainable Development Goals, and they make a difference in improving the daily lives of millions of people.
It is imperative that states and businesses respect, protect, and fulfill the universal human right recognized through the General Assembly resolution to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. For many countries in the Asia-Pacific, this is a right that benefits from constitutional recognition and protection. While recognition of this right is a positive step forward, it must be accompanied by action on the ground. To trigger more concerted action, we should leverage the General Assembly resolution to encourage more protection for environmental human rights defenders and to scale up business action for a net zero future.
The Asia-Pacific region faces a cascade of pressing challenges, from the ongoing health and economic crisis to environmental degradation, climate change, and social inequality. To reverse these negative trends, we need to leverage concerted multi-stakeholder partnerships to unlock the potential of government policies and business innovations to protect people and the planet. This goal lies at the heart of inclusive and sustainable development. The ESCAP Sustainable Business Network has declared an Asia-Pacific Green Deal for business. I encourage all businesses to pledge their support to the Green Deal for business to enable the necessary green transformation in the region.
This year, we celebrate the 10th anniversary of the Children's Rights and Business Principles, a milestone to remind us of the powerful impact businesses have on the children of today and the children of tomorrow. We have made progress during these past 10 years, good progress. But for the principles to reach all businesses, for the rights of all children to be safeguarded everywhere, the conversation must continue. The action cannot stop. We are calling on businesses, governments, civil society to chart the course for the next decade and make children's rights more and more visible in businesses everywhere. Reflect child rights in our initiatives, promote them in your regulatory frameworks, enforce them through your policy and investment decisions. Our work is not yet complete, but we can accomplish it together.
While we can point to significant progress in recent decades, the social justice agenda faces numerous threats. These include the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, rising inequality, high levels of informality, and economic crisis. We must protect hard-won gains and seek innovative new solutions to challenges in the world of work. Many of the tools we need are in place, but the continued commitment of governments, workers, and employers alike is crucial in our struggle for decent work for all.
The pandemic has highlighted how effective recovery can only happen when it includes migrant workers who play a vital role across many different sectors that are imperative to the economies in the Asia-Pacific region. Irrespective of their migration status, all workers must be treated with equality, dignity, and respect. To leverage this recognition, we must continue strengthening labour law reforms and ensuring transparency in global supply chains. Protecting the human rights of migrants is a shared responsibility. We must all play our part.
The roadmap to the next decade of business and human rights requires strong collective action to effectively tackle the main challenges and gaps in the implementation of the UN guiding principles. Key to this is enhancing the pillars of protection and redress, which are too often omitted in practice. To combat the persecution of rights holders and the ongoing erosion of civic space, we need to leverage multi-stakeholder alliances that value and protect human rights and environmental defenders. These defenders are absolutely key to the success of the 2030 Agenda and to ensuring that an open, transparent, and inclusive civic space continues to exist, if not flourish, in this region.
Women and girls have been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. But at the same time, there is a huge opportunity to rebuild a more inclusive economy, and women need to be at the center of this. There is a tremendous opportunity for businesses of all sizes and sectors to advance women's economic empowerment across their value chains, from leadership to workplaces, marketplaces, and at the community level for more sustainable and inclusive growth.
Let us work together to make the future more inclusive,
equitable, and truly sustainable
for a planet and its people.
Let us act together
to build forward better,
to identify fair and durable solutions
for the people of today
and for the generations of tomorrow.
Let us lead together
to harness the levers of change
for business and human rights,
for the rights of all people everywhere.
now.
Thank you very much. We are joined at this forum about 2,000 registrations representing almost more than 100 plus countries, but also representing stakeholders from business, from academia, from CSOs, from government, civil society organizations, human rights defenders, and many more. Over the next 3 days, we will have almost 25 sessions with over 120 speakers. And I think also taking a lot of pride in here saying that we do have a lot more speakers this year. We have about 65% women speakers. I've had one of my co-organizing agencies saying, Harpreet, we have a problem. I was like, what's going on? We don't have a gender balance at my panel. And I was like, what are we gonna do? I was like, maybe, let's try to find a woman. And that comes with the gender biases and stereotypes here. But then I was told they couldn't find a man for their panel. So we do have some really, really good, we do have some really strong speakers, but I'm taking a lot of pride here in saying that we do have a lot more participation from women, not just among the speakers, but also the participants. So thank you, everyone. This is to all the women joining us as speakers and as participants as well. And with that, I'm going to give some house rules, and then I'm going to hand it over to my colleague. As I said, please keep your mask on if you're not speaking or if you're not eating, especially in the meeting rooms. We're going to use these lanyards again next year. So please make sure when you're leaving the last day, there would be boxes outside. We're going to get all of these dry clean and sanitized, but we do want to sort of start using these lanyards and all the material that we print for the forum next year, so that at least we are a little bit more sustainable, or we could try to be a bit more sustainable as well. At the UN building, it's a no plastic area, so you will not find any plastic bottles or even any glasses for water. So you do have a flask in your bags. Please make sure to bring it every single day and use that. There are water tanks, and you can fill, you can get water from here as well. Any more ground rules? Please be here on time as well. So thank you so much for joining us. And with that, I would like to pass it on to my colleague, Livio Sarandria, who's the UNGPs Global Business and Human Rights Advisor, who would also moderate the high-level opening plenary for today. Thanks, Livio. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Harpreet. And indeed, a very warm welcome to those present here, and indeed to the many, many joining us online to the opening plenary of the 6th Regional Forum on Business and Human Rights held here in Bangkok. Indeed, it is the 4th which we co-organize with many UN actors, but the 6th that is organized here at HESCAP by some of us. And what a pleasure to see, finally seeing people filling up again a room after 2 years of exclusively virtual interaction. What a pleasure to recognize many new faces, but also some very familiar, old, if I may say so, faces, including some on my table, people that were here with me in this same room in 2017, when we launched the first regional forum on business and human rights for Asia Pacific. Now, looking back at these 6 years of discourse around responsible business practices in Asia Pacific, we see some clear evidence of progress, which does comfort us. I remember actually one of the first forums was subtitled in itself, Evidence of Progress. And this evidence of progress keeps showing, but also we clearly see not enough change into the life of the rights holders to be truly optimistic. There is consensus on the fact that the speed, the breadth, the depth of such change has clearly not reached yet the desired level. However, like many others, I've traveled a lot around Asia, a little less in the last 2 years, but I've started traveling again around Asia because of my role. And I've been in contact with government officials, with businesses, with civil society, indigenous people, human rights defenders, community leaders. And the feeling that I am gathering is that against the picture that is indeed, unfortunately, too dark, a number of good opportunities are also there for us all to seize and deliver, to, so to speak, move up gear. For this reason, we chose to subtitle the forum this year, Harnessing Levers of Change. And it is of these levers of change that I would like to speak today, levers of change from hardenings on norms on human rights due diligence, or the connection between human rights and the right to a healthy, clean and safe environment that I would like to discuss today with an exceptional panel of analysts, experts and practitioners. So let me start by introducing them all one by one, after which I will give the floor to each of them for them to share some reflections and ask for questions and comments, which we will hopefully have the time to collect from the floor. So let me start from my right, and I have a big pleasure to introduce Dr. Pichamon Yeopantong, who is a member of the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights, recently appointed in representation of the Asia region. Also on my right, His Excellency Mr. John Astrom Grondal, who is the Swedish ambassador to Thailand. Thank you for joining us, Ambassador. Going on my right side now, and I'll come back to the left, of course, but on my right side, Professor Tomoya Obokata, UN Special Rapporteur on Contemporary Forms of Slavery. Thank you for joining us, Professor Tomoya. Also on my right side, the old friend, Ms. Narilak Parchayapum, Director of International Human Rights Division, Rights and Liberties Protection Department, Ministry of Justice of the Government of Thailand. On the left side, on the last seat, Ms. Marie-Joyce Godio, Legal Defense Fund Coordinator and Support to Advocacy Team of the Indigenous People Rights International. Right, last but not least, indeed, a representative from the business, which is very relevant, obviously, on an event on business and human rights, Ms. Shumsmita Anis, Vice President of the Bangladesh Employers Federation. Thank you very much, Ms. Shumsita, for joining us. Now, with no further ado, having covered the presentation, let me proceed to give the floor to the first of our speakers, who is Kun Pichamon. Now, Dr. Pichamon, the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights, presented in December last year, after 1 year of consultations, including here in Asia, a roadmap for the next decade of implementation of the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. And this document is very rich in listing potential levers of change. In fact, it counts tens of such recommendations. Now, help us in placing those recommendations in the context of Asia. What are, in your views, the short, mid, and long-term levers of change which are available, in your view, to different stakeholders in the region? The floor is yours, Kumpichimo.
Sure. No, thank you so much for that, Livio, for your question. I have to say, drawing up the roadmap and undertaking the stock-taking exercise that informs it was really a Herculean task for the working group as well as the Secretariat involved. The end product is a rather hefty document that sets out 8 priority action areas, from leveraging the UNGPs, UN Guiding Principles, as a compass to meet global challenges, through to doing stakeholder engagement better and global cooperation better as well. Now, I won't go into each of them here, but what I'd like to do really is to take a step back and think more holistically about what the roadmap tells us about the levers of change that we are seeing in this region. Let's start with the long-term lever here. Fundamentally underpinning each of the priority action areas, each recommendation, is really human agency. Without the willpower on the part of states to assume the mantle of responsibility, companies to take up leadership, and human rights defenders to uphold both state and corporate accountability, there would be no future for the business and human rights agenda. Indeed, looking into the audience here today makes for a really remarkable sight, not just because this is the first time that I've been back in such a big room with people after COVID, but also to see so many people here from all walks of life as champions, as supporters of the BHR agenda gives genuine cause for optimism. It also provides cause for long-term sustainable change. Change that sees the UNGPs become, as I mentioned previously in the video, policy roadmap, corporate mission, and moral compass. It's important to note here that Asia is in fact one of the regions with the most concentration of efforts when it comes to the implementation of the UNGPs, as we see from regional dialogues, this one being a case in point. And the ambition that we see here in this region as well gives us hope for the future. Thinking about midterm levers, though, I cannot help but reflect on what I've been hearing from the different discussions and consultations that have been happening here and beyond this forum. I hear from states the challenges in galvanizing political will, as well as resources to dedicate to the business and human rights agenda. I hear from companies the challenges involved in leveling the playing field and achieving board leadership on these issues. And of course, from civil society, we are repeatedly reminded how it's just not good enough for us to have nice policies on paper, because what we really need is implementation. These common constraints collectively render multi-stakeholder alliances all the more important to pushing forward the business and human rights agenda in this region. But to fully harness this particular lever of change, it is important that we need to ensure that these alliances are centered on and informed by the rights and the needs of rights holders, whether these be communities affected by or vulnerable to business-related human rights violations, civil society more broadly, or consumers. Not only are they on the receiving end of business-related human rights impacts, but their lived experiences and their presence on the ground are a value added when it comes to adding depth and nuance to the localized implementation of the UN Guiding Principles. And because collective action is an essential part of any solution to the systemic challenges at the root of many business-related human rights impacts, these alliances must also be part of a broader global push towards mandatory human rights due diligence and domestic legislation. Accomplishing this is nevertheless easier said than done, and trust building is central to this enterprise, as is the concept of responsibility, not burden, sharing, amongst all of the stakeholders involved. And so while collective action stands to strengthen the implementation of the guiding principles and its values, the UNGPs make clear still that joining multi-stakeholder alliances alone do not diminish or replace states' duty to protect human rights, nor businesses' responsibility to respect human rights. Accordingly, we need to see human rights considerations integrated into all policy-making processes as well as business operations. The co-organizers of the forum received yesterday a joint open letter from a diverse group of civil society organizations and non-governmental organizations, urging the Thai government to enhance action on the protection of human rights defenders from judicial harassment and SLAPP actions. We acknowledge the important concerns raised in that letter. At the same time, it's important to point out that the concerns with respect to the protection of human rights defenders raised in that letter also apply to other parts of this region. With states in this region taking action as well as an active interest in developing national action plans on business and human rights, and this is a trend that ought to be encouraged and supported as much as possible, we are still reminded that these national action plans must be treated as living documents that reflect inclusive public participation. And for there to be free, prior, and informed consent, it is imperative that the persecution and criminalization of human rights defenders stop, and that the contributions of human rights defenders to advancing business and human rights be recognized and celebrated. So let's celebrate rights holders as a major lever of change, and let's put rights holders at the center now. I'll stop there, but thank you again for this opportunity.
Thank you, Pichamone. What a great closure on celebrating the rights holders and putting them at the center. It's a bit of the fil rouge of all the points that you made. Eventually, all point to the importance of putting rights holders at the center. We actually did hear many points raised, from mandatory human rights due diligence to alliances to collective action, including public participation, indeed free, prior and informed consent, something not mentioned often enough, and I'm sure we'll hear more from Joyce later about the free, prior and informed consent. All the points you have made, in fact, or most of them, will be unpacked in specific sessions of the forum, which was built around all these levers of change. Now, Dr. Pichamone, one thing you haven't referenced in this particular intervention, but you did in the keynote speech, was a reference to the adoption of the Human Rights Council and UNGA Assembly twin resolutions on the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. It was mentioned also by more than one keynote speaker, in fact. It's a landmark moment that allows for an even more explicit connection, or in fact, I would call, allows us for an integration of the environmental and the human rights agendas, including in the context of business operation. So we are very thankful in this regard to the main advocate for those twin resolutions, the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and the Environment, Mr. Dave Boyd, for having provided a video message with some of his reflections on the matter. So I'm kindly asking the technical team to please screen the message that was sent to us by Mr. Boyd.
Hello from Canada. I'm Dr. David Boyd, the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and the Environment, and I'm honored to be participating in this Asia-Pacific Forum on Responsible Businesses and Human Rights. Ladies and gentlemen, on 28th of July, earlier this year, the United Nations General Assembly adopted a resolution recognizing for the first time that everyone, everywhere, has the right to live in a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. This resolution enjoyed the support of countries from throughout the Asia-Pacific region, as well as leading businesses from across the world. The right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment includes clean air, safe and sufficient water, healthy and sustainably produced food, healthy ecosystems and biodiversity, non-toxic environments where people can live, work, learn, and play, and of course, a safe, livable climate. The right to a healthy environment also includes a toolkit for communities and citizens to pursue their right, including access to environmental information, participation in environmental decision-making, and access to justice where their rights are being threatened or violated. We know that UN resolutions of this nature are catalysts for accelerated actions. Take, for example, the 2010 resolution on the right to water, which has since been translated into constitutions, legislation, and most importantly, accelerated action to fulfill the right. So countries as diverse as Costa Rica, Fiji, Mexico, Slovenia, and Tunisia added the right to water to their constitutions and then have taken actions to fulfill that right, such as Mexico's program to bring safe drinking water to more than 1,000 rural communities in the past 10 years. When it comes to achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and fulfilling the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, businesses have a vital role to play. They must be part of the solution. And there are trillions of dollars of economic opportunities created by actions to protect the environment and the climate in the field of renewable energy, energy efficiency, in the transition to a circular economy where everything we make and use can be recycled, reused, and composted. Everything from solar panels to electric bicycles. The future is here, the technologies exist, but governments must take the steps to fulfill their obligations and to ensure that businesses fulfill their responsibilities. I look forward to working with businesses and governments to make the right to a healthy environment a reality for everyone in the Asia Pacific. Thank you very much.
Well, inspiring messages indeed from Mr. Boyd, who I'm told will be watching the recording of this session. So I do take the opportunity of thank him for his contribution when he will watch us. Now, let's stay on the connection on business, human rights, and the environment as I turn to the next speaker, Ambassador Grondal. Ambassador, I would like to build on the messages that we have just heard from Mr. Boyd on the importance of the recognition from the UN General Assembly recently and a little bit earlier from the Human Rights Council that environmental rights are human rights. It's something that many of us already felt was the case, but this is an important recognition that again makes it more explicit. The government of Sweden has been long promoting an integrated approach to responsibilities towards people and the planet, including in the strategy that the government of Sweden has in support of Asia. What are your views on how we can leverage our work on business and human rights to support environmental protection in Asia and encourage a greater use of human rights-based approach, right? So the other side of the story, among those working on preserving our precious planet, our precious environment. The floor is yours, Ambassador.
Thank you so much, dear Livio, dear co-panelists, distinguished participants. Very good morning to all of you. Delighted at this opportunity to be here today to say a few words on a subject that is very dear to my government and also to myself personally. I'm particularly pleased to see so many of our UN partners coming together again to hold this important event. Let me first state the obvious. The world today faces multiple environmental challenges, as we all know. Climate change, biodiversity loss, pollution, just to mention a few. The environmental and climate emergencies facing the Earth are, in its essence, transboundary, and thereby also, of course, affects us all. At the same time, democratic development and the respect for human rights and the rule of law around the world are under attack. And on the rise, we continue to find authoritarianism, misogynism, chauvinism, populism, and so on. Space for media and the civil society to operate freely has shrunken markedly. So we have to acknowledge both that there is inequality crisis, environmental crisis, and also a democracy crisis. And by the way, 20 plus years ago, who would have thought that? 20 plus years ago, when everything seemed possible, at least that's what it felt like being a young diplomat. I think it's a very, very sad development. Okay, so the links between environmentally and climate resilient sustainable development and human rights, democracy and the rule of law in the region are clear, especially for people in vulnerable situations and people living in poverty. Recent floodings again support this statement, I think. The vulnerable are, as always, hit the hardest, with no sufficient social protection and effective remedy in place. Pressing issues such as attacks on human rights defenders and environmental human rights defenders are also observed in this region. Human rights defenders are at the front line in the struggle for a better future, but they face increasing resistance for mobilizing to protect the environment and confront climate change, and for speaking out to address the adverse human rights impacts of business operation. For instance, strategic lawsuits against public participation, or SLAP, are increasingly used by companies to silence those who voice their concerns. I'm a lawyer by training, and in my view, this is a clear abuse of the legal system. Despite several progresses made concerning the business and human rights in the region, for example, adoption of national action plans, or NAPs, in Thailand, Japan, and Pakistan, and a few that are in the pipeline, such as Indonesia and Vietnam, there is still a contrast between the progress at the top and the reality on the ground when we talk about business and human rights. We have to go from words to action. Implementation is key. And let us be honest, a lot of work remains to be done. So, can Sweden be a source of inspiration? Well, I like to think that, and I wouldn't be a Swedish ambassador if I didn't, I guess. We have a clear focus in our foreign policy to promote inclusive, sustainable, and responsible businesses. We are certain that the successful and competitive companies of the future are those that make human rights and environmental, social, and governance due diligence part of the core business. The Swedish green model means integrating business and sustainability. Sweden has emphasized that green growth can and should drive transition through technical innovation rather than pose a risk. This involves adapting society to cope with environmental changes already underway. Over the years, the Swedish government and private sector have continuously joined efforts to demonstrate good example of responsible and sustainable businesses in Sweden and abroad. Swedish companies are strongly encouraged to use international guidelines as basis for their operations to integrate aspects of human rights, gender equality, and environment into their core values. In this region, the work on business and human rights has opened the spaces for stakeholders to work together in the development and implementation of several national action plans, as you all know. We believe keeping these spaces as inclusive and participatory as possible crucial. The right to meaningful participation in public consultation is also an important human rights principle, and one that is at the core of the 2030 agenda. In Asia, sometimes CSOs are perceived as anti-business and anti-development. And one of the lessons learned from my country, Sweden, is that collaboration is the key to change. Swedish businesses is making more and more collaboration with diverse actors, in particular academia and civil society. And at the end of that line, they are also becoming more profitable. Collaboration requires, of course, trust, and relationship building is key. And such a forum like this is an important platform and space for mutual learning and understanding. Sweden is proud to support our development partners working in this area. The integrated approach between environment and human rights is also key in the new Regional Development Cooperation Strategy for Asia Pacific, and protection of environmental human rights defenders is a clear priority in the Swedish government's drive for democracy. My colleague, Mrs. Anna Maria Oltorp, head of our development section at the embassy, will join an important session later today and share how states and international communities can better protect and support environmental human rights defenders. I think it's fair to say that we need to be much better in publicly recognizing the positive contribution from environmental human rights defenders to a sustainable development. They are the eyes and ears on the ground. They are the ones that often experience firsthand what is happening with the environment and the impact on the lives of indigenous people and local communities. We must do all we can to support environmental human rights defenders and improve their protection and their possibilities to access justice. Finally, the way forward. To build back better, we firmly believe that human rights and environmental rights are inseparable and mutually reinforcing. Sustainable solutions to key challenges can best be reached only through an integrated approach, such as having a clear focus and priority on human rights and environment in parallel with work on businesses and economic development. This integration of the economic, social, and environmental dimensions of sustainability is key to achieving sustainable development and leaving no one behind. We will continue to build broad partnerships with a wide range of relevant and strategic actors, continue to support CSOs in a flexible manner, explore ways to reach marginalized grassroots organizations, and build capacity on the ground. In short, you can trust on Sweden. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you for your very kind words with regards to the joint One UN work, of which we are indeed very proud. In turn, I feel I definitely express the feelings of also my colleagues of the other agencies in thanking the government of Sweden and indeed some other development partners that are supporting us in the projects that all of us are implementing in support of responsible business practices. Thank you for your reference again to human rights defenders, to environmental human rights defenders. Thank you also for pointing to what I believe your predecessor was always calling the proof of the pudding, which is in the remedies, access to remedies. Indeed, the defenders are there at the center. Indeed, the defenders are those who know the most. Indeed, they are a resource for businesses. But the fact of the matter is that they are being abused. So unless we all collectively find a way to prevent abuses to take place and provide accessible remedies where when abuses do take place, the picture will remain, unfortunately, dark. Now, let me turn to the next speaker, who is Narilak Pachayapum. Narilak, if we look at the business and human rights discourse, you and I have been working together on this for quite a few years here in Thailand. If we look at this the discourse here in Thailand, but also globally, especially in the last 2 years, and we look at the role of governments, we see an obvious progression from the adoption of policies such as national action plans on business and human rights to a hardening of norms on business respect for human rights, which in some cases that most of those present here are aware, for example, in Europe, have already translated into the adoption of mandatory legislation on human rights due diligence. And again, most of us know that more of such norms will be coming soon. Now, Thailand was the first country in Asia to adopt an app. And is now in the process, in fact, of adopting its second app, right? I think it will be adopted by the end of this year. I'd like your reflections on the advantages and limits of non-binding norms, such as those obviously contained in NAP and other type of non-binding policies adopted elsewhere. Do you agree with those who believe that the only effective level of change that we can get from governments come from mandatory requirements? The floor is yours, Narilak.
Thank you very much, Livio. And first of all, I'd like to thank the organizer, the UN agencies, to organize this event and also invite Thailand to be part of this panel. And also, I'm glad to see a lot of familiar faces here in the friends from the region. And also, I'm very delighted to join the panel with all the distinguished panelists. In Thailand, as everyone aware, that we launched the NAP since 2019, and if you see Thai NAPs is a mix between kind of obligation for the states and also voluntary measures for the government. If you see the government section in the NAP in Thailand, there will be a comprise of the list of activities indicate the responsible agency, time frame and indicator, and also linkage between the national strategies, UNGPs, and also the SDGs. But for the business section in the NAP, it will only indicate the minimum expectation of the government towards the business. So from what we have implemented the NAP for almost 4 years, we found we have already done the kind of the review and evaluation of the progress of the implementation of the NAP. And we have found that for the government side, it is, of course, it's an obligation for the state. It's kind of the mandatory for the states. So 100% of the government agency indicate in the NAP has report the result of the implementation to our office. And as of so far, 130 activities out of 142 activities has achieved according to the NAP, and is equal to about 91.55%. 91.55%. And we found that for the government, because it's the obligation and it's the mandatory for the government, it is not difficult for us to follow up. And also there is a requirement in the NAP that every agency has to report back to the ministry at the end of every year, and it has to report to the cabinet. So this is the duty to report the result of implementation to the cabinet at the end of every year. So for the Ministry of Justice, it is not very challenging in follow-up about the result, and also to gather information from the government side. But the challenging is very much for the, we have a very quite challenging in the business sectors, because in the business sector it's a voluntary measures. We are lucky that Security and Exchange Commission of Thailand take leads in this in the business sector, that they are launching the regulation to require all listed company to disclose information, especially related to the ESG. So it's like it's not the mandatory human rights due diligence yet, but it is a mandatory disclosure of information related to ESG for the listed company. But we still have a challenging on small and medium-sized company, because majority of the business sector in Thailand is a SMEs. So we have a very challenging in encouraging them in working on in implementing NAP. Of course, because they have different level of knowledge on human rights. They have different resources, different nature of their business, and also different interest or will to implement the NAP. So what we do is that we try to encourage them through many activity. For example, we sign MOU with the SME Federation of Thailand and Industrial Association of Thailand. We bring the team to talk with the Chamber of Commerce, Industrial Association, Bank Association, SME Federation, and also we provide a series of training throughout the year and provide them with quite a lot of media that we are developed for to build up the knowledge and increase the awareness on business. So I found that to answer to your question, I think the mandatory measure is good, but for the business, voluntary measure is also good, but it's good at the beginning. So we need to move a little bit like step by step to the mandatory measure. If we, as a government, we adopt, like immediately adopt the mandatory measure, we may receive a negative feedback or pushback by the business. So I think we need to move gradually, like embed the knowledge on human rights with the business sector and try to make them understand. And voluntary measure is good at the start, at the initial stage. But we think that to ensure the better implementation, perhaps the mandatory measure is the answer at the end. But of course, as I mentioned, we need to embed the knowledge on UNGPs and also human rights, and also make them understand about the benefit of the responsible business conduct. And if they really understand it, we will get a collaboration from them, and also we can build up the responsible business conduct in a more sustainable manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Funarelak. Thank you. Thank you for being very honest about the challenges, as you always are. I always appreciate you having in panels because you're always very honest about the challenges that you are facing. Thank you for mentioning the importance of incentives when bringing in voluntary norms, and thank you for pointing to the fact that the responsible business discourse hardens somehow in increments. This is what we have seen happening in Europe, and this is what probably will be seeing happening in Asia as well. I hope I don't disclose anything secret because UNDP is helping the government of Thailand. Is also doing some initial research about possibly introducing at some point mandatory human rights norms here in Thailand. So the trajectory is clear, and indeed the work done by the Security and Exchange Commissions goes in that same direction. By the way, for those interested in knowing more about the Security and Exchange Commission norms coming up, the session on day 3, the opening session, which will reflect on developments in Japan, will also include the presence of the Secretary General of the Security and Exchange Commission, which will talk more about this regulation. So thank you again, Narilak, and I'd like to turn now to Professor Tomoya Obokata, and I would like to stay on the discussion around norms and building on the conversation we just had with Narilak. I would like you to reflect on the level of success so far of pieces of legislation and other norms adopted with the specific purpose of curbing the plague of forced labor, of which you are an expert. And now, a most recent of this initiative actually came out, if I'm not wrong, 2 days ago from the EU Commission that adopted a proposal to ban products made with forced labor in the EU. It still needs to be embraced by the Parliament, but it's a very strong proposal, which again mirrors similar norms that have already been adopted in other parts of the world. In your recent report to the Human Rights Council, which took place a few days ago, again, I believe on 15th of September, you list these acts as positive developments. You include them in what we would call here levers of change. Now, in this region, the only dedicated Modern Slavery Act is the Australian Act, which is actually being reviewed. But given the globalized nature of supply chains, other acts and norms adopted outside this continent are also influencing practices of businesses in Asia. To which extent, Professor, modern slavery acts are levers of change? Are they working? What is missing? I'd like to hear your reflections. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you very much for that. And thank you to the organizers for inviting me to this forum. Now, the protection of human rights in the field of business is extremely important to my mandate, as millions of people are exploited in a number of economic sectors, both in the formal and informal economy. Now, just last week, the ILO, Walk Free, and IOM released a global estimates saying that the 50 million people are held in modern slavery on any given day. And of these, close to 30 million are in Asia and Pacific, and this serves as a wake-up call, in my view. I look forward to engaging with you in the next few days to exchange views and good practice in a spirit of mutual sharing and learning. So please feel free to approach me anytime. And to answer your question, yes, modern slavery laws have been serving as a lever of change in terms of preventing modern slavery and promoting human rights due diligence. But it is also clear that more needs to be done to enforce them effectively. Now, first and foremost, modern slavery legislation represents a criminal law response. And now, almost all member states prohibit modern slavery one way or another with appropriate criminal sanctions, which is a positive development compared to, for example, 10, 20 years ago, where there's a fragmented approach in criminal justice responses. But having said this, criminal law applies to natural persons. Here you're talking about individual criminals or organized criminal groups, but not to employers or businesses. In other words, corporate criminal liability for modern slavery has not been clearly established globally, although it applies to offenses such as corruption, bribery, and so on. And this raises a question as to whether we need to do more in this regard to secure corporate liability. Now, in terms of the second aspect, modern slavery laws undoubtedly have been acting as an important catalyst for promoting human rights due diligence. Now, there's different approach to this. The first is a soft approach where there's no mandatory human rights due diligence as represented, for example, by the United Kingdom's Modern Slavery Act 2015, as well as Australia's Modern Slavery Act 2018. These pieces of legislation mainly impose reporting obligations without hard sanctions in case of breaches. So that one of the critiques there is that, okay, it's just a stamping or tick box exercise, companies just filling out, using the same template every year, just, and signing it. So what is the point of it if you can't enforce it? So I think there's an issue with a soft approach. And now there's a harder approach, as mentioned by our colleagues, of mandatory human rights due diligence. Now, as you might be aware already, this is quite becoming stronger in Europe. So I can mention a few countries: France, Norway, Germany, the Netherlands, Switzerland, and among others, have implemented legislation imposing obligation on businesses to report and address it. Further than that, do something about it, make an action plan and implement it. And if failure to do so will result in sanctions, civil sanctions, at least fines and other measures. And most recently in the United States, we got Forced Labor Prevention Act, which prohibits importation of goods produced as a result of forced labor. Now, as mentioned, that is being considered by European Union. Whether that is a good thing or bad thing, I mean, from the business point of view, is open to question, and I'm very happy to have that conversation. But there are a few issues there. First of all, again, as highlighted, EU directive, if implemented, only applies to 1% of all companies registered in that territory. So that means 99%. It doesn't apply because it only applies to big companies. And so the problem then becomes small and medium enterprises. What happens to them? They have no obligations. And this is particularly so in Asia, where the majority of the businesses are operating in an informal economy, which it demonstrates clear indicators of forced labor as well as decent work deficit. I think this is an important point. I know that there's a session on informal economy. I certainly will be attending that next few days. And enforcement is also an issue because, okay, laws are good in principle, but how do you enforce it? And it is practically impossible to knock on every single business, farms and factories and restaurants and so on, to knock on each door and inspecting conduct labor inspections. So I think that there is also issue in terms of enforcement. So now looking into the future, then I think legislations are important, but now businesses and governments are increasingly looking into use of technologies such as blockchain technology, which is, maybe some of you may know, in terms of cryptocurrency and so on, where it tracks down all the transaction, record it. You can't, change it, and use artificial intelligence, again, to monitor the movements of goods, services, even people. So in my view, in addition to legislation or the soft approach of guidelines, and I think there may be a need to look farther than that and kind of consider these modern technologies to prevent and suppress modern slavery. So I'll stop there, and I very much look forward to meeting you at later stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Thank you for pointing to some thematic points which are, I can see, recurring in the presentations of all the speakers here. Certainly the challenge of MSMEs and the informal economy, but also thank you for pointing to a new level of change which we hadn't heard about today, the use of technology. The use of technology alongside the hardening of norms, where you also pointed to a progression in that sense, but you also warned us that even the mandatory human rights due diligence that everyone is very excited about, and with reasons will certainly not be a panacea, will certainly not result in immediate massive changes. It will be one of the levers of change available to us. Let me turn to my left side and ask Marie-Joyce Godieu to take the floor. Ms. Joyce, you have attended yesterday, I must say, a very well attended closed-door session, which this forums organizes every year with civil society organization, a space for them to discuss among them, and indeed to meet, in yesterday's case, with special procedures and have a dialogue with them. And in these group discussions, many challenges were highlighted, and some also opportunities to overcome these challenges were pointed to. I would like you to bring into this discussion your reflections specifically on challenges faced by indigenous peoples. In particular, indigenous people as they relate to business operation. And perhaps if you can also point to some opportunities to overcome these challenges in your view. So what are the levels of change that the rights holders and their defenders see as most promising? Ms. Joyce, you have the floor. Thank you.
First of all, thank you very much for providing this opportunity to speak and be part of the panel. Yes, so for this, I would narrow down on indigenous people. So for yesterday's who were not able to attend the CSO Safe Space, we have indigenous peoples from across Asia. We have from representatives from Cambodia, Thailand, from North and the South, the Philippines, Indonesia, Nepal, Bangladesh, and India. In the interest of time, like the common issues that indigenous peoples across this country, and even those that are not able to be present here in person, is the issue of access to justice. And we have we appreciate the recognition, as the panelists have also mentioned, like these are the gaps, or this is one of the gaps that indigenous peoples and CSOs, human rights defenders that are working on the ground have faced. Mostly national justice system does not work or fails to protect their human rights and protect our collective rights on self-determination and land, which of course is a bulk of the rights of indigenous peoples. And also the repressive government, or the lack, which you can link to the abuse of the use of law, criminalization of indigenous peoples, of land rights defenders, and human rights defenders in general. And also the security laws that are used that are heightened during the COVID pandemic, where quarantine legislations or quarantine policies are also used to repress, the voices of legitimate voices of human rights defenders. For the levers of change, and I think I would link that to that, is a more responsive national legislations and actually making, I think there's a common theme was a frustration of actually making governments and corporations accountable. Corporations of any form, transnational or maybe small and medium enterprises. And we welcome from the speaker, from the government of Thailand, of course, to the Minister of Justice here about the recognition of land rights and indigenous peoples' rights. And I think, but with the response from yesterday is that NAP has failed to protect indigenous peoples and other marginalized communities here in Thailand. And the voluntary framework for within the context of business and human rights, including the UNGPs, although they are very significant and crucial instruments, but they have provided a space that had continued and even increased the human rights violations of corporations and failed to make them accountable. And I don't think this is a matter of the size of the corporation. Of course, the size and the influence matter, but then the perspective should not be on how big these corporations are or how small they operate. The perspective is on the human rights violations that these corporations, that these companies are actually doing, regardless of their reach or their extent of influence, as in the case of transnational corporations. So I think there should be that should be the focus. The protection of human rights in general, and of course, collective rights of indigenous peoples on land and self-determination. It was mentioned earlier, the free, prior, and informed consent. There's a lot of, for lack of a better word, it's like misunderstanding of FPIC. FPIC, collective rights of FPIC, is almost watered down, is always watered down with consultation in general, where it is done one time, and then once the permit is given, or a corporation gets a permit, then they can operate. FPIC is a continuing process. It is tied to our collective rights to self-determination and land, and I will not, maybe this is not the space to elaborate on that, but I hope there is a distinction that collective rights of FPIC is tied to indigenous people's rights, and consultation, of course, and inclusion is a right for everyone. And I think there's also a need, and this was mentioned earlier, of the importance of political will of governments. We are seeing authoritarian governments, as in the case in the Philippines, and in other countries in Asia and around the world, where repressive governments are on the rise. And the importance of governments to actually realize that the protection of rights within the context of business and human rights includes them, and not just the corporations that are responsible in protecting the rights of people that they work with, and of course indigenous peoples in general. So I think a multi-dimensional approach. I understand the importance of a binding instrument and a mandatory instrument at the national level and at various levels where they are significant. At regional, we're seeing them in the EU, maybe in ASEAN, that's something that you can wish for, but also a global binding instrument. But again, this is not different from the already existing binding instruments that we have, but still we have them, they have been ratified, but violations still continue to happen. So we want to ask, is this just a matter of a binding instrument at mandatory at whatever levels where they are significant, or is this a need for a system change where corporations and governments are actually made accountable, and a difference of perspective where you actually put human rights and people at the center more than profit. And I think with COVID that had happened to us, and now it's going back to normal, and it's getting worse. So I think it's a challenge for us CSOs, but I think you can count on CSOs to continue their work on the ground, despite the frustrations, despite the pockets of success. We want success that is actually reflective on the ground. We've recognized that after all these years, for those that are working here for decades, have gotten old and with their, have aged and become senior in their positions, but the problems still remain. Why? So I think there's, for the UN system, for the governments, to actually also see the issue from the ground. Join us from the ground. I think that's also a collective call from the space yesterday, and see it how we see it. Feel it how it is being felt on the ground. And maybe that's the change that we needed to understand and actually provide a more sustainable and systemic change. We shouldn't be comfortable. We should shake the system that have made us comfortable all these years. So yeah, I think I'll stop there.
Thank you, Joyce. Shake the system change. At the end, there is a convergence between all the points made today by many, that is what is needed, and what we see a certain trajectory, but we see it still too distant. And perhaps a combination of all these levels of change that were mentioned today will eventually lead to that system change that you were referring to. Now, let me give the floor to the last speaker before we hopefully take some questions from the floor. So start thinking about questions you may want to pose to our speakers. I'd like to give the floor to Shusmita Anis. Ms. Shusmita, a closed-door space conversation, in fact, happened yesterday also among business actors. What is the perspective of employers and yours personally on the pace of change in terms of reducing abuses that is considered, and we have heard it many times already today, is considered too slow? And what are your reflections on the scale of it, which some analysts indeed consider too small? The good practices and the examples of so-called champions are certainly growing. We're testimony of that. There are more and more good practices and champions, but also the reports on abuses seems to remain very high in numbers and in certain contexts, in fact, even growing. What are, in your view, those levers that can help us all collectively, as many were saying, in changing gear and go from evidence of progress, to which I was referring at the beginning, to more diffuse normalization of responsible business practices in Asia? The floor is yours, Shusmita.
Respected guests, respected panelists, and ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Bangladesh Employers Federation, we thank you for inviting us to this event. Responsible business and human rights are very important for society and businesses. It is an integral part of society. So business and human rights in a wider aspect, the respect, democracy, and good governance, these are the three main components. In order to achieve Bangladesh's national goal, the government, industry, and all stakeholders need to continue to collaborate through meaningful consultation, prioritize issues mid-term, long-term, and short-term in a cohesive manner in the framework to take us forward. I must acknowledge the International Organization of Employers, IOE. Our umbrella federation in Geneva has played a vibrant role in promoting human rights across member federations. They have provided us with all possible guidance and technical assistance and support in promoting business and human rights. Bangladesh Employers Federation also gets the required advocacy and cooperation from IOE on business and human rights related issues. BEF can enhance knowledge base and learn from sharing best practices through IOE. In terms of progress, as you've mentioned, I would like to mention a few things that has happened, and then I'll discuss the challenges. I'm happy to share that our government of Bangladesh has worked very hard on human rights, and recently it has ratified the ILO Convention number 138, minimum age, and ILO Protocol number 29, forced and compulsory labor. Unemployment insurance is also being incorporated into our national security scheme. So Bangladesh government is working on a national action plan on labor sector for Bangladesh 2021-2026 through the consultative process. These moves reiterate its commitment towards human rights due diligence and reinforce the country's positive image in the global community. Yes, there are many challenges. During COVID-19, it has impacted the world. The government gave many incentive packages where BEF gave input, and the government gave about $12 billion, $500,000 in micro and small enterprises, $500,000 on salary and subsidies. A lot of activities have happened in collaboration with the workers, employers, and governments, and no one in Bangladesh was unfed. BEF coordinated many CSR activities, and we are developing that ecosystem. We're still in the process. BEF did a lot of awareness training and modules, different modules with the help of World Bank on business conduct in all aspects of business. So the challenges are, this is where we need to improve on. See, 90% of the workforce are informal sectors, and it is very challenging when the government officials in different sectors and secretariats officials change very frequently. So Bangladesh Employers Federation is passionate and continuing to have a solid, constant driving force to work with the government and the workers, and to have this continuous dialogue so that that continuity continue as we face all these challenges. One of the most important thing to have this coherent policy across all bodies. In terms of business, one, I would say, fundamental improvement in the government sector as I lead a conglomerate is that environmental policies are enforced increasingly every year. There's more and more accountability from large corporations, but when it comes to small and medium, this is where the real challenge happens. And like our other respected panelists have mentioned, it is very, very important to actually see the ground and the challenges for those small and medium enterprises and how we can take them and understand their issues and make practical, doable, implementable action plan and incorporate in the NAP. I mean, this is where we need to work on, and BEF is being the center connector for the government, the workers, and the tripartite system. One more challenge we find that in the informal sector, because of the price, everything at the end of the day with the COVID and the macroeconomic environment, there's a lot of challenge across the small, medium, and large corporations in terms of the inflation and all its impact. So although, we have to take every step will have an impact on our in terms of expense and cost, but we have to continuously make people and the business community aware that these costs are actually not costs, but these are competitive advantages to take all the steps to actually compete in the global world. Raising awareness, this through the focus, building capacity, trade unions, using all the agencies, government, academia, and proactively working on all the aspects will help us enhance our overall implication and how we can implement. It's the quality of implementation that has to improve. Undoubtedly, we have to bring positive changes in our way of doing business. Nation will have to endure a transition period before all the changes can surface. We will only commit to have patience after sowing the seeds of responsibility at all levels. I'm confident that with the joint global effort, we can go a long way in achieving the goal. And in order to achieve the goal, all of us, all stakeholders have to be together in the same pace, in an accelerated pace to take it forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shumsita, also for your honesty in pointing to the challenges faced. We'll welcome, of course, the policy moves that you refer to happening in Bangladesh. Thank you for pointing to the two sides of the story of the challenges with the small and medium enterprises, and indeed for pointing to the competitive advantage that companies have in also doing the right thing. Shumsita was the last speaker. We're coming pretty much on time to the end of the session, but I take the liberty of suggesting that we use 10 minutes of a relatively large coffee break that we have set up. It was 30 minutes. Let's take 10 minutes to see if there are brief questions or comments from the floor. I'll take 2, maybe 3, if the comments and questions are very, very short, and then give the floor back to those to whom you ask the question for. So if I can see hands up for anybody that wants to make a comment or ask a question. Okay, I do see one question there, two questions, and third, okay? So 1, 2, and 3. Please be very brief, introduce yourself, and again, if it is a question, say to whom these questions is directed, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Livio. My name is Florian Berenek. I'm today here from Vietnam, representing the Central Eastern European Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Vietnam, so in a business role today. And I would like just to raise one point which was brought up by Professor Obokata. You were saying that in Europe, all this new legislation is reaching out just to a small part of companies, yeah, just the big ones and so on, and all the small ones are maybe left out. And I'm representing today here a lot of companies, smaller companies from 7 European countries, Eastern European countries. I have to tell you that especially the smaller ones are those who really care about this today without any legislation. And these smaller ones, they have to be protected from the big ones who are ruining the prices by just ignoring, just not following all the regulations, all the human rights claims they are making on the paper. And the small European businesses are really suffering from that. And I think this is very important to recognize, not to highlight always just the big names, oh, they do this, to that. They don't. The small ones are the ones. They are family businesses. They reach out to family businesses in Vietnam, in the region, and they try to establish good networks. And I really, really would love to see over the next days that we highlight the role of also the small businesses in Europe, in the Western countries. They are really good ones. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. It was more of a comment than a question, but I will give the floor back to the professor to perhaps comment on your comment. There was one more question down there. Yes, please.
Hello, Namaste. This is Durgarai from Nepal, and I am an indigenous rights activist. So my question is for Excellency from the Sweden ambassador. Nepal, the European Bank is making big investment in the power development sectors. So transmission line, hydropower sectors, in this area, they're making big investment. And most of the projects are operating in the territories of indigenous peoples. So gradually these projects are getting into conflict because they are not respecting the right of indigenous peoples to act big. So I want to know that if the Sweden government have any role to make bank accountable towards indigenous right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the questions. I'll let the ambassador come in on this question. There was a third one that I saw down there. Yes, please.
Hello. Yes. Thank you. I'm Arti Kapoor from Embode. I was very interested to hear the comments about small and medium enterprises. And Kun Pichanon, you were talking about the global cooperation and stakeholder engagement needs to be better. And Kun Narilak, you were talking about mandatory human rights due diligence legislation may be too premature for Thailand. And Sushmita's comment on employers that need to be supported step by step, especially small and medium enterprises. Now, I'm thinking about supply chains, particularly supply chain actors in Asia, such as Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia. With the European mandatory human rights due diligence, these supply chain actors that are exporting to the EU and the global north, they are under more and more pressure to implement due diligence requirements that are set in the EU, but they're receiving very little support in complying with the increasing number of audits and the increasing number of due diligence requirements, which are sometimes not fit for purpose in Asia. So some comments on that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. So I do believe we have maybe 1 minute each for a remark on the basis of the comments and questions that were posed. I will start with Professor Tomoya.
Well, thank you very much. I think that your points about the small, medium enterprises are excellent ones, and I do agree that they need to be protected, certainly. And I also understand that some of the, the trickle-down effect of all this due diligence requirement on the ground, the small, medium companies, that the real. And I do agree, more support needs to be provided in that regard. And I'll be very happy to work with relevant stakeholders to promote that type of culture with at different levels. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I believe the question was then posed to Ambassador Gronholt, please.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the question. I have not been following Nepal at all, and I'm not aware of European or Swedish banks making investments in Nepal in areas with indigenous population. So I'm afraid I have to disappoint you, maybe, but I will be more than willing to pass it on to our embassy in Delhi, which is also covering Nepal, but also to look into the matter, because this is completely new material to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. I believe there was a question then posed to both that called for a remark from both Pichamon and Narulak. So maybe we can start with Pichamon.
Sure. I don't think I can do justice to your comments and your question, because it is indeed a very complex issue, as you've rightly acknowledged. I do recognize that there is a lot of pressure on governments, but also on SMEs to meet those new and emerging requirements, and that this is something that we can't reasonably expect them to do just on their own. And that's the reason why I think multi-stakeholder alliances are the way to go. And what we need to see in this space are innovative partnerships with rights holders, with CSOs, with NGOs on the ground, because they have the knowledge, the expertise that can help fill in some of those information gaps and gaps in understanding as well as to what is needed, where, when, and why. So all of this, I know, again, is difficult to transfer from paper into practice, but this is where trust is needed. And I think, it goes both ways. Civil society needs to know that they can trust in businesses and in states to do the right thing, and vice versa. I understand that businesses also need to know that NGOs or CSOs involved will do the right thing as well. So I can only really say that, which is that I do hope that this will provide impetus for us to explore new exciting opportunities for partnerships and cooperation in the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Pichamon, and Kunarilak.
Yes, thank you for the comments and question. In Thailand, in preparation of the SME to response for the change from the international trend in the mandatory human rights due diligence, we as a Ministry of Justice, as a core government agency in Thailand, responsible for the business and human rights agenda. We were also alert by the Thai mission in Brussels, and also I also myself received a lot of phone calls from the business and especially the SME side and the SME Federation concern, and also Thai Chamber of Commerce as well on the EU directive on the mandatory human rights diligence as well. I think there is some kind of confusion as well at the moment whether this is also obliged to the SME in Thailand or not, and we need to make sure and we need to explain to them as well. And starting from the end of last year, we organized a kind of national dialogue in collaboration with the SME Federation of Thailand to explain to the business sector on this movement in the global trend. And also we show the best example from different countries. And also during the past year, from the beginning of this year until now, we regularly provide them with the knowledge on the update on the information of the EU as well. And also we receive a request from Thai Chamber of Commerce, from SME Federation, to explain them about this and about the benefit and what is the impact if they cannot follow the EU directive as well. So I think as a government, we need to provide them with understanding and also full information and update information on this to make them prepare themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Khun Narelak, and I hope the government of Thailand will keep counting on support also from UNDP in providing these trainings on human rights due diligence in general, and indeed mandatory human rights due diligence also through the project which is funded indeed by the EU. So there is an interest in that project of bringing clarity in terms of what these upcoming provisions will bring. I'd like to just offer an opportunity, if they want to seize it, to the two other speakers to say one final remark, if they want, or comment on any of the questions. If they feel like they want to take the floor again, please, Joyce, and then Shunsita, in case you want, also give you a minute. Yeah, Joyce.
Thank you very much, Livio. Maybe just to put an emphasis at the risk of being repetitive with our demands. The legal recognition of indigenous peoples, it remains to be a struggle here in Asia. And even when there are policies that protect and recognize their rights, they fail to materialize and actually protect their rights. So I think it remains to be a significant starting point to legally recognize indigenous peoples, their collective rights in self-determination and land, more than their uniqueness, the celebration of their uniqueness that is mostly for tourism purposes. I think that was emphasized from the delegates from Thailand and as an indigenous woman from the Philippines, and that is also the same. And I think that's similar to all other areas where our uniqueness are celebrated, but our human rights are seen as a very different or a separate entity from our identity. And again, a call on the legal system at national, regional, and international level that is responsive and actually make duty bearers accountable as necessary is needed. More than, and we to see our work as an agent, your agency as a person, and your work should go beyond as a bureaucratic process with wherever you work, to actually maximize that agency and hopefully dream for a better system, as mentioned earlier. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joyce, and the floor one last time to Shunsita, please.
Yes, I want to mention regarding the informal sector, small and medium enterprise, I would suggest if the government can offer tax incentives and have a cohesive policy so that, and also have severe penalty as fines for non-compliance. Ultimately, it is the punishment or a kind of a the non-compliance part to actually have a penalty that will kind of strengthen the system, and that system strengthening will help the rest of the corporations who actually get away. I mean, that sort of thing has to be controlled, and that will help with tax incentives for small and medium enterprises.
Thank you. A very, very nice comment to end with, coming from business, pointing to penalties being the lever that needs to be harnessed. I'm afraid our time is over. We're already beyond the 10 minutes. You've been generous in giving us in fact, 15 minutes of your coffee break. There's a very rich program. You do deserve a coffee to be able to join all the other sessions. I know there is one more question. I suggest you approach our speakers during the coffee break, and I'm sure they'll be glad to answer to your question. Apologies for not having been able to give the floor to more people today. Thank you all, and join me in giving a round of applause to all our great speakers today. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And actually, before the coffee break, if we could all gather here, we would like to take a group photo with all the participants and the speakers here. So if everybody can just move their way in here, and then just once we've taken the photo, we can have the coffee as well, please. This is for everyone in the meeting room. Just please come to the stage. Yes, I think below.
Sorry,
Okay, no hierarchies here. Everybody is welcome to come here at the stage. Just join us. Nobody's gonna see us.
I'll give you a card. Sure, sure. Thanks. Thank you very much.
The faster you come to the stage, the faster you're gonna get coffee.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, we just go here. We used to have these things in Geneva, right? And then it's like, it's not going to work out. Makes sense. You thought you could communicate with me all along.
Everyone, please come back here at 11:10. We're going to start the next session at 11:10.
Which sounds ridiculous because this is the second day, but I might actually ask my colleague to share her business point of view. Thank you very much.
So it's the same thing basically I told you before, just to say I was following up.
Yep. Okay, so your session started. Let me get back to you on that. I'll have a look at it. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so tomorrow in the afternoon.
Энэ нүүб гэсэн нь эндээс харагдчихлаа. Аа. За би таныг аваад.
Зангижаад дараа. За ингээ ярьж байгаа юм шиг төрч та. За гарч кофе ууя да. Зүг. Одоо тий.
Thank you. Long time, my friend.
Yeah.
Good to see you. Huh?
Yeah. See you. How's the Australia?
I think so far so good. Yeah. Good to see you finally.
Yeah.
Long time. Huh?
Yeah.
I think we should talk now. Especially after what we're here now. We didn't talk about in the past. What the
I've been to the Amsterdam area.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know how to switch it on?
Hello.
Yeah.
Okay. So I got this one.
Welcome back. If everyone could please take their seats. I think somebody will have to close the door. Okay, we're gonna have to start in like 1 minute. मैं कोई बात नहीं हम Welcome back for our next session. Okay, somebody needs to close that door, but that's okay. Access to justice for business-related human rights abuses remains a huge challenge. We heard this morning that despite the progress and several promises made, there is still a contrast between progress at the top and reality on the ground, and that human rights defenders and rights holders continue to suffer. We also heard that while there's a lot of progress that has been made on national action plans in Asia and legislation globally, but we keep also seeing there's an increased attention on civil society or civil society advocacy through social media campaigns, shareholder regulations, and various other complaints mechanisms that the civil society organizations and other rights holders have started using. We call these as pressure points. And we've been working very closely with the civil society organizations and human rights defenders here in the region. I kind of feel that sometimes affected rights holders are either not fully aware or do not have or lack the capacity to actually also use fully the mechanisms that are available, well, albeit imperfect grievance mechanisms, but we also see that there is a gap between the ones that are available and the way that they have been used. I mean, as I said, we call these as pressure points. And we've been exploring these, like what these other additional pressure points are that the civil society organizations and the defenders and the right holders can use to hold businesses accountable. And to discuss that today, I have a very illustrious panel here with me. Professor Surya Deva, he's the professor at Macquarie Law School and director of the Center for Environmental Law at Macquarie University. Ms. Leah Torres, executive director, Center for Environmental Concern. She's also the youth activist for the Bloody Money campaign. Sorry, that was Blood Money campaign. Dr. Phil Wong, who's the executive director at the Gong Hong Human Rights Law Foundation. He's also the adjunct professor at International Human Rights Law Clinic at Seoul University Law School. And then last not the least, we also have with us Ms. Sophia Arias. She's the program director at the Global Business Initiative on Human Rights. Thank you for joining us today. Surya, we've been having a lot of conversation about pressure points. We've been also just sort of starting this partnership with UNDP and the Macquarie University to use pressure points as one of the key, or at least to sort of start discussions around pressure points. So could you please explain what these pressure points are and how they're different from other strategies and tools to hold businesses accountable?
Thank you, Harpreet. And can we have the PowerPoints, please? And those of you who know me that I rarely use PowerPoints at the forum sessions, but today is going to be different, and you will see why it is going to be different. So if I could get the slides up, please, that would be really appreciated. So some of you were in the CSO session yesterday where I was talking about my helplessness as in my former role as a member of the working group, that I could not help enough the affected communities and the victims on the ground to seek access to remedy. So what can we do? So this project, which has been kindly funded in the initial phase by UNDP as well, is going to explore what these pressure points are and how that interface is going to look like with other elements of justice rebuild mechanism. So in this brief presentation, I will quickly explain what this concept of pressure points is. And I suspect many of you in the room may be using those pressure points, but without knowing it. So this project is trying to provide a framework, a cohesive framework, so that can be used by anyone in the world. And basically what we are talking about here are those entry points that are likely to trigger action on the part of business leaders who take decisions. That they have to take the actions of their companies, of course, but also the victims seriously, and they have to address those concerns, because prevention is never foolproof, in my view. And that's where access to remedy is very crucial, and of course, remedies could also be preventive in nature. So I think we are in Thailand, so I thought I will put this picture about massage is very common in Thailand, but also we have this whole science about acupressure. So we have those points, and if we apply the pressure properly, that will result some change. So I'm using this as an analogy for this idea of pressure points in the context of business and human rights, that what are those points to which businesses react? And once you put pressure on those points, then businesses, hopefully, if we assume that they are rational actors, they will start taking the concerns of civil society groups and human rights defenders seriously, and then hopefully that will address some of these concerns on the ground. So what are those potential points of pressure that businesses may look at? you see some of these examples on this slide. So image. So if a company has a visibility, it is listed on a stock exchange, that could be a point that they would like to protect. The issues about investors and consumers could be potential pressure points because ultimately companies would like to buy their products and services to be used. They would like people to work for companies, so that could be a pressure point. So youth, for instance, if they don't want to work for company X, that could be a point that could be exploited in my view. So these are some of the points. Now, increasingly, companies and businesses are trying to have partnership with UN agencies. But should it be a blank check of the partnership with UN agencies, or should that be used as a leverage point, as a pressure point? And I think these are some of the examples that you see on the slides. Now, what is the relevance of it? Because if you look at pillar 2 of the pillar 3 of the UNGPs, it talks about 3 broad mechanisms where you can seek access to remedy. So how this idea of pressure points fits into pillar 3? And my understanding is that that is the interrelationship. So pressure points are broader concepts. They operate sometimes overlapping with judicial or non-judicial mechanisms, but sometimes they will be standing outside of those mechanisms, and they will basically try to complement. The idea is that by triggering and using those pressure points, either the affected communities will get access to remedy directly, and that is something you see on this slide. That is one possibility. That let us say you write a letter to the chief executive officer of a company and you say, okay, if you do not listen to us within the next 2 months, we are going to do ABC against this company. So that letter can be used as a starting point. So hopefully, if we have some nice chief executive officers, and I would like to listen from Sophia whether we have some of those later on, then they may respond. And instead of using any court or non-judicial mechanism, that could itself result in some remediation. On the other hand, it is also possible that it may have some kind of indirect effect. So we're using a mechanism, and I think one example I would like to take is national contact points. So sometimes national contact points do not provide remedy in itself, but civil society groups can use that complaint as a leverage to put pressure on companies, and that may result in some kind of indirect remediation. Now, how does it work in practice? I mean, these are initial ideas. The project has just started, and I think this work is going to continue until next year at least. So I welcome feedback, any conversations during this forum. But at this stage, I can think of this as a 3-step process. The first is the identification. What is it that the people on the ground are asking for against a company? Do they want no mining? Do they want mining should continue, but the environmental concern should be addressed? What is it that they are looking for? What kind of remediation the communities are looking for? And what are the points that we can use? And these points can be outside that particular jurisdiction where the company is operating. They could be anywhere in the world. Then the question is about the assessment. What are the most effective points that we can use in that particular case? And then we apply the pressure actually. So this is a dynamic process, and we can start with the first stage of identification after the application. So after, let us say we try and test something, it doesn't work, then we need to go to the scoreboard again and start moving about this. Now, what is crucial in my view is, and I think that is a departure from how we see acupressure, is that in acupressure, most of the points are already known. That these are the points you press and that's how they work. In this particular case, in my view, every company is different. So the pressure point for company A is going to be very different from pressure point for company G. And I think that is what we need expertise in identification of those pressure points that will work in this company. Because it could be a public sector enterprise, it could be a private company, it could be a company from China, it could be a company from France. How those variables are going to make a difference in terms of those pressure points. And that is where this idea of using those things in combination and using in a particular sequence is going to become very crucial. And that is where the lab is going to become a tool that could be used hopefully in future by affected communities. So as part of this first phase of the project, we are going to develop policy briefs that will be publicly available and accessible by anyone on these 5 pressure points. We will use a number of case studies and try to find out variables and what conditions those pressure points do work. And hopefully we will develop and analyze 5 more pressure points as part of the second stage. And then we develop a toolkit. That will be an open access toolkit, again, which communities can use at the beginning, and that will hopefully allow it. So basically we see this lab as kind of a connector between the affected communities and the actual remedial mechanism. So we are here, we are a bridge, and we are trying to address basically the power imbalance. That is about the information, that is about the funding, and that is about the transnational dimension of business operations. So this lab, we are starting at Macquarie Law School in Sydney, but the global vision is there, and I'm already in conversation with some other partners in different parts of the world. So basically the idea would be to create a global network of those labs and pressure points. So basically companies are a global network. They operate through that. So how can we learn from the same tactic and use this lab as a global network in different institutions, in different continents, and we collaborate? Let us say we have a Canadian company operating in Thailand. So how can we use the pressure point in Canada without traveling to Canada? That is the aspiration of this lab. So you will see here that we will develop tools. We will, of course, also advise and assist communities. And I think one concrete case, which I can talk later about, little bit later, I'm working with Leah, for instance, a case about Oceana Gold, an Australian mining company operating in Philippines. The lab is already working on providing an advice on this. And then we also going to connect the communities with the providers of remediation. Probably I will end it with this, but I hope that provided some flavor in terms of what this project is all about. And I'm happy to talk to anyone. And if you have any ideas also, those ideas are also very well welcome as we take this project forward to the next stage. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Surya. We're really excited about this opportunity to collaborate and look at how we can support on the Access to Justice labs. But you said prevention is never foolproof, and that perhaps in some ways we should be using all the tools in our advocacy box, sometimes indirectly, sometimes directly, but we're going to see these results. Leah, I'm actually just going to turn over to you because, many of these pressure points that Surya just mentioned, you have used many of these in the work that you've been doing over the years now. I think particularly also in the context of the construction of mega dams in Asia. Surya also just talked about, some of these should be used in a combination or could be used as a sequence. So tell us about your experience, what pressure points do you think that were listed here, or if you've used any additional works best? And what could be the kind of combination, or is there a specific sequence? And what were your strategies when you started looking at these pressure points? Thanks. The floor is yours. And if you could keep to about 8 minutes, that'd be great. Also, people who are joining us online, if you have any questions, please add your questions in Q&A, and we will take those questions from the floor in a bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Harpreet. Can I just borrow the clicker for the presentation? So I'd also like to request for the presentation now. Okay, thank you. So Professor Surya already discussed the different pressure points. And coming from that, I would be presenting 3 cases to fully illustrate what we have done already. So my organization, Center for Environmental Concerns Philippines, is part of the National Alliance of Environmental Defenders that we call Environmental Defenders Congress. And from this, we have gathered the different pressure points in different situations. So the first case is the Halaur River Multipurpose Project Phase 2, which was supposed to be an irrigation, a bulk water supply, hydroelectric power, and for ecotourism. The project proponent is the National Irrigation Authority with a loan from the Economic Development Cooperation Fund from South Korea through the Export-Import Bank of Korea. So the main issues here is the lack of FPIC, or free prior informed consent. The indigenous people shared that only the good points were presented to them and not fully the negative impacts. It would also displace 17,000 individuals, which submerges 9 Tumanduk indigenous communities. There is also red tagging, or the practice of the government of naming individuals or organizations as communists or terrorists, which led to further attacks such as arbitrary arrests, torture, and the massacre of members of the local organization, 9 dead in just one day. So the actions we have taken regarding this started with research, and we also had an international solidarity mission where we had participants from different parts of the world to see the actual situation. We also had barricades, a dialogue with the Export-Import Bank of Korea, and we also developed relations with the UN Senior Human Rights Office in the Philippines, so we have also reported to them. And the second case is the Agno River Integrated Irrigation Project, which the National Irrigation Authority is the proponent. The loan was supposedly from the Japan Bank for International Cooperation, but it was later on funded by the Export-Import Bank of China. So the main issues here is the displacement of the traditional livelihood, which is gold panning, or the traditional way of small-scale mining, and it would impact 60 to 80 hectares of agricultural land. With this, there was a killings of members of the local Farmers Association, amounting to 17 in a span of 5 years. So with this, the local organizations conducted dialogues with the project proponent, and also a dialogue with the Japanese embassy in the Philippines. Organizations from Japan also helped us, particularly the Friends of the Earth Japan, and other organizations which helped us form an international alliance. So after this, the Japan Bank for International Cooperation pulled out of the project, but yeah, it was passed on to another funder. And the third case is the Kaliwa Dam, also for irrigation, which is part of a bigger dam project. The proponent was Metropolitan Waterworks and Sewerage System, and the loan was from the Export-Import Bank of China. So the main issues around this is the forests, around 12,000 hectares, which will be affected with endemic and endangered plant and animal species, since this is a part of a forest reserve and national wildlife sanctuary. Indigenous people will also be displaced, but there is a lack of free, prior, and informed consent. According to the World Bank, the loan is actually not economically viable. And according to the Commission on Audit, the bidding process was quote-unquote rigged. And at the process of the application, and even during the operations, there was intense militarization in the community. So with this, we conducted, again, research and information education campaigns, this time using alternative media and social media, not just traditional media, which don't often cover stories such controversial as this. And we had also integration, or people-to-people solidarity, where we invite people from the cities to come to to the ancestral domains to see the actual situation. We also contested the issuance of the FPIC and also the loan in the Supreme Court. So with all these experiences, along with other experiences of our network, we were able to see that research is the first crucial step to understand the situation, and this should be done with the local community to understand the actual situation, since most of the time information is withheld, even with the FOI, a Freedom of Information Law in the Philippines. And this research helps in planning future action, including other pressure points. Direct action, such as barricades and protests, have helped in exposing the situation and in getting attention, since most of the time, even passing petitions or letters do not always result in actual action. We also used alternative media and social media, as I have mentioned, in times when the mainstream media won't cover controversial issues. And we also conducted dialogues with project proponents or funders, but that doesn't always result in success. And for us, legal action is usually one of the last recourse, since it is usually lengthy. It is a lengthy process, and it is very resource intensive and cannot often be done by local communities themselves. But what we have actually seen that is the key in all these pressure points in all our initiatives is community organizing, having a strong local organization is very important. And being supported by national organizations or even international organizations have helped in ensuring that environmental defenders can fully do their job or their work in environmental advocacy. And as mentioned, we believe that a combination of pressure points are needed. So the three examples I have presented are not all successes. Actually, these projects have continued despite all the human rights violations. But that's the reason why we think that we should call attention to the situation of business and human rights, particularly in the Philippines, since we need to encourage more action given this kind of situation. So maybe I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thanks, Leah. I'm also kind of, hearing the words that we heard from the first session today, community organization, alliance building, collaboration. I think these are kind of the key in sort of pushing the business and human rights agenda as well. Leah, I was also very interested, in when you said it's not just, you're not just looking at social media, but also traditional media, because some of these, I think, all of us are talking so much about digitization, social media and everything, using digital technology. But I think also we must remember the digital divide that exists, particularly in the community, particularly in the communities where we would want to run these campaigns as well. So I think one of the key messages earlier when Leah and I were speaking about was also about, when you do sort of look at these campaigns and when you're looking at designing these campaigns, look at, how are we going to reach to the people for whom we are, with whom we are working, but then also sort of the larger community. So thank you, Leah, for bringing these points here. Dr. Pilkey, I'm going to move on to you because, Surya mentioned a couple of these, examples of pressure points, and Leah has kindly elaborated on some of those that she's been able to use. You've worked on the national contact points. That's a mechanism that you have used, and so why don't you go ahead and tell us about your experience? We also just heard from Leah. Dialogues are not always successful, so our national contact points are. Thank you.
To begin with, I have to tell you that I'm overwhelmed by this sense of solidarity because this is my first time to meet Leah. But concerning the first case you mentioned, the Halau Dam, I visited the area years ago when the dam is still under construction to investigate the situation because Korean companies are involved. So I think we have a lot to talk about after this session. So as most of you know, I mean, this national contact point complaints under the OECD guidelines on multinational corporations basically deal with companies from OECD countries like Korea or Japan. It's a voluntary process for companies and people adversely affected by companies' operations, national or international. For 15 years, since 2007, I have been involved in a number of complaints to the Korean NCP, including cases concerned with first, a crackdown of a labor union in an economic processing zone in the Philippines by Philsjon, a Korean manufacturing firm. Second, deprivation of land rights of forest dwellers to pave the way to a steel plant in India by POSCO, a Korean conglomerate. A man-made disaster of a collapse of a dam built by SKENC in Laos, which killed more than 70 people and badly affected thousands of villagers. Actually, this dam case is featured in the UNDP report. You got one of those in page 92. You can see the case in details. Since this NCP mechanism is a voluntary process, even when the government is not doing its job or companies doing nothing, there is hardly any way to force the government and the companies to become more seriously involved with this the process. For years, it was the Korean government who was not that willing to do something, very reluctant to do anything. For the first case I mentioned, the Philsjon case, the Korean NCP didn't even bother to notify the complainants that they had already dismissed the case. The reason for the dismissal was, since some judicial, quasi-judicial process is going on in the Philippines, the Korean NCP's conclusion may contradict the result of the local process in the Philippines. For the case of POSCO steel plant in India, the Korean NCP also dismissed the case in the initial assessment stage because they said, since there is some judicial process going on in India, the Korean NCP process may be unnecessary duplication of the local process. Since then, there have been some changes of the composition of the Korean NCP, now having a member from a civil society, and there are some cases which went beyond initial assessment of dismissal. For the dam collapse case, Korean NCP went as far as coming up with a final statement recommending the relevant companies to provide enough remedy-related information to affected people and continue to be engaged with the complainants. We made full use of these NCP recommendations to have meetings with the companies last year and 2 years ago, last month, and have the companies facilitate our visit to disaster areas to interview the affected villagers about their livelihood, all their new houses and lands and so on, just last week. Sometimes it's extremely important to never give up and continue to mobilize certain pressure points, not just bring about changes to the cases themselves, but also to bring about changes to the power of those pressure points themselves. I always say we very often have to proactively and aggressively take it easy and take time. Thank you.
Take it easy, take time, never give up. Also, there's a disclaimer. I did not push my co-panelists here to promote the UNDPs this report. But I would strongly encourage all of you to pick up a copy of on your way out. There's also a digital copy. It's a research that we have conducted. Actually, the author, Matthew Mullen, and his team conducted research, and they conducted over 100 interviews, I think, over months during COVID, and a lot of informal discussions. So if you are interested in looking at what was happening in Asia, and largely sort of the status of business and human rights in Asia, please do pick up a copy on your way. And there's also, I think, a barcode that you can scan. But thank you so much for that. Sophia, I'm gonna move on to you now. I think there are lots of questions, in terms of, we heard just some of these examples where how some of these cases where we've tried to sort of influence the companies and the way that they function and hold businesses accountable. Give us some inside stories. How do you think businesses react to these pressure points? I mean, particularly in your role where you advise companies, when they're faced with such kind of challenges, what kind of, what are the kind of questions that they come up to you? How, what helps them navigate, but also just, your experience with them or the kind of advice that you give them. Whether they take it or not, I get it, but the kind of good advice that you give it to them, and what are some of the pressure points that you think have worked in the past? Thanks.
Thanks, Harpreet, and I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me to participate in this panel, and also my co-panelists who are sharing their thoughts and insights today. I think this topic is a very important topic to bring together business and civil society and government to discuss. Just a quick note about the Global Business Initiative on Human Rights. So we are a member-led organization of 22 multinationals who operate globally. We work to promote the corporate respect for human rights through peer-to-peer learning and dialogue. I'm speaking today as a member of the GBI team and not on behalf of any of our individual company members. In terms of pressure points, I think Surya has laid out, all the different pressure points that can be applied to companies. And, we know that media scrutiny, NGO reports, and shareholder resolutions can push company action. Companies do react to this. CEOs don't want to see their companies in the newspaper for causing harm to people and for abusing human rights. So investor pressure is also an effective tool. Companies respond to their investors, and having pressure from their investors increasingly regarding human rights and environmental concerns is another important tool that can elicit company action. And these pressure points can get a company reaction. You can get a company to try and engage in remedy and push them to take action through this. I think we've all seen many examples of this over the years. But however, sometimes the reaction of the company is not ideal. So along those lines, direct and public approaches can be effective, but they can also backfire and they can have consequences. You can send companies running for the hills or for their lawyers, resulting in leaving projects to remove future risks to the company rather than staying and working to try and improve the situation and on non-repetition, or using their leverage to improve the situation, or potentially souring community rights holder relations and building mistrust. Litigation and specific instance complaints may also have the effect of taking the issue out of the hands of those who can engage with communities and put it in the hands of the legal departments, which will limit the opportunities for engagement and dialogue with communities and affected rights holders. So in terms of, what we say when people come to us, I think the UNGPs provide a very important grounding and framing for companies when it comes to this conversation. The UNGPs call for business to constructively engage in access to remedy, and they offer a common language for business and civil society to do so. Engaging in remedy can be a very sensitive topic for business. Business normally is not the good guy in the situation. They're the bad actor. But the UNGPs are meant to create the common language for business to be able to engage constructively in facilitating remedy. And we've seen a change in business attitudes since the development of the UNGPs. We've seen this through more transparent reporting processes where companies are willing to be more forthcoming about their adverse human rights impacts. And we've also seen a change in business attitudes around civil society. So business views civil society as a valued partner and informant to prevent and mitigate human rights risks. Civil society can offer an eye to the ground that sometimes business cannot access themselves, though we must be very clear that civil society and human rights defenders should not do the company's dirty work and put themselves at risk. And we've seen this also through multi-stakeholder collaboration to achieve remedy. So at GBI, over the past 10 years, we've worked with the Business and Human Rights Resource Center to present a number of multi-stakeholder case studies at the UN Annual Forum to demonstrate the benefits of addressing issues and remedy and looking at non-repetition through multi-stakeholder collaboration and cooperation. Multi-stakeholder approaches to remedy can raise standards within industries or on specific issues, but they also need to address contextual issues, addressing systemic human rights risks as remedial processes play out in the context of operation. And this can be understood as pillars 1, 2, and 3 being addressed in parallel and in real time. Multi-stakeholder remedial efforts, which are thoughtfully constructed and consistently reviewed to ensure that they are fit for purpose, can be effective and long-lasting tools to providing remedial outcomes for individuals and impacted communities. And such collaboration can assist with dispelling assumptions different stakeholder groups make of each other in order to effectively hear one another, and foster respect necessary to ensure truly effective remedy, and importantly, non-repetition. Understanding how all parties are received and how they perceive each other can flag the need for some misconception and assumption busting to facilitate a constructive dialogue around access to remedy. So what else would I recommend to companies? I think, there are a few areas where companies could certainly benefit from a better understanding. First, when things go wrong, the power disparity between stakeholders can be vast, between companies and affected people, or even within a group of affected people themselves. These disparities can shape how grievances are dealt with, what outcomes are achieved, and how the company's response is perceived by others. So finding ways to identify, understand, and be sensitive to these power disparities can help companies find a more effective way to respond to grievances. And second, a better, more nuanced understanding of the suite of remedial tools, apology, guarantees of non-repetition, et cetera, and really working with the communities to understand what tools should be used. I think the default pursuance of financial compensation only is not necessarily in the rights holder's interest. And lastly, and I think this is for business, but of course to all involved civil society and government as well, there should be a focus on achieving a meaningful outcome for rights holders. When we talk about litigation, business in particular should consider the effects of litigation on affected peoples and communities, as they are often left in limbo for years. Putting the rights holder at the center of the process and providing effective remedy for affected people also offers an opportunity for companies to build trust and deepen their relationship with stakeholders. And I think I'll stop there. Thanks, Harpreet.
Thanks, Sophia. I do have some follow-up questions here, but I think maybe if we could also just, I think it'd be good to also just hear if any of the participants here have any questions for the panelists here, and then we'll come back to you guys for the second round.
I think so.
Sounds good. Okay. Please raise your hand and introduce yourself. Be very brief if you have a question or any comment to make. Can somebody maybe pass the mic here? Yeah, do you want to go first? Yes, please go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you
Yes,
now.
regarding the dam in the Philippines. The natural resources of a country belongs to all the citizens of the country, not just for the 15,000 indigenous people. I live in the city. I need my water. I also need my power. There are 15,000 in the tribal areas where the water is located. There are 30 million in the city. So I think the human groups, the defenders, should not just go there and object. They must also balance their objections according to the greater needs. I pay my taxes in the city. Because of my hard work in the city, we have foreign exchange to buy oil and gas that mostly highly subsidized for your kind of people who live in the indigenous areas. During the COVID pandemic, taxpayers in the city paid for the vaccines that all of you also used. So there has to be two ways in how to resolve these issues. And in any business, even big projects like a dam, there's already built-in remedies for those people who will be displaced, like relocation, right? Like compensation already built in. So may I suggest that you have to do better if you sit down and ask for a better place to relocate, more compensation, request for better road access. They can build you better schools. They can build you medical clinic. And I'm sure there will be workers in the dam that they should also be able to use whatever technology is available there. So my point here is human right is good, but it has to be balanced for all. There has to be a magic balance. Thank you.
Thank you. Should we just maybe take 2 questions or 3 questions? Maybe 2 more questions, and then we'll give opportunities to all of you to respond. Thanks.
Hi, I have a question.
Sorry.
I really.
No, I know. Sorry, can maybe just somebody on this side? We've had one this side. Anybody this side?
Yeah.
Okay, should we just go ahead? And if you can be also brief, so that there's time for panelists to respond as well.
ครับก็สวัสดีครับผมรุ่งเรืองรัตน์มัญญานะครับผู้ประสานงานเครือข่ายชนะรักถิ่นนะครับครับผมรุ่งเรืองรัตน์มัญญานะครับผู้ประสานงานเครือข่ายชนะรักถิ่นนะครับก็คือ ผมเนี่ย อยากทราบว่าบริษัท TVIPP เนี่ยเป็นใครมาจากไหนแล้วก็ได้เงินทุนลงทุนมาจากไหนนะครับแล้วก็อยากทราบว่าไอ้บริษัทเหล่านี้เนี่ยก็คือมีรัฐบาลหนุนหลังไหมนะครับที่ผมถามอย่างนี้เพราะว่าในชุมชนของผมมีความกังวลนะครับเพราะว่าบริษัทเหล่านี้เนี่ยได้ไปทำการลงทุนซื้อที่ดินไว้เนี่ยเป็นหมื่นไร่แล้วก็ที่ดินที่ซื้อมากๆจำนวนหมื่นไร่เนี่ยแน่นอนล่ะมันต้องไปทับที่สาธารณะแล้วก็ต้องไปทับที่ชาวบ้านซึ่งสิ่งเหล่านี้เนี่ยมันก็เป็นการละเมิดสิทธิ์เป็นการที่ทำให้ชาวบ้านเดือดร้อนและอีกอย่างหนึ่งสิ่งที่ผมเป็นกังวลมากๆเลยก็คือที่อำเภอจะนะของผมตอนนี้เนี่ยมันมีโรงงานอยู่แล้วเนี่ย145 โรงซึ่งทั้ง145 โรงเหล่านี้เนี่ยต่างก็กำลังละเมิดสิทธิ์ชุมชนก็คือมีการปล่อยน้ำเสียลงในที่สาธารณะซึ่งอำเภอจะนะเนี่ยมีทั้งทะเลแล้วก็มีคลอง2 คลองซึ่งเป็นเส้นเลือดใหญ่ในการหล่อเลี้ยงคนสงขลาและอาเซียนนะครับก็ฝากไว้แค่นี้นะครับขอบคุณครับ
Thank you very much. I would also, sorry, I'm just going to say one thing. I would also request everyone to keep your questions specific to the thematic session of the topic, just so that, and there are more sessions and more discussions and more agenda. So please, if you could try to also just keep it within the topic or thematic focus of the session. Thank you. Maybe we'll just take one hand there. Yes.
May I speak?
Yes, please.
Thank you so much. I wanted to, thanks for the panelists. It was really informative, especially the first one and the second. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the names. So my point is, I think we really need to reimagine and rethink hydropower as renewable energy. So if you look at so I'm Bhanu Tatak, I come from the Arunachal Pradesh, China border. So I am with the collective Dibang Resistance. It's an anti-dam movement. We strongly oppose hydropower push in our region without any free, prior or informed consent of the people by big banks, transnational banks, national banks, PSUs, and the government of India, without really acknowledging the region as a self-determined area. I mean, I think I'm not just addressing the indigenous issue here, but also looking at the so the Tibetan glaciers is controlled by China. And if you look from the angle of IPCC as well, according to Brazil's National Institute of Space Research, 170 million tons of methane and carbon dioxide is released. So the greenwashing of hydro is really not, I think it really needs to be reimagined. And given that there have been communities forever protesting, giving their lives killed and also forever protesting. They've grown old and aged. And so I think UN intervention with China also, because essentially the glacier that's being, the Tibetan glacier that controls the South Asian rivers there is controlled by China. More than several dams have been built there. So is there any international treaty or pact that is possible, to have a dialogue with China, since they don't release they're not transparent with the data. So that's my question to you. And also really to reimagine hydropower as renewable. So I completely disagree that it's a renewable source of energy. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Maybe Leah, if I could give it to you and if you want to respond briefly, and then any other panelists who would want to respond to the questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So regarding the first intervention, there was no part in the presentation saying that we should not meet the needs of the people in the city. It is not the people in the cities versus the indigenous people. But what we're saying here is that we do not want development aggression, and one need should not go against the human rights of others. So there are already mechanisms on how we should address the needs, water needs in the city. And there are already mechanisms to do this, or technologies such as development water catchment systems and harvesting water from other areas, which do not necessarily have to entail displacement of indigenous communities, which is also part of the state's responsibility to protect those who are marginalized and protect those who have special needs. And second, regarding subsidizing the needs of indigenous people, they are subsidized particularly because they cannot address these needs for themselves. And it is part of the government's responsibility to provide for all. So taxes are should be utilized by all. And I just would like to address the notion that we're going against each other here. We would like to help each other, and we are here all for human rights for all. Thank you.
Thanks, Leah. Surya, do you want to add any response?
Thank you. I just have 3 quick points to make. First of all, I think the idea of this project and other projects about access to remedy, in a sense, in my view, is this. Can businesses put human rights on the top shelf? Is human rights same important as making profit, or is it less important? Because businesses, many of them at least, I'm aware of, they think respecting human rights is a journey. So we're walking slowly towards the journey. But making profit is never a slow journey. Can we put human rights and profit at the same level? That is what the struggle of business and human rights, in my view, is. Can we achieve that? And if we cannot achieve, then I think we are just scratching the surface. My second comment is kind of a slight response to the first intervention from the floor. I hope we can have calm discussion around those issues rather than accusing and pointing fingers about those issues about each other. In my view, the power of human rights is that not about 15,000 people, even 15 people's rights cannot be sacrificed. Forget about 15,000 versus 13 million. That is the power of human rights. But then the human rights jurisprudence has tools to strike the balance between rights of some people and rights of other people. So I think we have those tools. But I think it will be a false narrative to suggest that simply because of a greater good, we can sacrifice the rights of 15,000 people, wherever they are in the world. I think that is, in my view, an unacceptable narrative, because right of even one person could be equally important as the right of 6 billion people. That is the power of human rights, in my view. My last point is about, I like the word reimagination. So I think we need to reimagine many things. In my view, the whole idea of free market economy, the capitalism, I think we need to reimagine many things if we have to succeed in going forward, including hydropower and including the idea of renewable energy. Because many situations of renewable energy may not be responsible energy. How do we ensure that the renewable energy is also responsible in line with the BHR standards? I think that is a challenge that we need to deal with, in my view. Thank you.
Thanks, Surya. Sophia, there was a very specific question for GBI, but it wasn't sort of focused on the session. If you want to respond very briefly, and maybe perhaps you can have a conversation bilaterally later.
Yes, thanks, Harpreet. And I was actually going to respond in my response to the next question, but I can do so now very quickly. For the gentleman from southern Thailand and your questions about understanding, who is the company that is in your community and operating there. I think that's a really important question, and I think that's something that many communities struggle with, because there's often a lack of transparency about who companies are, who the investors are, and how you can apply pressure if you don't understand who owns the companies, who's behind them, and who's supporting them. In my remarks later, I was going to speak about, trying to understand the company and how that's important when you design your pressure points. But I think you touched on something very important in that there is often a lack of transparency. So what do you do in that situation? And I think Leah, in her presentation, really showed how they addressed, they had companies, but they addressed their issues by going to different partners. So for example, going to the Japanese embassy, going to the export bank, going to whatever information that they were able to get about companies, about that company, going to those entities to try and push and try and apply pressure, even if there was maybe a lack of transparency around the company itself.
Thanks, Sophia. Dr. Pilkey, if I could ask the next question to you. We've heard sort of these different approaches, different tools that are available. And you come sort of with a lot of legal background. How do you think these, the legal community can complement some of these approaches while focusing on judicial mechanisms to access remedy? Just in terms of, what you think are the best combinations or something that you've tried and worked best. The floor is yours. Thanks.
So, I'd like to make it clear that when we talk about lawyers are focusing on judicial mechanisms and while complementing or supporting non-judicial mechanisms, it's not the case in reality. Lawyers, non-lawyers, academics, and activists, they work together. Even when we talk about non-judicial mechanism, it's a legal issue very often. It's not legally binding issue, but it's a legal issue. And so I think it's important to have all these different actors, interdisciplinary, interfield, work together to have advocacy work in different issues and areas. So, there are a number of these different tactics and strategies and different mechanisms and different pressure points. And we have to kind of map all these different pressure points with all these different actors working together. That's the point I want to make. Thank you.
Thank you. Surya, I'm going to come back to you. You started by introducing some of these pressure points. We discussed some of the examples here, in terms of some of the examples or some of the pressure points that Leah and Pilkey have used. Sophia talked about the kind of experiences or the kind of responses that companies have. But what are some of the limitations do you think these pressure points have, and how do we address them? Because we've started looking at, while we're reimagining everything, we're also sort of looking at this new methodologies or new approaches that we're bringing in here. What are some of the limitations we must understand that we're working with, and are there any thoughts in terms of how we could address those? Thanks, Surya. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Yes, I think no one should get an impression from this session that the pressure points will work in all situations. So I think there are definitely various limitations. And I think that is where a combination of pressure points is one way to mitigate the limitations, right? So again, I could draw the analogy with the medicine, right? So when you go to a doctor may give you a number of medicines, a combination, right? So if they give you antibiotics, they also give you vitamins to counterbalance the side effects, right? So I think the question is, how do we use those pressure points in a combination that the limitation of one pressure point can be mitigated, if not completely taken out, by the another pressure points. I think that dynamic combination is one way which is quite crucial. The other limitation I see is the lack of transparency. I think that is already highlighted by two of them. If, let us say, two lawyers start finding out the corporate structure of a company, multinational, it is extremely difficult to find that information publicly available. It's extremely difficult. So how do you apply and identify those pressure points if you can't even trace that this company is incorporated where and who has shareholding and to what percentage? So I think we need a reform of corporate law to mandate businesses that they have to disclose these things. And if there is more transparency, then the pressure points will become more dynamic. The other challenge I see is that businesses and governments are having a nexus. So this is state and business. So many businessmen are politicians, including businesswomen. So I think this nexus of the decision makers in the private sector and in the government sector, and they are often siding together, then that creates a limitation because you don't see the government actors as your allies all the time. So I think there are many, many limitations, but this project will look at those limitations and then try to think of the strategies that how can we minimize those limitations or overcome those limitations. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks, Surya. So reimagine and reform to put people and profit at the same pedestrian is what we are looking forward. There's actually a question online, Surya, that asks, and they're asking where the documents are about this project. And do you want to respond? I know you just mentioned that you've just started. So I think in the due course, we will, all of this material is going to be publicly available and we would announce. So keep following our Twitter. That's what I'm going to say.
Yeah, so I think the project has just started, last week or so. The idea, it has been a work in progress for many, many years. I had this idea, and Pilki, you may remember, we established the Access to Justice Network and all this. So I think this idea has been with me for many years, but now finally I'm getting a chance to implement and execute it. So these documents will be available publicly next year, but we will build a website of the lab very shortly, and then it can be shared with anyone, and all the information will be posted on that website. Thank you.
Thanks. There's also a question online, if I could take that, and any of you could answer. It says, due to lack of law enforcement, people find it challenging to get assistance from the government. Could you suggest any approaches where business workers and local communities can use for accessing or facilitating access to remedy? It's a difficult one.
I can give a quick answer and then my colleagues on the panel can respond and complement what I'm saying. There is no magic solution, and the communities, so I say power imbalance. There's power imbalance about information, there's power imbalance about the funding, there's power imbalance about the expertise. It's about the communities based in a local region, but the companies having a team of lawyers and advisors working transnationally. So I think these are power imbalances. Now the question is, how can some of us in this room play their part in addressing those power imbalances? So I think this lab is one of those attempts to address those power imbalances. So if cases come to us, because I've been working with my law students every year, so those law students will be trying to do research and do some heavy lifting, and then we provide some advice in those particular cases to the communities. So I think that is a way to address those power imbalances.
Sure. Thanks, Surya. While we're sort of talking about this lab, still in process, Leah, you've been working very closely with civil society organizations. What's your experience been, Leah? What do you think there are any existing gaps, and how can we address in either addressing these gaps with the civil society so that they can access and they can use these pressure points more effectively? Thanks.
From our work, we have seen that there is an actual lack of knowledge on human rights standards, because many of these kinds of situations I've discussed have been happening for a long time. It's even difficult for communities to see what should be happening or what are their rights. And there are also lack of knowledge on human rights mechanisms, as mentioned earlier, both at the local and at the international level, and even this dispute mechanisms that corporations have. And many local communities have a lack of capacity, for example, on how to access these mechanisms. It is even difficult for them to document what is happening, and more so writing documents about it or reports about it. So with the digital divide, as mentioned, there is a difficulty in accessing this information. And there is also a lack of government support and action. For example, these situations are already in the media. So how do we go to the communities and ask what we can do to help? I believe there is also a lack of mechanisms in place. If there were, these killings would not have happened. These human rights violations would not have gone on for a long time. And I think the biggest challenge that we are facing now is how human rights defenders are seen. Red tagging, as I mentioned before, is a very dangerous tool that is being used now. Even my organization has been red tagged twice. We have been surveilled. There has been a threat of raid in our office. So this danger is real. And for us, we are based in the city. What more for those who are based in the provinces? So I think pressure points can be done, but the danger to the defender security is one of the main issues that we should be facing or we should address at this point.
Thanks, Leah, for bringing those really important points about lack of awareness, lack of capacity, but also just making sure that we are not harming and, the defenders are safe. They're also safe when they're fighting and defending rights for everyone as well. We do have about just 6 minutes left, so maybe we'll take 2 more questions from the floor. So maybe this gentleman here, there, and then the one at the back. If you could be just very brief.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm Tech. I work for UNDP Nepal. I have a small query for Surya. Thank you, Surya, for your impressive and inspiring presentation. My question is in regard to the role of the national human rights institutions, of course, and the emerging trends of South Asia establishing separate thematic issue-based commissions, because they are after all the quasi-judicial mechanism can contribute a lot in addressing from, of course, the preventive and the remedial part of like redressal. So that is what I wanted to hear a bit more about. The second question is about the role of legal academics as well, because again, preventive part includes research and studies based on which you may kind of use the strategic litigations. So yeah, these are the 2 things. Right. Wanted to hear a bit more. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dick. Sorry, please,
I have a
just
question.
here, and then we will come to you. There was a hand raised here. And if you could just be please very brief.
Thank you so much. I'm Umme Laila and I'm representing HomeNet Pakistan from Pakistan. So I have 2 questions, one for Surya and one for Sophia. So thank you so much for giving this idea of reimagining the lab concept and whatever you have mentioned about the pressure points. I think that's something that we need to typically have in practice within the countries and within the transnationals. We have to identify the gaps and we have to create the synergies according to their capacities of the transnational companies. So I agree with that. Having said that, the solution, I think, do you think, as Sophia mentioned, that having the business and human rights resource center is the solution for that lab concept that you have provided? So there's a mix of the question. And I just wanted to highlight here that there's a difference between theory and practice. So in practice, what we have in South Asia is a totally denial of the human rights. So there are violations going on. The complaint mechanism, the remedial mechanisms are there on papers, but on existing, we do not have such mechanisms where the workers in the supply chains do not report just because of the fear of losing their jobs. So we have to create acceptance within the transnational, within the corporate sector, within the private sector, within the supply chains. We have to create the acceptance of human rights violation within those entities who are responsible for this, and bridge the gap.
Sorry, if you could also be very brief.
So that's just I just wanted to highlight. I think they have got the point. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And maybe just one last question here.
I, Nilambor Gogoi, age 75, on behalf of indigenous people of Mungdon Sonkam, Assam, Northeast India, have a question regarding big dam for hydroelectric project. In the name of development or business, big dam is being constructed in Assam, India, without free, prior, and informed consent of indigenous people by Article 32(2) of UNDP 2007. The big dam is a direct threat to life and property of indigenous people, as well as detrimental to the ecological balance of the region. Actually, the big dam is in Lower Subansiri constructed by authority, ignoring public protest and expert committee report. Therefore, we invite you to visit the site. This is clear violation of FPIC and UN guidelines. What is your suggestion? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Sophia, should we start with you?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Harpreet. So thank you for the question, and I think just to understand, it was about how to push the human rights in a place where human rights is not often talked about. So how to get the companies to be comfortable speaking about human rights and understanding, how they should respect human rights. And I think in those contexts, there has to be sometimes a language switch where you use the language that companies do understand, the language around risks, the language around due diligence. You can use the language for different industries. I think in the past we've had examples around using very specific language for the hospitality industry, where communities can be sort of considered as guests, and that was helpful in terms of conveying the conversation. A lot of this is internal discussions within companies. So being able to identify those in a company that you can engage with and have those conversations with them about the concerns of communities in languages that they understand can be a really helpful tool in furthering their understanding about human rights and their impacts on human rights and continuing the dialogue.
Thanks, Sophia. Bilkyu, Leah, would you like to respond to any of these questions?
I think from what have been shared, what we are seeing is that there is a lack of mechanisms, or there are mechanisms in place that are not implemented. And from this, I just would like to echo from the previous panel, sharing that we have recommendatory policies, or we have guidelines, but how do we ensure that these are actually implemented? As mentioned earlier also, these are also voluntary. So I think that's what we can think about. That's why we're all here. How to improve this kind of situation, wherein what we're talking about now will be actually seen on the ground.
Thanks. Bilkyu, would you like to respond? And if you could also just maybe, let's try to sum it up. We don't want to be standing between lunch and here now. So if you could just sort of also maybe add your closing remarks as well with this. Thank you.
I think the important thing is we have to kind of see the details, the real situation on the ground. I mean, when I visited the Halau Dam area, many villagers, they haven't been notified that their villages will be actually submerged. So, I mean, if you don't know the situation, we cannot have the solutions. Even though we can have different ideas, different opinions, but we can start from the reality on the ground. And I just want to say that, I mean, it's all about, we have to show that we have serious concerns, and that serious concerns cannot be ignored. And we can, I mean, with all these different ideas and different opinions, we can occupy the biggest room in the world together, the room for improvement and change. Thank you.
Great. Thanks. So I'm hearing documentation, from both of you as well, in terms of sort of identifying what the issues are, but also documenting that well. Surya, do you want to take the floor? And also if you could just add your closing remarks with that.
Sure. So let me quickly respond to a couple of specific questions. One question was about the role of NHRIs and legal academics. So I would say academics and law students can try to address power imbalances. I think that's a key role. And I think this lab is trying to harness that precise role. And the ultimate goal would be to create such labs in many, many countries, so that instead of these communities struggling, where should they go? These students and law scholars and lawyers who are willing to work together, they can come to the communities and try to help them address this power imbalance. NHRIs could in fact be a pressure point, and hopefully we'll deal with that in part second phase of the project. But the crucial thing will be that whether the NHRI is independent or not. Independent not merely on paper, but in practice. Because I have heard about NHRIs which have A status, but they are not perceived to be independent by the communities. I think that is a very crucial point. Whether lab is the solution, lab is not the solution, but it's part of the solution in my view. And it's an experiment. And I think we should keep an eye on consultation processes, because these briefs will be done in consultation with the experts, civil society groups, So please watch out for those calls where we try to gather this data from all of you and create some publicly accessible tools that can be used by anyone, anywhere in the world. Thank you very much for having us in this session.
Great. Thanks, Surya. Sophia, would you like to give your closing remarks, please?
Thanks, Harpreet. So I think globally, we're currently seeing different patchworks of pressure being used. We're seeing legislation coming out of the EU and Latin America. We're seeing litigation in Europe and Latin America as well. The recent forced labor bans coming out of the EU and the US. And I think it's generally, though, it's hard to say that one pressure point will work in any given time or place. And each company, as we've discussed, is different. Businesses are not monoliths. So I think for the rights holders, it's important to understand the individual company and its operating context. And we've talked today that can be challenging, and there can be a lack of transparency. But as much as possible, trying to understand the structure, the internal governance processes, the internal mechanisms of the company is extremely important. Sometimes there are allies within companies, believe it or not, but they also face barriers internally to pushing things forward. But trying to understand a bit more about the company and its context can be extremely important. And then I think also determining the clear objectives of the pressure. What is it that you're trying to achieve is extremely important. We had a very quick example in terms of a multinational that was being pressured to respond to a situation where a natural resource was polluted. And the multinational looked around and it actually realized that in this situation, it was not at fault, but the national companies around the multinational, some of whom were the business partners, were at fault. And in that case, the multinational could be a very important lever to pushing change for the ultimate solution, which was getting the natural resource to no longer be polluted so that communities could use it. So, really, we talked about analyzing the situation, but I think also analyzing the company and the operating context and the objectives of what you're trying to achieve can be extremely important in thinking about the pressure points that can be applied to companies. So thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you. Can I have a big round of applause for our panelists here today? Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us today. The lunch, I think, is served outside the meeting rooms. Please be back here at 1:30 when we start our next session. Thank you, everyone, for joining us.
Thank you. We started late, but I think we did quite well.
Yeah, we were only 5 minutes.
Yeah, so I think we did quite well. No? We
Yeah,
started late.
very good.
Speaking. I will pretend to
But then if so, then we go to the next stage. Right?
It was sent to you all these guys. No? स्क्रीन में आपकी प्रेजेंटेशन भी आ सकती है और जो नेक्स्ट सेशन है ऐसे आएगा
Wasn't she there with the cellular one thing? Maybe it was on the algorithm one.
หารเป็นแรงงานข้ามชาติสัญชาติเมียนมาผู้ซึ่งถูกต้องแบกรับอะไรบ้างเขียนหรือพูดภาษาไทยไม่ได้ของแรงงานข้ามชาติ HRDF ง่ายเลย
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. We're about to start in 2 minutes. Thank you for waiting.
Okay. สวัสดีค่ะ Hi Manja. Hello, everyone. Sorry for arriving late. I was in another side event, lost track of time, and then lost track of where I was at, really. So I got lost on the way here. We'll start in about 2 minutes to let people have a chance to come in, settle down, and in my case, catch my breath. Thank you. All right, so I think if people can please take a seat and brace yourself for what I'm sure will be an absolutely fascinating session. So welcome to this session on translating the UN Guiding Principles. As we've heard over the course of yesterday, for those who attended the Safe Space sessions, as well as others who may have attended side events, and of course, over the course of this morning's sessions as well, we've heard a lot about what the UNGPs are, what they're meant to do, and also the challenges and the opportunities when it comes to their adoption and implementation in this region. But one of the key issues that we have often heard, but not really investigated in great detail and examined how exactly we can overcome these barriers, is the question of translation. And I mean this in both a literal as well as figurative sense. Translation of the UNGPs into policy, into actual mandatory human rights due diligence or other legislation or measures, but it's also about translating the UNGPs so that it speaks to the local context, so that it speaks to intersectionality concerns, and also so that it speaks to the language that people use. And of course, already over the course of this forum, we have already been treated to the diversity of not just perspectives, but also backgrounds, including linguistic backgrounds that people hail from. So in light of this, I'm very privileged to be moderating this session, this roundtable, and to have on either side very esteemed colleagues who really do know their stuff as practitioners, but also as thought leaders. So I am going to proceed on the basis of alphabetical order in terms of how I introduce each of my fellow panelists, speakers here. So if I can start with you, Manja. So on my far left is Mary Ann Manja Bayang, who is a very well-respected Indigenous lawyer who has over 2 decades of experience working on Indigenous people's rights, land rights, environment, women's rights, business and human rights, among others. On my right here is Pochoy Labog, who is the Southeast Asia researcher and representative for the Business and Human Rights Resource Center. He is responsible for research on business-linked rights, abuses, and company outreach in the Southeast Asia region. And then on my left is someone who I don't really think needs introduction, given that she already treated us to a lot of insights earlier this morning, but Kunarilak Paichayapum from the Ministry of Justice of Thailand. She is currently the director of the International Human Rights Division of the Rights and Liberties Protection Department. She is also the team leader in drafting Thailand's National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights and in pushing forward NAP implementation and the business and human rights agenda in Thailand. And then last but not least, gives me pleasure to introduce Kelly Scott, who is an expert when it comes to international business and human rights issues. She works with BSR across a number of industries and has extensive experience working in the Asia Pacific region in particular. Prior to joining BSR, Kelly was focused on driving business respect and support for children's rights across a number of sectors, including the apparel and footwear and extractives at UNICEF UK. So again, this is only really a taster of the wealth of experience that our speakers will bring to the roundtable today. And so please join me in welcoming them, and I'll start them off with one question, but for now, please join me in welcoming them. All right, so I am mindful of the fact that this is not exactly a round table, it's a rather linear table, but I will take into consideration that we are in a rather round room nonetheless. To start us off with the first question, this is for all of the speakers. I'd really like to hear your thoughts on whether you think a common understanding or a common interpretation of the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights actually exists among the different stakeholders operating in this space. Does it exist? Can it exist? Should it exist? How about we start with you, Manja, and then we'll go alphabetically again. Thank you.
Thank you, Pichimwan, and it's an honor to be speaking in front of you today. The language of the UNGP is quite simple and straightforward, in my opinion, and has been it has been overly emphasized. It does not create new obligations that are not already existing under international human rights law. Understanding and interpreting the UNGPs is not the problem. The big problems here are, number one, the lack of political willpower to implement the guiding principles on the part of the states. Number two, the lack of awareness of businesses about the UNGPs, and for those who are aware, the attitude to find ways to go around these regulations to protect profit over human rights. And third, the lack of awareness among civil society about the UNGPs. And in situations where civil society are aware, they face the shrinking space for democratic exercise of their human rights. States are fully aware that they have the obligation to protect human rights and fulfill them. Yet until now, for example, in Asia, there are 48 countries in Asia, but there are only 3 who adopted national action plans in the 10 years of implementation of the UNGP. Until now, we receive information almost every day about numerous human rights violations in many countries in the Asia Pacific. Indigenous peoples are being killed for defending their lands, territories, and resources. Human rights defenders are being criminalized and publicly vilified for their advocacies. Communities are being displaced from their homes to give way to business activities. Legislations on human securities are widely being used by states to go after human rights defenders and to suppress the exercise of fundamental freedoms. And to make matters worse, the environment of impunity permeates, and perpetrators of human rights are most often than not, they are not brought to justice. On the part of businesses, the level of awareness of businesses about their obligation to respect human rights is not really excellent. We meet agents of businesses working on the ground who have zero knowledge about the UNGPs and who are only focused on ticking the boxes in the list of government requirements for them to get business permits. In this situation, the obligation again falls back to the states to put in place stronger measures and policies to make businesses respect human rights. But then again, the problem is the lack of willpower of states to impose these stronger regulations. So it's not the lack of understanding or error in interpretation of UNGPs that we are facing, but the lack of political willpower of states to implement, the lack of awareness of UNGPs on the ground of different stakeholders, the increasing corporate abuses of human rights, and weak regulations to protect human rights, and the wide latitude of perpetrators to commit human rights violations without fear of accountability or persecution. I'll stop there.
Thank you for that, Manja. It's really intriguing how you've put it in terms of it's not a lack of understanding or an error of understanding, it's really the lack of awareness and willpower, rather. In your experience working in the Business and Human Rights Resource Center, Puchoy, what have your observations been, given that you work with a range of stakeholders in your role?
So, yeah, in our work with the Resource Center, we can say, and I think most of us in the room can say, if there's a win that the UNGPs have garnered, it's really on the discursive level with businesses, states. The UNGPs have become the standard for business and human rights, and that's undeniable, and we see that more businesses are interested in the UNGPs. That being said, I agree with Manja. Of course, there's the problem with the UNGPs is really its nature. It's characteristic of being voluntary, and we need to progress from more voluntary mechanisms to a more mandatory mechanism to account for corporate linked violations. And also to add to that, we can say that in the consciousness of states and corporations, yes, the UNGPs are already, they have a common understanding, but we need to do a better job in bringing down the UNGPs on the community level, because community members or those that are impacted by industry at the community level, people's organizations are not very familiar with the UNGPs of international frameworks. Most of them are still battling their own struggles and focused on local legislation, actually, and the complexities of dealing with local administrative agencies and local laws, and so we need to do a better job in bringing these international frameworks to them. And I think that's a challenge that the working group can take, and also the UN and the civil society as we do our work on the ground.
Thank you for that, Pucha. And you're right in that it is incredibly important that we ensure that there is a clear understanding of what the UNGPs means to those who are on the ground floor. On the. See, I tried to be very efficient and keep time, and then of course I can't control my own phone. But nonetheless, that aside, it is very important that we ensure that people who are on the ground actually understand what the UNGPs stand for and that the UNGPs speak to their experiences. So Khun Narilak, I understand, of course, that it's not simple for governments either when it comes to translating and also communicating what frameworks like the UNGPs mean. You also made the point earlier today about the challenges in even communicating to small and medium enterprises, and that I believe sometimes for SMEs, human rights might seem like quite a daunting word. So in light of that, what have been your experiences in trying to communicate the UN guiding principles to stakeholders that you work with?
Thank you very much. For me, I think every stakeholder has a different level of knowledge and understanding on the UNGPs. Because from my experience, let me tell you the story. Ministry of Justice, we work on the UNGP. We start working on UNGP like about 5-6 years ago. And at that time, when Ministry of Justice was assigned to be the core agency, it was kind of new to Ministry of Justice as well, because we get used to work with the law enforcement officer and the police, attorney general, something like this. So we have to work and make the state actor, like for example, Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Natural Resource Environment, and the kind of Ministry of Industrial to understand the linkage between their work and also the human rights as well. So it is our duty. We have to study by ourselves as well. So we have to make ourselves clear and understanding about the UNGP principle at that time, and we need to explain to the line ministry as well. And in the past, my boss, my team bring our team to talk to the head, the top executive of each ministry that has duty to work under the NAP, to make sure that they understand the importance of the UNGP and the NAP, and also to make sure that they include the activity and implement the activity in the NAP. So that is one way that we try to make the top executive understand on the NAP, and we want to make sure that everyone has common understanding on the NAP. And apart from that, we also organize a lot of activities, a lot of media. We also develop several forms of media. We organize a lot of activity like meeting, conference, seminar, training on UNGP and the NAP. And also we develop several forms of media like infographic, podcast, brochure, exhibition, and soon to be developed is the e-learning on the business on the UNGP and the NAP as well, and also the just this year we together with the Global Compact Network of Thailand, National Human Rights Commission of Thailand, UNDP, and also the Security Exchange Commission of Thailand, we set up the Business and Human Rights Academy to be a knowledge hub for the all stakeholders to be the knowledge hub, and we hope that everyone can join the training from the academy, and it not only aim to be the knowledge hub for the country, but we hope this academy would be the knowledge hub for the region as well. And I think we work in several ways to make sure that they are understanding, and we were also invited by the civil society sector for the business to talk on the issue of UNGP as well. This is very important to make sure that everyone is understanding. And the new initiative this year is also actually just last month that we think that to translate UNGP or NAP into practice, it shouldn't be limited only in the central level. So we during the past 2 years we identified the 10 pilot provinces across the country, pairing between big city and small city, and find a model to implement the UNGP. And we found that we actually should set up kind of the committee at the provincial level, and to make sure that the NAP will be implemented at the local level as well, not only limited and not only limited in the central level. So from next year, we will set up the provincial committee to driving forward the UNGP and the NAP in every province across the country, shared by the provincial governor. So and comprised of relevant ministry at the local level, at each provincial level, and also the representative from the business, like Chamber of Commerce or Industrial Association or SME Federation at the local at each province as well. So I think this can be another good mechanism to make sure that everyone has common understanding on the UNGP.
Thank you for that. And I actually, there's a follow-up question in there when you use the term the local level, because I get the sense that even that term itself is going to be interpreted quite differently by the people on this panel, but roundtable. So maybe we'll come back to that. But before then, Kelly, would you be able to share your experiences in communicating with businesses? Is there a common understanding at all about the UNGPs?
Thank you, Pichiman. So the simple answer is no. There is no common understanding. Our role at BSR is to help to translate the guiding principles to our member companies, of which we have about 300 across a number of sectors. So in terms of communicating, what this actually means, we don't take local context for granted. We understand that it is very challenging to implement the guiding principles, but we've seen that companies who are, most likely multinationals, they have a better understanding of what the guiding principles actually mean in practice and how to implement them, I guess, in theory. But when we're working with companies in, say, for example, the Asia Pacific region, or doing other operations, we're seeing a disconnect between multinationals and their operations and their subsidiaries. So we're seeing a gap in communication, unfortunately, and I think that this could be strengthened. Obviously, we know that civil society rights holders, they have a better understanding of what the guiding principles mean. They have a better understanding of the concept of human rights. And I think the best way to bridge this gap is to focus on increased collaboration. There needs to be ongoing dialogue on what these potential and actual adverse impacts look like. What does it mean to promote human rights? There needs to be more active dialogue between all stakeholders so that we can bridge the gap in knowledge and understanding on what this means. Another thing is, we're seeing a gap in understanding, obviously among all stakeholders, but there is among our companies, there is this appetite to understand how they can implement them better. There is a maturity curve in terms of how they're implementing them. But there is a general willingness to understand, but also contextualize. And I noticed that you mentioned local context, and I think that context actually matters, because I think this has been an actual barrier to implementation, because the framework might seem quite general. How do you actually apply this to local context where you're taking, culture, language into consideration as well? So I think that looking at those considerations would absolutely help.
No, absolutely. And to be fair, I don't think we do enough in terms of the cultural space, even to ensure that dialogues are actually culturally sensitive, right? I remember being in meetings with colleagues from the Pacific Island countries who say that for them, it's the nature of the meetings, the dialogue, the process of communicating that perhaps matters even more than the ultimate outcome, because it's about trust building, it's about creating those relationships. So if I can kind of follow up on what each of you have said with a question about kind of appreciating those intersectional concerns, the culture, the economics, the politics, but also, of course, for Indigenous peoples, the fact that they are Indigenous peoples, for women, the fact that they are women. How is that, or to what extent has that informed your approach to communicating the UNGPs to your stakeholders? To what extent have you been able to factor in intersectionality concerns in the work that you do, in the dialogues or the work that you've published or communicated to your stakeholders? Maybe we'll go in the same order for this one again, and we'll start with you, Manja. I can elaborate on the question. I will say this: I am throwing my really lovely speakers here a bit of a curveball by giving them. Well, I mean, in essence, so to pick up on Poshoy's point, he says that Kelly's point about it being a lot about dialogue, right? But also in consultations with civil society, dialogue can mean different things to different people, and what constitutes a good dialogue, a productive dialogue, can look different. So I guess in one sense, how can we ensure that dialogues are indeed productive, that they indeed take into account those intersectional concerns about culture, race, ethnicity, gender, into how we communicate and talk about the UN guiding principles. And I wonder whether you might have any examples from your own work or what you've been able to observe as good practices in that regard.
It would be difficult to point out a good practice, considering that what we receive more are failure of states to comply with their obligations. But for Indigenous peoples, for a dialogue to be effective would be, especially in Asia, I think for most, there should be a recognition of the existence of Indigenous peoples by states in their territories, in their jurisdictions. A lot of countries in Asia deny the identity of Indigenous peoples in their jurisdictions. And if we deny that they exist, that there are Indigenous populations in our countries, then effectively we're also denying all the rights of these Indigenous peoples. Another thing, especially in relation to development projects, extractive industries, and so on, is the failure to implement the principle of free, prior, and informed consent in relation to Indigenous peoples. A lot of consultations are being done with Indigenous peoples in relation to projects, but it is not in line with the principle of free, prior, and informed consent. Most are being done only to, as I said earlier, tick the box that there has been a conversation with Indigenous peoples. Free, prior, informed consent would demand that we respect the cultural and traditional decision-making processes of Indigenous peoples on the ground, that we converse, we enter into conversations with Indigenous peoples in a language that they understand, that we give them the independence and the respect of the right to self-determination to decide on their own, and that we avoid or we prevent any means of trying to manipulate community decisions, because these are the problems that we often meet on the ground in relation to the conduct of free, prior, informed consent processes. So for Indigenous peoples, a meaningful dialogue would mean recognizing their existence, recognizing their rights, and ensuring that the free, prior, informed consent process is meaningfully implemented.
Thank you for that. Yes, Pochoy, please go ahead.
Yeah, to add to what Manja said, yes, dialogue is very important. In order to understand the affected communities, we have to really meet them in where they are and actually empower them to be part or organize these dialogues with them. That being said, of course, that's the ideal. This conversation of dialogue with businesses and states with the communities cannot be divorced from what's happening on the ground, politically and economically. In states in Southeast Asia, there's rampant demonization of human rights defenders. Dissent is seen as a terroristic act, and we cannot divorce that environment from this notion that we can have these dialogues, and that's just a reality that indigenous peoples are facing, and it would help, of course, and this is a huge challenge for civil society to have a recognition not only of indigenous peoples' rights and their territories, but also recognition of human rights defenders. It's very challenging to name companies that have this perspective. There's actually one. Can we name companies here? But that we know of in their human rights policy. But that's just a policy written on paper. We don't know how that will translate in reality. In the Philippines, there's now a bill passed to recognize human rights defenders, but still a bill. And when we look at the context in reality, there's massive red tagging of indigenous peoples and human rights defenders that's going on, and this we can see the same experiences in across Southeast Asia.
All right, thank you for that, Pachoy. So basically, we can't really have meaningful dialogue unless the groundwork is already there in terms of legislative changes, regulatory provisions, and so forth, right? In terms of free, prior, and informed consent. If that doesn't exist, then dialogue really will never really be on a level playing field with stakeholders.
I wouldn't say that the legislation has to be in place already. I think the states can take the lead even without the legislation. For example, in the Philippines, and this also, I guess, goes back to the level of understanding of government agencies. Not all government agencies understand the UNGPs the same way. For example, the national human rights institutions appreciate it more compared to, say, the Department of Finance, the economic managers of a country, because there's really that discord in terms of understanding. But if these government agencies have the initiative, even prior to having the legislation passed, then dialogues are possible. But of course, the ideal is to have the policy enacted.
Thanks for that. Kelly, what have been your experiences? What have you observed as good practices, if any?
So in addition to ongoing dialogue, I think of course increased capacity building and training is super important, especially when we engage with companies to help them to understand the guiding principles. And I think to give a practical example, when we work with them to conduct human rights impact assessments, for example, they think that this is an audit, right? So there is a general misunderstanding of what human rights due diligence actually means. And I think sometimes companies don't know who their rights holders are. So of course, getting them to understand who they're potentially impacting, who are their rights holders and stakeholders. And of course, going back to what you mentioned around intersectionality, I think it's important, we think it's important for them to understand who their rights holders are, but also what types of discrimination they might be facing based on their multiple identities. So we can't look at each group as monolithic. There are absolutely different types of intersections in terms of how people are vulnerable and marginalized. And even in the sort of methodology that we use in human rights impact assessments, who are your hidden groups? Who are the people who are not visible? Even people who are in the informal sector, somewhere along down the supply chain, casual workers, migrant workers, contract and agency workers who are working on 0-hour contracts. they're often hidden in these types of exercises. So how can we get the guiding principles to reach those stakeholders? So I think that that is the biggest challenge for companies and also for us to ensure that we identify the right stakeholders, we engage them in dialogue, but also understand how they're being impacted negatively so that we can address it effectively.
Well, that is a really important point about identifying those hidden stakeholders who really oughtn't to be hidden, but that's the reality, isn't it? So Kunarilak, are you able to share examples of good experiences, good practices, but also in your own work in leading the National Action Plan, have you come across those hidden stakeholders that Kelly was speaking about just now?
I think for certainly the constructive dialogue is important, but the way we communicate UNGP or even the NAP must be tailored to match with the target group. Like for example, when we also work with the university as well. So we try to develop the media in the form of the child-friendly communication. And for this to discuss with the business, we need a good example from the business sector to talk with them. In the past, I will share the challenge because in the past when we try to explain them about the UNGP in a more like academic way, like because we are not in the field of business, and I think that the business sector don't like it. I mean, they prefer to listen from someone from the business sector, from a good example from the business sector. So we are now trying to include business sector to teach the business sector, like to have the role model to train the business sector and to translate UNGP in a very easy understanding version for the business sector as well. We received the support also from the UNDP to help develop the easy understanding version of the media and then raise awareness to the business sector. And for the civil society sector, we also need to explain in a very easy understanding way as well. So I think the most important is that we need to tailor the teaching or the material to match with the target group. Mm-hmm.
And that is indeed incredibly important, but also very challenging, because that means you actually have to know your target groups very well as well to be able to tell what is going to make sense to them, what is going to appeal to them. And also, I think earlier today there was mention about incentives and how we can incentivize different stakeholders to really take up the UNGPs. I remember one of my own experiences speaking to an infrastructure company operating in this region, where I was trying to get them to comment on the UN guiding principles. I was speaking to managers, I was speaking also to engineers, and what really struck me was in one particular conversation with an engineer, I was like, are you aware of the UN guiding principles? Their response was, I have no idea what those are, but you might want to go and contact our public relations team about it. To me, that is a great example, or perhaps a slightly worrying example, of how the UNGPs aren't really getting filtered down to the more operational levels within a business operation. At the same time, it also makes me wonder, what other examples are there out there of bad practice that we can actually learn from, that can tell us more of what we need to do. So Manja, if you don't mind, because you mentioned that it's very difficult to find kind of positive examples or good practice examples, are there any examples of egregious, bad practice when it comes to communicating or implementing the UNGPs that you've come across in your line of work?
Of course, I mean, I couldn't even start where which one should I should start with in relation to sharing egregious practices. But we have heard, for those who were here yesterday during the discussions, and also the discussions this morning, cases were shared that manifest or that show that there is a failure of implementation of UNGPs on the ground. Of course, it is undeniable that at the international level, the UNGPs have heavily influenced policies and discussions at the international level, especially at the United Nations. Examples of these are the revisions in the OECD guidelines. There are some guidelines in the UN FAO. Special rapporteurs and treaty bodies are often referring to the UNGPs in terms in relation to cases affecting human rights and business. Even intergovernmental regional organizations like the Organization of American States have passed resolutions in relation to the UNGPs and encouraging states to promote corporate social responsibilities. But then, as you've said, it does not filter on the ground. So on the ground, we continue to face corporate abuses. A very good example I would like to give as we speak now. The Isnag indigenous peoples of Apayao, Philippines, they are facing the impending construction of 2 mega dams along their river. And their territory is always recognized as the last frontier in the north of the Philippines for biodiversity. They submitted 3 community resolutions of no consent. These are resolutions saying that we do not want the dam to be constructed. And despite these 3 community resolutions, the free prior informed consent process was still completed by the government and the business despite the opposition of the communities. And it was certified to have been accomplished by both the business, the business proponent, the project proponent, and the government. So they are faced now with how to deal with this because there's already a government stamp that there's a free prior informed consent was already done despite these resolutions of no consent. So where does this put them at the moment? So it puts them at a very at an even more vulnerable situation where they have to engage courts, where they have to engage with so many other levels of bureaucracy to try to prevent the construction of a dam, of 2 mega dams that in the first place they did not want to be constructed. And that in the first place, they made clear their positions that they do not want to be constructed. So this is a very good example where community opposition is very clear, but the responsibility of the state in trying to protect, in protecting the rights of these indigenous peoples has totally failed.
Thank you for that, Manja, and I think your frustration is palpable, and understandably so. I also recall other engagements with civil society and communities affected by large infrastructure programs in Southeast Asia. I won't name the country, but I do recall one instance where community leaders had informed me that they had engaged in discussions with the local government, with businesses, via an interpreter. And as it turned out, the interpretation was intentionally inaccurate, at least from their perspective, in terms of intentionally miscommunicating the amount of compensation, the scope of the project, and so on and so forth. So not exactly the same as what you were saying there, but certainly this explains why communities are so very frustrated when it comes to turning what's on paper into practice. Now, we have about, and please correct me if I'm wrong, about 30 minutes. Rather than go into the third question that I had prepared for my colleagues here, I wonder if we can actually turn to all of you, because this again is supposed to be a roundtable, and the intention is for you to have the opportunity to interact as much as possible with our esteemed speakers today. So how about I turn over to the floor to see who here has a question for our roundtable speakers. We might collect around 2 or 3 depending on the time, and then we'll go into the third question. But yes, I see one hand up, and also if you could please keep your question concise and a question, that would be much appreciated. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, the panelists and the plenary. Thanks for a good comment here. So my name is Sain Mustafa. I'm from Rao Wallenberg Institute based in Cambodia. So my question is to Kelly, because Kelly, you mentioned that there is a lack of common understanding among business on the UNGP. So I just want to learn more, like, is it exactly like their lack of understanding, or there are something else behind this lack of understanding? because just like Dr. Diva said this morning, we need to find like a pressing point to the company. So is it really their lack of understanding, or because they put the profits at the front, or they put the human right at the forefront? So what exactly there, and how can we really press to that point? Thank you.
Sir Kelly, before you take that question, I did see another hand up from in front there, so please go ahead.
Thank you very much for nice presentations. I think that when you talk about the understanding of business and human rights, we should first talk about the understanding of human rights. Human rights is a cross-cutting issues, and without talking about full understanding of human rights, is it possible to understand business and human rights? Because it is it is not a separate entity that the business and human rights are separated, and it is the cross-section or intersectionality of all human rights issues. And my question is that who is responsible to make understood about UNGPs? Government agencies, civil society, NHRIs, lawyer of the business company, or who else? Because most of the cases, lawyer of business community themselves is not aware about the human rights and UNGPs, and always lawyers are tried to defend human rights and try to escape from providing remedies. So I want to hear from the experts. Thank you.
All right, so we might start with those two questions first. I do note the hand up at the back, but Sir Kelly, please go ahead with the first question. And then I think for the second question about how to interpret human rights and who has the ability to interpret, we'll go to the three speakers here. So Kelly, please go ahead.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank the gentleman for the great question. That's a really good one, because I can only speak for the member companies we work with, and it's absolutely a miscommunication and lack of understanding of the guiding principles, where I think that companies, especially multinational companies who we work with, can also use leverage to help to socialize companies within their operations on the guiding principles. There sometimes can be, lack of willingness to understand the guiding principles, but I think that there needs to be some pressure points, as you mentioned. I can give you a couple of examples, which might help to illustrate my point. We've worked with a multinational company, which I can't mention the name, and they had operations. They're based in Europe. They've had operations in parts of Asia. They had great, human rights policies in place, really good, suite of policies and codes of conduct. But there was a lack of communication between, the multinational and their operations. They're bearing the same name. And we found, in our interactions with these companies that they were unaware of the global policies. That's first and foremost. And secondly, they were not aware of the guiding principles. They were very much concerned about complying with national law. And I think that was their baseline. So I think it's down to lack of awareness and capacity building, which I think that multinationals can also fill that gap. They have a responsibility to share that information and also to build the capacity of their companies within their operations and sphere of influence. So I think that's a massive gap there. Can I give one more example? So I mean, we're seeing this a lot. We're seeing that there is definitely a miscommunication, I think, within the business community and their own subsidiaries, etc. But we've also seen, I might give a very good example as well to counterbalance this. We did work with a company in Europe as well. They wanted us to conduct they worked with us to conduct a human rights impact assessment for a company in Malaysia. They wanted to form a business relationship with this company. The company in Malaysia had no idea about the guiding principles. They're family owned, they're not on the stock exchange. So therefore, where are the pressure points? But the company in Europe, for example, basically, we worked together to conduct the impact assessment, understanding some of the, baseline human rights concerns. And from there, they gained some understanding and awareness of the guiding principles of what due diligence looks like, what are some of the human rights risks on the ground. And from there on, we as BSR established a formal relationship with this company in Malaysia where they actually initiated further human rights impact assessments because of their willingness and desire to understand what human rights risks were on the ground for their employees and also suppliers. So I think that I just wanted to give that good example of how you can cascade information down in your supply chain, and where companies can actually take responsibility to help understanding of the guiding principles as well.
Great, and I really like that phrase, how to cascade down information in your supply chain. And I suppose that also resonates with the question that was asked about human rights. What do we understand by it? How can we communicate it effectively with a sense of common understanding, of course? So Pachoy, would you like to weigh in on that?
Yeah, thank you for that question. And to answer who is responsible to communicate or interpret human rights, business and human rights, I would say everyone has a part: civil society, businesses, states, governments. But the primary duty bearer here, of course, falls on the state. They are the entities that are tasked to promote respect for human rights and the duty to protect human rights in their jurisdictions. And that falls on national human rights institutions, human rights commissions, and I would say across agencies, even the economic managers that I was talking about earlier. And most states have ratified international covenants on human rights, the ICCPR, the ICESCR, and given the influence of businesses, their impact to human lives, and of course their the income that they generate, specifically transnational corporations, I think they're all, and according to the guiding principles, they have the responsibility to respect human rights, and along with that is the responsibility to promote human rights. So that also falls on them. And we all know civil society plays a part, and that's why we sort of fill the gaps when it comes to the promotion of human rights. So everyone, but mainly those two that affect the lives of people so much.
Thanks for that, Pachoy. So the primary duty bearer in all of this is the state. And I'm looking at you over there, Kunarilak. What would be your 2 cents on this?
So I agree with my colleague that actually every sector can help in building up the awareness on the UNGP, but the government can take leads can be a leader in kind of make sure that everyone is understanding on the UNGP, and also create some kind of activities to build up the knowledge, to increase the knowledge on UNGP. And of course, because government has a resource to support on the kind of activity in increasing the awareness as well. So I think I agree with my colleague that governments can take lead on making everyone in the same page in understanding the principle of the UNGP.
Right, Manja, your thoughts on this? What more can be done? What more needs to be done?
It's they have already actually said it. The primary responsibility lies on the state. Although unfortunately they fail also in this obligation to promote human rights on the ground, because they want to keep the people ignorant of their rights so that they can do whatever they want to do. So in reality, actually, promotion of human rights is done more by non-government organizations, non-government stakeholders, and this is necessary, and this is a way for them. Being aware and knowledgeable of their rights is their only weapon to confront state abuses, business abuses.
Thank you for that. Okay, so we have more hands up. I note that there was a gentleman at the back in blue. You had your hand up for a while. We're going to try and collect perhaps 2 more points, but over to you first.
Thank you, Dr. Pichamon. My name is Praveen. I belong to an indigenous group called Newars. We are the natives of Kathmandu Valley and surrounding areas. And we have been facing multiple human rights challenges in the name of haphazard urbanization and infrastructure development projects in our lands. But while without going into that, I would come to the subject matter of the session. And particularly, I have two observations to make, and then I would ask our expert panelists, particularly from the business and the government sector, to comment on it. First observation, I think, for translating the UNGPs into real change, given the context of Nepal and other Asian states, I don't think weak naps can be the answer to translating UNGPs into real change in the context of Asian states. Countries like Nepal and states in Asia do not comply even with the laws that are existing, so voluntary measures, I don't think, can be the answers. They don't comply with the international human rights obligations, and even the recommendations from the UN bodies like CERD, CEDAW, even when those recommendations are very explicit. So what we need, I think, in the context of countries like Nepal and other Asian states, is more push towards mandatory measures, legal reforms to guarantee our rights, and legal reforms to oblige companies to undertake mandatory human rights due diligence. There is already some steps towards that in European states, and I think Asian states should immediately follow. Taking the example of Nepal itself, Nepal has ratified ILO Convention 169, Indigenous and Tribal Peoples Convention, for more than a decade now. And National Action Plan for to translate that convention into national law has been stuck in the cabinet for almost about the same time. So another nap, I don't think, is an answer for Nepal or any other Asian state. With legal reforms, I think the second biggest challenge,
sorry,
I'll keep it one just minute. With legal reforms, the other biggest challenge is going to be the access to remedy. We already see a lot of violations happening. So just communication, dialogues is not the answer for translating UNGPs on the ground anymore. We need real justice, access to justice. And what we see is there are mechanisms on the ground in countries, but those mechanisms have failed. NHRIs in Nepal, NHRC in Nepal don't take complaints on cases that are sub judice in court, and courts take decades to make a decision on a petition about human rights violations. And so in the context of such failure of national human rights mechanisms, when we leverage international mechanisms such as investor mechanisms of multilateral development banks, those banks also take years to investigate, while the construction of these infrastructure projects or business projects continue, and there are further harms. So how do we improve these access to the remedy mechanisms is another big question. No, I have the key question. I'm just putting a key question. The key question that I asked, again, the business sector and the government representative in the panel is: do you think there is willingness among the businesses and governments in Asia for mandatory human rights due diligence and reforms in remedy mechanisms, so that there is real change on the ground? Thank you.
Sure, thanks for that. Look, I think I did see a lot of hands up just now. If you could please try and keep your interventions as concise as possible so that we have a chance to respond. And then we can, of course, talk about these issues more outside as well. So I noted that you had your hand up for a while. Please go ahead.
All of you on the panel have talked about communication and a sort of discrepancy between what's written on paper and how it's understood either in the ground or in businesses. So the question of awareness. My name is Jake from the Conscious Advertising Network. So my question is are there any targets within the UNGPs or within the construction of the agreements on awareness measures, either within business or within the population? Because if everybody in business and in the population understood the UNGPs together, then there would be shared language. So if you actually put targets of 80% of the population needs to understand these, for example, then that would make the interpretation, I guess, easier.
Sure, thanks for that. We might just collect one more. So can I please get a show of hands? Okay, over there, so go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. I heard a lot of questions regarding how we can make sure that local communities and marginalized communities can know about the UNGPs. So I would like to share with you the experience that we had in Thailand. Since 2017, I'm the founder and executive director of Manushaya Foundation. My name is Emily Palami Praditit, and I'm here with members of the Thai BH Short Network. Since 2017, we have been working on a national baseline assessment to inform the first ever National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights in Asia. The Thai government has been championed in this region as the best country in Asia for having a national action plan. We did all the work, we did all the capacity building as civil society to train communities, indigenous people, environmental defenders, land rights defenders to know about the UNGPs. For the past 5 years, we have been training them and they knew all of it. Indigenous people, environmental defenders have had a lot of meetings with the government. At the end of the day, through meaningful engagement, we have been used in the process. UNDP has been supporting the Thai government, championing it at the best country in Asia, producing videos, and shaping a false narrative. The UNGPs are not working through NAPs. It did not work in Thailand. At the end of the day, we had a very weak NAPs, only voluntary measures. In the past 8 years, we have 450 women human rights defenders that have been slapped, who are facing judicial harassment. Since we have a NAP with 0 anti-SLAPP measures in it, with 0 mandatory measures in it, only voluntary measures, human rights defenders, the situation of human rights defenders has worsened. It's time for Thailand, it's time for businesses to put people and planet over profit, because enough is enough. And the only way that we can implement the UNGPs effectively is through mandatory human rights due diligence, responsibility of companies, civil responsibility of companies to be held accountable, to provide fair and effective remedy and compensation to communities, because enough is enough. We also want Asian states to engage through the binding treaty on business and human rights. The NAPs alone are not enough. It's time to stop napping. We want people and planet over profit. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for those comments and question. I think we might actually not have enough time to go to the other people who had raised their hands, given that the questions asked and the comments made are actually quite big. So how about we take the question asked about awareness measures and how we can actually, are there targets? Should we be setting targets? And then onto the bigger question about access to remedy and perhaps about addressing the issue that was made just now about enough is enough. So Kelly, I feel like you might have something to say about the awareness measures when it comes to the UNGPs.
Yeah, that was a good question. I think awareness is one thing and communication is one thing, but action is definitely another. So I guess, working with companies to ensure that they're taking action. I mean, we make recommendations for, what good practice looks like, what they should do to improve the lives of their workers in their operations and their supply chains. And they need to act, of course. So communication helps, obviously, with understanding what the expectations are of the guiding principles. And also, I think, let's go back to the original point about local context and ensuring that they are applicable in the local context, because I think that that's a massive barrier. But also understanding what the challenges are. None of this is easy. In my mind, I feel that this is simple, respect human rights. But at the same time, I feel that action is something that might be missing. Communication is great, and I think that that's needed so that the expectations are well understood, but they also need to be practical. And I think that we need to look at the barriers to action, which can help us to understand how to move forward.
Thank you for that, Kelly. Did anyone else want to weigh in on that particular question about, how do we raise awareness? Should we be setting awareness measures, targets? Anyone? Okay. In that case, was that a hand up?
No, I was going to say that it could be addressed to the working group as well.
That could be addressed to the working group. Thank you for pointing that out, Pochoy. No, it is indeed a very good question, and I think we certainly need to understand more how advertising can also come into play in all of this, and it is really that bigger question about communication. Now, speaking of communication, I appreciate what was said by our colleague from Nepal, if I'm not mistaken, as well as from colleagues here from Thailand. I also note that there are hands raised. I am not sure that we have the time, unfortunately. But what I would like to say, though, is let's open this up and let's be constructive to see whether or not, what can we say about the bigger issue to do with access to remedy, but also, how can we make these naps not napping, but really to take them up to the next level. So I see you nodding your head, Puchoy. Would you like to weigh in?
Yeah, just wanted to weigh in on access to remedy. I think that's why there's a lot of interest with mandatory human rights due diligence and the legally binding treaty, because that will allow a legal codification or recognition of extraterritorial obligations of states. And in the case of TNCs can be sued by affected communities in their home state instead of being sued at the host state, which oftentimes has a very weak judicial system. I think our friend from Nepal mentioned that the court cases have been going on for years. That's a similar experience we have in the Philippines, for example, in the recent decision on the Mar Copper spill. It took 20 years to get damages awarded to the complainants, to the victims of this massive mine spill. And they were 60 at the start. Most of them have died already. Only around 30 people actually received compensation for the damages that were brought to them. So yeah, that's why I think it's important to have mandatory mechanisms like mandatory human rights due diligence that allows access to courts of the home state of the TNC, and yes, also interest on the LBI because it allows for that access.
Thank you for that, Puchoy. Manja, would you like to share your thoughts on those two, I suppose, big themes rather than questions?
You mentioned earlier, Pichamon, that maybe we'll taking this on to the next stage. So I take off from that statement and in promoting or rallying for support in the current process to elaborate a legally binding instrument to regulate transnational corporations and other business enterprises under international human rights law. So the United Nations is currently drafting a treaty to regulate transnational corporations, and there has been minimal participation or support from the states in Asia. I think taking this on forward would mean going from these voluntary guidelines towards a more binding to instrument, and this is the process. So it would be very important for Asia, especially us in the global south, to protect our territories, to protect our biodiversity, to protect our environment from total destruction. We have to participate in this process. We have to support this process, and we have to know about this process to ensure that human rights and the people and the environment are at the center of the negotiations.
Great, thank you for that, Manja. And so on to you, Kunarilak.
So I will respond to comments and related to Thailand. In terms of, I understand that now everyone wants the kind of the mandatory measures or the legally binding instruments, but I think at least NAP is a good start for each government, and also it can lead and also lead to the many development as well. Even in Thailand, for example, since we have NAP like 4 years ago, we have quite a lot of many development in Thailand, as you can see from the evaluation process of the NAP, and is also accessible in the website. If we don't have NAP at the 4 years ago, maybe lots of development may not happen in Thailand. And I think at least NAP is a good start, but mandatory measure is also important, and it can be the goal at the end, maybe it can move from national action plan to the legally binding instrument later. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So we now have just about 5 minutes left, and I do acknowledge the fact that I started late. I also note that there is one person sitting in front who seems desperately wanting to ask a question. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to provide you with about 30 seconds to provide your question. 30 seconds because we really need to conclude. And then I also have a final burning question for the panel with respect to the next decade of the UNGPs. But if you can please keep your question as short as possible.
So I will speak in Thai instead, then it's my mother language here. อยากจะให้นะคะตอนนี้เราไม่ใช่ว่าไม่เคยพยายามในการช่วยสื่อสารเรื่อง NAP ในประเทศไทยนาดามั่นใจว่าเป็นคนหนึ่งที่สื่อสารเรื่อง NAP เชิงบวกมาตลอดในการทำเคสเรื่องการเลือกปฏิบัติและการกีดกันคนข้ามเพศผู้หญิงและคนที่มีความหลากหลายทางเพศอื่นๆในโลกของการทำงานรวมถึงการคุกคามทางเพศในโลกของการทำงานนาดาเอา NAP ใส่เข้าไปด้วยเสมอแม้ว่า NAP จะมีช่องว่างอย่างมหาศาลก็คือบริบทบอกว่ามีปัญหาแต่พอพูดเรื่อง action plan กับไม่มีใส่เลยทีนี้มันทำให้เราต้องเจอสุดท้ายเราช่วยเคสเราเจอฟ้องพอเราเจอฟ้องล่าสุดเมื่ออาทิตย์ที่แล้วอะค่ะจะให้เราอยู่เฉยแล้วมองว่า NAP มันสวยหรูเป็นไปไม่ได้นี่เขาบอกขนาดเป็นเรื่อง LGBT ถูกมองว่าเป็นเรื่อง soft power นะเป็นเรื่องใสๆรัฐบาลไม่คิดว่ามันจะกระทบกระเทือนอะไรเลยเรายังโดนฟ้องมันต้องพูดถึงเรื่องนี่คุณเพรมศินีโดนฟ้องเป็น10 คดีสู้มา13 ปีเรื่องเหมืองทองคำค่ะสิ่งที่รัฐบาลต้องทำมันไม่ใช่แค่จุดเริ่มต้นgood start ไม่พอเราโดนฟ้องเราโดนดำเนินคดีแล้วค่าใช้จ่ายในการดำเนินคดีสุขภาพกายใจสังคมของเราค่ะได้รับผลกระทบกระเทือนอย่างมหาศาลมากจนนาดาไม่เชื่ออีกแล้วว่าจะเหลือกระบวนการยุติธรรมอะไรให้เราพึ่งพาได้เพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยรัฐบาลต้องออกมาตรการอะไรก็ตามที่มันมีผลในเชิงการ intervention แล้วเพราะเราถูกฟ้องคดีไม่หยุดคุณแม่มาปกป้องแผ่นดินถิ่นเกิดโดนฟ้องคดีทำไมท่านผู้เชี่ยวชาญต้องพูดถึงเรื่อง intersectionality ผู้หญิงคนหนึ่งโดนฟ้องคดีใครบ้างลูกหลานเหลนโหลนที่บ้านนาดาพ่อแม่อีกเพราะฉะนั้นการเป็นนักปกป้องสิทธิ์เนี่ยมันหนักสาหัสสำหรับเราอยู่แล้วค่ะมันมากกว่า30 วินาทีที่เราจะต้องพูดเรื่องนี้ให้ฟังแต่เราต้องการแอคชั่นที่มันจริงจังค่ะเราไม่ต้องการให้นายรัฐมนตรีมาเดินจับมือถือแขนกับใครไม่รู้ที่นี่แล้วก็บอกว่าเราจะเป็นแชมเปี้ยนในขณะที่พวกเรากำลังแบกรับความทุกข์ทรมานแสนสาหัสจากการปกป้องแผ่นดินถิ่นเกิดปกป้องสิทธิมนุษยชนที่ติดตัวเรามาแต่กำเนิดขอบคุณค่ะ
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, and also for bringing us back to the question of intersectionality. Again, unfortunately, we can't accommodate all of the questions and comments, but I'm sure the speakers here today would be more than happy to engage you further. So in the interest of time and noticing that we are, in fact, at time, but that I did arrive a bit late, apologies again for that, I just wondered if the speakers could please provide us with perhaps a couple of sentences, pearls of wisdom, in terms of what we should be bearing in mind as we look forward to the next decade of the UNGPs. What can we do better? How can the language be improved? How can we make it more intersectional? So Kelly, if you don't mind, thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your insights as well from the floor. Just to say, this is from my personal view. I do feel that we need to keep rights holders at the center of everything that we do, everything that we aim to achieve. And I completely agree with putting people before profit. That's my personal stance. So I do appreciate when rights holders, vulnerable groups, persons who are marginalized, anyone, all stakeholders have a platform to speak up and say how they feel, because this is what businesses need to hear. So I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Kelly. Puchoy.
Yeah, I guess I'd like to thank all the speakers for their input as well. Pichamon for moderating, and also the inputs from the floor. And I guess it's a good reminder to know that all of these business and human rights frameworks at the center is really the affected communities, the victims of business-related human rights violations. That's why we have these frameworks. And so we have to listen as a member of the Resource Center. Our function is really to empower the voices that are not heard enough. And we need to listen to the voices from the ground and take into account what they're saying in order to have these policies that are effective and are legitimate. And I think one theme that we can not ignore in this forum is really the push for an evolution, a progress from voluntary measures. We hear these comments all the time that voluntary measures are not enough, and so we have to progress from voluntary to mandatory mechanisms.
Great, thank you, Buchoy. Kunarila, please go ahead.
Okay. For me, I thank hello. Okay. For me, I thank you very much for all the comments, and I think for the next decade of the UNGP, I think the political commitments, the good collaboration from all stake sectors, and also constructive engagement and constructive dialogue they are all important to pave the way to success. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And last but not least, Manja.
Thank you for that. I think there's no problem with the language of the UNGP. But after 10 years, and we have done this stock taking and all, as we've said earlier, it's time to move on to the next stage. Translating policy into performance. This has been elaborated with many interventions earlier. And then supporting a more legally binding instrument, not just voluntary guiding principles. And one important thing that I would like to add to that is supporting and promoting good practices. Because we also have to recognize that some states have done their best or have done good practices in implementing the UNGPs. Not everyone or everything is failing. Let us use these good practices to show to other states that it is actually good for them if they implement the UNGPs. And it's actually good for business if human rights are respected. I would like to live to see the day where the UNGPs are actually irrelevant in the world, because people are living peacefully and harmoniously in communities thriving in biodiversity and rich in natural resources, and where state forces are fighting aliens instead of their own people. Well, you may say I am a dreamer, but as John Lennon said, I am not the only one. So to us dreamers around there, let us keep the fire burning.
Indeed, let us keep the fire burning. Let us hope for the day when the UNGPs become unnecessary. And on that note, please join me in thanking again our speakers, thank all of you for joining us today, and also, of course, thank you to the interpreters upstairs as well. And then I got lost trying to figure out which floor was supposed to come out. More time. Hi, Lupita. Hi. Oh my God. I just saw your email. I just gonna take a photo, but yeah. I was like, something that? Yes. And Ida was like, yes. agenda. Yeah. Yeah.
Every human being is born with fundamental rights, and these include environmental rights. An environment that is
Sorry, we haven't met. Oh no, we've not. Yeah, we met yesterday, but we
Yes,
didn't
of
have
course.
the
Yeah.
chance to talk. First of all, great observation. Really nicely done. I can learn a lot from that.
I'm glad if you found it to be that case.
Yeah, and you try to balance it and even try to, involve people, although knowing that it will be a bit, a bit hard to moderate. So very well done. I'm wondering, maybe here's I'm working for the exact rights, and you are...
Big fan, by the way.
You. That's nice. And yeah, you are in the working group. So I know that you are like the founder of the UNGP, but could you tell me what are your focus now? Like, what are you working on now? And
So we are actually going to have an October meeting where we're going to flesh out some of the work streams. But part of that will be work streams on the environment and climate change, on human rights defenders, on new frontiers when it comes to business rights. So it will be a range of things. So I mean, that's the working group. I'm not sure if you want to know about mine, but yeah, I mean, it also more or less aligns with issues to do with intersectionality, climate change, and the environment, as well as human rights defenders. So as you can tell, I'm very biased in the work streams I tell people about the working group is engaged in.
How many people are in that working group?
So we have 5 altogether, including myself. We each represent a region, according to the UN. So one is WEOG, which is Western Europe and other groups. We also have Eastern Europe, Latin America, and the Caribbean, Africa, of course, and then Asia Pacific, which is my geographical boundary, and that also extends to so Middle East and North Africa.
From Asia Pacific to Middle
Yes,
East, you
that's
have both.
Yeah. Well, at least I don't have Australia and New Zealand.
Okay, that's a nice span
Yeah,
of
no, it's
geographical
very,
location.
very good span. Yeah.
Oh, and are you also, is your work also trickling down to the countries themselves?
Well, that's what we're trying to do more of. So as a working group, we also conduct what are known as country visits, where we speak to governments as well as stakeholders from civil society, businesses, to get a better grasp of what's happening on the ground. And so those generally happen twice a year to different countries. And so we have upcoming visits, for instance, to Liberia, as well as to Luxembourg. And so as a result of those visits, we then provide recommendations to the states in terms of how they can ramp up business and human rights. So we conduct those types of reports, and then we also write reports to the General Assembly and the Human Rights Council. Those will be thematic. So an upcoming one that might be of interest to you will actually be about development finance institutions and their responsibility within the business and human rights framework. So we do that type of work as well. But we are looking to expand the scope of our work. We have training projects that are happening in Latin America, for instance, and we're looking to, in one sense, replicate some of that for the Asia Pacific region.
But
We're
mainly
also,
for government officials or the government
no, well,
also for
we
businesses?
multi-stakeholders, so we do it for governments, businesses, as well as civil society. So it's to be as holistic and comprehensive.
And you also
Hello. Hi, Andy.
Hi.
Can you hear me well?
Sure. Can you hear me well?
Yeah, I can hear you well. I just can you to open the camera for a while? Just want to check.
Sure.
Okay, I can hear
I
and see you
couldn't,
well.
yeah, I couldn't use the background, so I hope you don't mind. Anyway,
Yeah, it's okay.
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Test went well. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
can tell my brain's working.
Yes, please. Participants, please take a seat. We will start our session very soon. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Good afternoon, distinguished participants. Welcome to the third session of the fourth UN Responsible Business and Human Rights Forum. My name is Romchat Wachira Ratanakorn from Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, and I will be your moderator for this session, Environmental Defenders as Levers of Change, Supporting Climate Action and Responsible Business Practice. While we are gathering together here in Bangkok, many countries in our region are facing climate calamities. Japan is battered by one of the worst super typhoon in countries has ever seen. 9 million people have been told to evacuate from homes. Transport and business have been disrupted, and the country is faced by the extensive flooding and landslide. In South Asia, 33 million people in Pakistan have been underwater for 2 months. Homes, roads, crops, livestock, and livelihoods have been washed away in the extreme weather event. Climate change is here and now. For many years, land and environmental defenders have been at the front line of defense against the cause and impacts of climate, pollution, and biodiversity crisis. Despite their important role, environmental defenders risk their own life for their advocacy and actions, especially in the Asia-Pacific region. For this session, we will hear from our panelists on trends, challenges, and drivers of attacks against human rights defenders working in the area of climate change and environment protection. We will also discuss concrete recommendations on action need to partner with, support, promote, and protect environmental human rights defenders, and how do business entities integrate them into their operations. To help set the scene, we are honored to have a keynote speech by Ms. Pishmont, Vice Chairperson of the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights. Ms. Pishmont will set the scene on the triple planetary crisis of climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss, and business and human rights agenda, and the contribution of environmental defenders to support climate action and responsible business practice. Ms. Pishmont, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for that, Romshat, and it gives me so much pleasure to be part of this panel. It is incredibly important that we constantly bear in mind the very real and occurring impacts of global climate change, as well as other forms of environmental degradation that are now taking place all over the world, but also, of course, in the Asia-Pacific region, where countries are very much susceptible to natural disasters and other hazards. To this end, I'm going to try and keep my remarks as short as possible because I would like to hear more from the speakers on this panel, given that they come from diverse backgrounds, practitioner backgrounds, and are, of course, working on the front lines of ensuring that the dialogue on climate change and environmental protection features multi-stakeholder engagement, as well as input from rights holders in particular. To this end, I wanted to bring to everyone's attention the fact that the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights has produced a guidance on respect for human rights defenders. And of course, part of that is respecting environmental human rights defenders who, again, are fighting on the front lines of ensuring that the climate catastrophe that we all face does not come to fruition. At the same time, as part of that guidance, we urged as a working group for businesses to consult human rights defenders as an important expert resource. As part of human rights due diligence processes, but also recognizing the role that defenders have to play as important and well-informed watchdogs, advocates and voices for affected stakeholders. In previous sessions, I had noted how human rights defenders, given that they are on the ground working with communities affected by business-related and climate-related human rights impacts, they are an extremely valuable resource and source of expertise. So in light of that, we need to do more, we need to do better in order to ensure that their voices are front and center of the solutions, of the remedies that we come up with in order to address the broader environmental crisis that we all face. Another point, another recommendation that the working group has put forward as part of that guidance is for states to ensure that the legitimate activities of human rights defenders, and of course, again, this includes environmental human rights defenders, are not obstructed. And of course that they are in fact promoted. And again, this is very much part of the two pillars of the UN guiding principles. And this is an area where states in this region can do more on. The final point that I would like to quickly make is that we have to bear in mind that how climate change manifests in the Asia-Pacific region is not uniform. And that the tasks, the challenges that environmental human rights defenders face in leveraging the levers of change, in putting and raising awareness about these issues will also not be uniform as a result. And this makes the work that they do all the harder. It also means that the difficulties, again, in communicating what is needed and what is at stake also becomes more challenging. And for that reason, we have to recognize that when we talk about environmental human rights defenders, it's not just about climate change. It's also about air pollution. It's also about biodiversity loss. It's also about water contamination. It's also about rivers no longer flowing free. And if we are going to care about the planet, if we are going to care about future generations and their ability to access environmental resources and services, then we have to care about all of these issues and not just climate change. And we have to value all of the environmental human rights defenders working on these issues, not just those on climate change as well. But I'll just stop there. And again, I very much look forward to this panel, and thank you to both OHCHR and UNEP for providing the working group with this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pishmon, for this very insightful presentation. Before moving to the next segment, let's watch this short video on time to protect environmental rights defenders.
Every human being is born with fundamental rights, and these include environmental rights. An environment that is safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable is the basis for all other rights and freedoms. Environmental defenders are people who use peaceful means to protect our natural resources from overexploitation and to reverse the damage caused by a profit-driven, consumerist society. For example, defenders may be members of rural communities advocating for water access, or others who fight to protect their lands from deforestation in environmentally destructive megaprojects. They also include indigenous peoples who live in harmony with nature and act as guardians of biodiversity. All around the world, a growing number of initiatives have been put in place to address climate change. Students at all levels of education have led protests to denounce the lack of government action in this matter. Because they speak truth to power, land and environmental rights defenders are the most targeted group of human rights defenders. Every year, hundreds of activists are killed, especially in places like Brazil, Mexico, the Philippines, and Colombia, where corruption and impunity fuel such attacks. To make matters worse, conflicts are becoming more and more violent as our natural resources dwindle. Instead of protecting defenders, many governments treat them like terrorists. But environmental defenders are not opposed to progress or development. On the contrary, they value the beauty of the world and are concerned for the long-term future of society. They fight to ensure that our planet is respected and protected for the health of all people. We must recognize their important role and support their cause.
Thank you very much. It is now time to protect environmental human rights defenders. Now we will have a panel discussion on environmental defenders as level of change. I would now like to give the floor to my co-moderators, Dr. Georgina Loy, Regional Coordinator of Environmental Law and Governance, UN Environment Programs, Asia and the Pacific Office, who will moderate a panel discussion on environmental defenders as levels of change. Georgina, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Romchat, and I am absolutely delighted to be moderating this panel discussion. We have an incredible lineup of speakers, very strong, powerful, knowledgeable women who are joining me on this panel to talk about how we need to protect environmental human rights defenders, how, as Pitchamon said, EHRDs need to be front and center of solutions to the problems that we face, including the triple planetary crisis. Joining me on this panel is Annie Khan, the Acting Asia Regional Manager and South Asia Researcher and Representative of the Business and Human Rights Resource Center. Also, we have Liamai Torres, who is the Executive Director of the Center for Environmental Concerns and Secretariat of the Asia Pacific Network of Environmental Defenders. We have Ms. Wanon Permpimbul, who is the Executive Director of Climate Watch Thailand. I'm also joined by Anna Maria Altop, who is the Head of Development Cooperation Section in the Regional Asia and the Pacific of the Embassy of Sweden in Bangkok. And we are also joined online by Andy Yentriani, who is the Chairperson of the National Commission on Violence Against Women, Indonesia, Komnas Perempuan. So first, I would love to turn to Annie. Annie, the Business and Human Rights Resource Center recently released a very important report on human rights defenders and business in 2021, protecting the rights of people driving a just transition. The findings of the report indicates that among the 615 human rights defender attacks linked to business and human rights that were tracked in 2021, nearly 70% were against climate, land, and environmental defenders. And Asia and the Pacific was the most affected region. Could you please tell us more about these findings? What is the scope and the scale of attacks, and specifically, what are the drivers of these attacks?
Thank you so much, Georgina. Thank you, UNEP, OHCHR, for inviting me to be a part of this esteemed panel. It's truly a pleasure to be here. So I do have some slides that I'll refer to. But yeah, just to answer your question about our report and what we've been finding. So to begin with, the Resource Center tracks the human rights records of Okay, hopefully it works. Yeah, so the Business and Human Rights Resource Center, we are an international human rights organization, information hub, digital platform. We track the human rights records of over 10,000 companies. We have a number of thematic teams in our organization, one of which is our Human Rights Defenders and Civic Freedoms program, which supports and amplifies the work of human rights defenders focused on business-related activities and seeks to address the root causes or drivers of attacks against human rights defenders linked to company operations and their global supply chains. At the Resource Center, we see human rights defenders really as vital leaders of a just transition to green economies. Human rights defenders raise concerns about risks and harms associated to irresponsible business operations, while also championing sustainable solutions. Yet, it's human rights defenders across the globe that are under continued attack. When we think of transitioning to clean and green energy, the concept itself seems positive, a way to combat climate change, climate breakdown. However, we often forget how it is that we'll actually get there. This rapid scaling up, the commitments that so many countries have made towards net zero carbon goals, all will come at a cost, and largely a human cost. Since 2015, the Resource Center has tracked more than 4,100 attacks against human rights defenders focused on business-related activities. 615 attacks were recorded in 2021 alone. Latin America and Asia Pacific are consistently the two most affected regions when it comes to attacks against defenders. And this past year, from our data, Asia Pacific actually slightly surpassed Latin America as the most dangerous region in the world for human rights defenders carrying out their work. Within the Asia Pacific region, India and Philippines were the two countries that were found to be the most dangerous and the most number of attacks. We also found that 3 in 5 of the 247 attacks in the Asia Pacific region were against climate, land, and environmental defenders. So when it comes to the types of attacks that we're seeing in our data, these includes killings, threats, violence, other forms of intimidation that are used to silence human rights defenders and their work. Judicial harassment is actually the most common type of attacks that we saw in the Asia Pacific region. These include strategic lawsuits against public participation, or SLAPs, which are filed by companies to silence critical voices such as defenders, journalists, and other types of activists. Our global research on SLAPs shows that 63% involve not just civil, but criminal charges as well. And 25% of the SLAPs that we collected, SLAPs cases that we tracked globally, took place in Asia and Pacific. Judicial harassment also involves arbitrary detention and criminalization of defenders who raise concerns about business operations. And if I can just give one example from India, community members in Orissa are facing violence of arrest for peacefully protesting the construction of a large steel plant by a very large steel company. I won't name the company here, but it has been serious concerns have been raised of the environmental and pollution concerns of the steel project. And several human rights defenders have been arrested and been charged with criminal cases for peacefully protesting against this project. This is just one of many, many examples that we have. When we talk about the sectors that we see in our data that we collect, our data shows us that almost every sector comes into play when we talk about attacks against defenders, but it is the 3 most dangerous sectors are actually all natural resource sectors, including mining, agribusiness, logging and lumber, or deforestation. This shows that companies and investors operating in all of these sectors should continue to engage in consultation and take into consideration the needs and security concerns of human rights defenders and communities. So Georgina, when asked, what are the drivers? Our work shows that the attacks are driven mainly by inadequate community consultation, lack of consent for free, prior, and informed consent of Indigenous peoples, racism and discrimination, particularly against Indigenous peoples and ethnic minorities, and the shrinking of civic space that we see across our region. Such restrictions also include freedoms of association restrictions of peaceful assembly and expression. So To wrap up, in conclusion, the scale of attacks against human rights defenders reveals a stark absence of stakeholder engagement and effective human rights and environmental due diligence by companies and their investors. So when it comes to recommendations, governments must pass and implement legislation to implement the UNGPs properly, to prevent reprisals, recognizing the vital role of human rights defenders in promoting just and sustainable development. They should consult with human rights defenders at every stage and include human rights defenders in any national action plans or legislation. Companies also must engage and understand the concerns raised by companies in order to conduct robust risk assessments. They should adopt and implement policy commitments to zero tolerance of attacks, engage in human rights and environmental due diligence, and include ongoing consultation as a part of their company processes. Investors also, as an important stakeholder, should leverage their responsible business practices and provide access to remedy to those affected. And today we are actually launching a short briefing on business and human rights defenders in Asia Pacific. There are some physical copies around. There's a QR code on this slide as well. So the 2021 report, global report, which is available in English, French, and Portuguese and Spanish, was the global report. We also have a short briefing only on the situation in Asia Pacific. So I would invite you all to read that if you can, and I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Annie, for that very important presentation and outline the findings for us of the data that you have been collecting. You also provided a number of key recommendations that can be considered by business actors, by governments, and by others. So now I'm going to turn to Leah. Leah, in 2021, APNED, the Asia Pacific Network of Environmental Defenders, co-organized the Asia Pacific Environmental Human Rights Defender Forum. The forum dedicated sessions to discuss particular issues of EHRDs experiencing or working on particularly thematic issues around some of these key sectors that Annie just explained: mining and extractives, agribusiness, logging, water and dams, industrial and infrastructure development, and air pollution. So Leah, can you share with us what are some of the key takeaways and recommendations from the 2021 EHRD Forum?
Thank you, Georgie. I also have slides, please. Can I borrow that? There. Thank you. So just to give a brief background, the first ever Asia Pacific Environmental Human Rights Defenders Forum was conducted last November 2021. It lasted for 3 days. It was attended by 290 individuals from 73 organizations across the Asia and the Pacific. So what we saw from the sharing of environmental defenders in this forum was these 3 trends. So first, resource conflict, or when there are external actors like businesses or the government that aim to utilize the natural resources in areas or local communities, and these are often not welcomed. There is development aggression, wherein local communities are asked to accept the projects for so-called national development, despite negative impacts that will happen to them. And there is repression of opposing individuals, organizations, and or communities. So the main issues that emerged was first, in terms of policies, there was a lack of policies, and for those with policies in place, some were flawed, limited, or not implemented. The development framework mostly was profit-oriented and not genuinely towards sustainable development goals. The business and human rights guiding principles were not implemented and upheld in many situations. These led to negative impacts on livelihoods, ways of life, and others. And the negative perception of defenders, they were seen as anti-development, enemies of the state, terrorists, and rebels. and this led to physical and other forms of attacks on defenders. So we also had workshops in this forum, and these were the main recommendations that emerged. So first, to have greater appreciation for environmental human rights defenders. So this means to increase the knowledge and awareness on their situation, because the attacks on environmental defenders are not mostly known. So how do we also show what the importance of their work is and what's happening to them on the ground? And how do we counter the negative perception about environmental defenders? And second, with regards to knowledge and awareness of human rights standards, treaties, and mechanisms, to increase this knowledge from the local to the international level, and to have education initiated by the government primarily and supported by civil society organizations and international organizations. Next, in terms of policies for protection, access rights, and public participation, for those which are in place already, to improve and strengthen, for those that are lacking these policies, to legislate at the local to the international level. This includes having a regional legally binding policy similar to the Escaso Agreement of Latin America. And next, in terms of business and human rights guiding principles and human rights due diligence, for the UN and governments to ensure that this is followed and implemented, and to ensure an inclusive process in the development of the national action plans on business and human rights. It was also recommended to strengthen relationships among national to international institutions. And for environmental human rights defenders, to provide support in terms of capacity development, to improve the skills and knowledge of defenders, to help in connecting with networks, and to provide with financial support. And lastly, to strengthen solidarity, coordination, and collaboration of environmental defenders. So these are the main recommendations and takeaways of the forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leah. And the forum really showed how important it is to have a safe space for EHRDs to share amongst themselves and develop a set of recommendations to support their vital and legitimate work. And we will be hosting, together with civil society partners and UN Human Rights, the 2022 Environmental Human Rights Defender Forum next month. Once again, a safe space for environmental defenders. So now I would like to turn to Wanon. Wanon, you recently joined the 66th session of the Commission on the Status of Women, CSW 66, where the priority theme was achieving gender equality and the empowerment of all women and girls in the context of climate change, environmental, and disaster risk reduction policies and programs. Could you please share with us what are the roles of EHRDs and women environmental defenders in supporting climate action and environmental protection? And also, what are the trends of the challenges and drivers that are attacking women human rights defenders working particularly in these areas of climate and environment protection? Thank you very much, Wanon.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for having me here to share some of the work we have been doing on the ground, and also to share the experiences we had in engaging with the local communities who are defending their rights for climate justice and also climate actions. I would also like us to look into what we mean by climate impacts. So the climate change has been caused by the rising of carbon dioxide. I think we all know about that. And the agricultural sector, which is emitting a lot of methane and also nitrous oxide because of the use of chemical fertilizers, is also somehow protected by the UNGPs. So that means any climate actions will not do any harm to the food system and agricultural sector. So by mean that you have in this world and also in this country, you know who is the big elephant in the room. So who's really emitting a lot of carbon dioxide, and that means from the energy sector. And if you look into the energy sector, it is the electricity and also the transport sector who's emitting fossil fuels. So with that, I'm just putting on the frame in terms of who's really responsible for the climate catastrophe. And then when you're looking as well at who really, and that is the sector and the gas, who's really causing the climate impacts. So those we have to also think in terms of historical emissions and also the ongoing present emissions, which hasn't been stopped. And we see a number of companies and also businesses and corporates who continue to emit carbon dioxide in the atmosphere and also making the global warming even warmer. And if you don't do anything, the whole world would get into like 3.4 temperature increase from the pre-industrial level. And if our plans to implement what is called the NDC, Nationally Determined Contributions, which is looking one part on emissions reductions, is implemented successfully, we are still having a risk of limiting temperature increase to 1.5. So those are the frame, and what I'm saying is climate change is already a crisis. And we also need to pinpoint who's really causing it. So corporate sectors and also business. And those are also with the whole historical emissions. So when I heard about the business and human rights and business and environment, so my first question would be, is there a real case that business can also go together with environmental protection? So my answer on that would be that it's not possible. How are you going to engage the private sector who are making profit and who are trying to reduce the capital costs on the expenses of the environment? So that would be something that I am reluctant to somehow coming up with a concrete solutions that you can engage business in a very responsible way, considering the fact that profit making is not going along with environmental protection and reducing of the CO2. And I'm going to give some of the cases, and these cases have been raised by communities who are defending the rights at the community levels. So we are now from Glasgow last year, from the climate negotiations. There was a clear signal from the negotiations that the world is going for net zero, with a number of carbon tradings and also the nature-based solutions. So those are kind of projects that would be in the pipeline in different countries, including in Thailand. My prime minister was announcing the net zero and also carbon neutrality. And with that clear sign from the policy statement, companies are really active in doing a lot and changing their policies in order to respond and to welcome the net zero and the carbon neutrality. What is happening with net zero and carbon neutrality is, so if you look, the defenders at the community level were seeing so many active and also interactions between private sectors, companies, and big corporations who are there in their forest areas in order to talk with the community members. If those community members would like to engage in selling the carbon credits from the forest being treated as carbon sequestration. Not to mention that in this country, the government is also trying to reclaim the forested areas and trying to remove communities out of the forest area because they want to keep forests as carbon sinks. So those defenders were saying and also reporting that there are attempts by the private sector who really want to become green and would want to also become carbon neutral and would also like to become doing the net zero. So those would also create a lot of risks to the local communities as well, because the forest is their life. Forest has to be kept according to the private sector, because it has to maintain as the carbon sinks. You cannot really go and cut down the trees or some of the branches. So those communities are defending the rights to keep that forest out of the being part of the net zero and also the carbon neutrality of the private sectors. So many of them were facing intimidation, threats as well, because these are really new things. It's not about having one project, a development project in the area, and then that attacks to the local leaders who are protecting the environment and also trying to stop those projects or development projects that has been elsewhere in Thailand as well. But these are really a new trend which is being there. And if you're looking at law, the climate change law, which is being prepared, not yet finalized. So there are rooms for this law to be improved in order to recognize those who are defending the rights for the climate actions and climate solutions, to avoid the false solutions of climate change like net zero and also carbon trading. So I would say that with all those new cases, which is quite new in terms of the climate actions and climate protection, the solutions are not really supporting and also promoting the rights of the community. And we could also foresee what would be happening at the local communities level, and different human rights defenders, especially women who has making use of the forest and also non-timber products in the forest. That would also be, their rights would also be limited. And also if they are really coming up forefront against those carbon trading and also net zero, there might be also new ways of threats and being intimidating and also criminalized as well. I think some colleagues here from Indonesia and also from Cambodia, they might want to speak up as well on the criminalization of these false solutions. I think we also need to pay attention to these as well, because this is kind of the new trends. People are talking about climate actions, and business are also talking about climate actions. And those actions are under the frame as green and environmental friendly. But what does it mean by green? Green for whom? So as I said, then with my very first statement, I was really doubtful in terms of engaging the private and also business in the environmental protection and conservation. Because if you're looking at green and also net zero, who really gets the benefits? So it's going to be those businesses as well getting the benefit. So in terms of the systemic barrier and corporate captures, that is not solved. So we are policies that are for the net zero and also the carbon trading is facilitating the way the business are going to benefit and continue making the benefit. So with that, I would end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wanun. And you raised some incredibly important points about ensuring that governments and other stakeholders, including business stakeholders, protect and promote environmental rights and use a rights-based approach when seeking solutions to environmental concerns, including climate change, but also other forms of environmental harm. I'm now going to turn to Anna Maria. At the 49th session of the Human Rights Council in March of this year, Sweden organized the high-level event on environmental human rights defenders. The event invited ministers and other participants to reconfirm the international community's commitment to defend and support environmental human rights defenders, and to muster support to increase states' action to promote and protect their rights. Sweden also delivered a joint statement on environmental human rights defenders on behalf of a group of more than 68 countries. And Maria, can you please tell us more on how states and the international community can increase efforts to protect and support environmental human rights defenders?
Thank you. It's really a privilege to be here today to participate in this panel and give some reflections. But let me start by taking this opportunity to thank the UNDP Business and Human Rights team for convening this forum together with a number of UN agencies, including OHCHR, which is also convening this important session. I also want to extend thanks to all our partners who are participating, many of them being representatives of civil society organizations. As we have heard, environmental human rights defenders are under attack. In addition, strategic lawsuits against public participation are increasingly used by companies to silence those voices who share their concerns. This is truly unacceptable. Women environmental human rights defenders often face additional obstacles, risks, and reprisals, including sexual harassment and gender-based violence, both online and offline. Women defenders, especially in rural and indigenous areas, are often at the forefront of environmental movements. But due to gender discrimination, they often lack the resources, contacts, and power to mitigate attacks, which frequently go unreported. There are tools in place to help protect environmental human rights defenders. For example, the Human Rights Council Resolution 4011, recognizing the contribution of environmental human rights defenders to the enjoyment of human rights, environmental protection, and sustainable development. However, here needs to be a stronger commitment by states to hold companies and other stakeholders accountable. States have an obligation to respect, protect, and fulfill the rights of environmental human rights defenders and the communities they represent. Protecting the environment goes hand in hand with protecting the rights of those who defend it. States must also prevent and ensure accountability for attacks, all threats, harassments, and killings. This certainly goes for companies that violate laws. As previously emphasized today in the morning sessions, judicial and non-judicial remedy for adverse human rights impact should be in place and properly implemented. All countries are at times experiencing tensions between environmental human rights defenders and companies, but there are different approaches to addressing this. We need to aim for an environment where companies talk to, involve, and negotiate with CSOs and environmental defenders. Governments can try to facilitate this by protective legislation and by providing platforms for discussions. One example in Sweden is Fossil Free Sweden. This is a platform that was established by the Swedish government and consists of government at different levels, companies as well as civil society organizations that all commit to work for a fossil-free Sweden. Given the situation at hand, we must do what we can to support environmental human rights defenders and improve their protection and their possibilities to access justice. And Sweden is one of the actors supporting this at the global, regional, and national arenas. As Georgina was just saying, Sweden was very much involved in the Human Rights Council, the opening of the Human Rights Council, and we did have a statement on behalf of a group of 68 countries, clearly stating our position, as you just mentioned. To counter the shrinking democratic space, Sweden launched in 2019 a drive for democracy, where we stand up for democratic principles. And one of the priorities in the Swedish government drive for democracy is to protect environmental human rights defenders. The Swedish development cooperation is guided by 5 thematic perspectives. 2 of these are environment and climate and human rights. The other 3 are poverty, gender, and conflict. Sweden strongly believes that integrating and linking different perspectives are key to reach sustainable results and outcomes. The integrated approach between environment and human rights is key in the new regional strategy for Asia and the Pacific. We see that the environmental human rights defenders play a crucial role in promoting and protecting our human and environmental rights. Sweden provides support to several organizations, networks, and initiatives that support environmental human rights defenders at risk and other actors working for democracy and human rights in the Asia-Pacific region. These partner organizations can, for example, provide protection, preventive or emergency support to environmental human rights defenders. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development sets out goals for a more sustainable, prosperous, and equitable future. And I believe that the environmental human rights defenders have a vital role to play in supporting states to realize the agenda. Finally, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all participants in this session. I believe that we need to join hands to be much better in protecting and recognizing the contribution of environmental human rights defenders in order to achieve a sustainable future development. They are the eyes and ears on the ground. They are the ones that often experience firsthand environmental deterioration and its impact on the lives of indigenous people and local communities. They are the true champions working on the ground to protect people's human right to a safe, healthy, and sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna Maria, and the incredible importance of champion countries in convening those platforms for discussion to scale up commitments of member states and to help hold duty bearers to account for violations against environmental human rights defenders. I'm now going to turn to our final speaker, who is Andy, joining us online, hopefully. Once we get that back. Hi, Andy. Thank you so much for joining us. So the National Commission for the Eradication of Violence Against Women, or Komnas Perempuan, is an independent state body for the enforcement of women's rights in Indonesia. Komnas Perempuan has been actively working on the protection of women environmental human rights defenders in Indonesia. Can you please share with us the support provided to women human rights defenders and how national institutions in Asia Pacific could learn from the experience of Komnas Perempuan? Thank you very much, Andy.
Thank you, Georgina. And I would like to also thank the UNGP and OACSR for convening this very important discussion. And unfortunately, I couldn't attend directly to this event, but I'm very pleased and honored to be able to also listen and join the discussion through online. Allow me to show you some of the problem first before I actually reach to respond to your questions. If I manage to do screen sharing. Whilst we are working on how to do the screen sharing, I think first of all, I would like to second some of the opinion that has been provided by the previous speakers. Can you go straight to the fourth pages, the fourth page, please? Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. So in Indonesia, actually, the life to live in a good and healthy living environment is actually constitutionally guaranteed. And in the same time, in Indonesian constitution, it's also recognized and guaranteed the rights to defend rights. And unfortunately, in the same time, you will see in my presentation or in my response that the constitutional guarantee itself does not necessarily being translated into the law comprehensively. Second slide, please. Next slide, please. So I would argue, as being also mentioned by other speakers, the issue of climate change is still inadequately addressed in Indonesia and possibly in other countries. But since climate change is treated more as environmental issue rather than human rights, in the same time, when we actually talk about natural resources based or agrarian conflicts that actually directly has a link or contribute to the deterioration of environment, we mostly do not use the word climate change. The climate change most of the time we'll actually discuss when we are having flood or having a hurricane, etc. Yeah? So it actually weaken the argumentation or the movement itself for climate change and to frame it under human rights discourse. Now, the complication in Indonesia also, there are contradictory policy frameworks regarding sustainable development and also interest for a short-term profit, such as being exemplified by the issuance of job creation law that actually bypass several regulations or provisions that are mandatory according to the law on protection and management of environment that try to put safeguards for the sustainable development in itself. However, due to the interest of short-term profits, including this whole argument about to revive after the pandemic COVID-19 actually allows a more relaxed regulation regarding environment to take place. Despite the fact that the Constitutional Court in Indonesia has mandated the parliament and the government to revise the law, the improvement itself has yet to be seen. Now, we actually discussed specifically about the role of women human rights defenders in this environment issues. Unfortunately, in Indonesia, in our reflection on the cases and also challenges faced by women human rights defenders, particularly those working in the environment, most of the time it is put into like two boxes of contradiction. First is the savior of environment, when they are the one who will use the word, who will address the issue as a more soft, not using the words human rights, but more on this environment, green kind of languages. Whilst those who are actually using the framework of human rights will always be boxed as the feline of development, and is actually linked to a more prolonged stigma against women human rights activism in Indonesia that we can trace back to the usage of stigma as Gerwani, which is a women's group back in 1965 that being demonized as a perpetrator of sexual torture against the general. And this accusation is necessary as a Black campaign against communism in the establishment of New Order regime back in 1965. So even to date, the kind of activism utilizing the word human rights can be easily stigmatized as this group, which is considered cruel, inhuman, do not want to actually push for the agenda of the larger population. Hence, utilizing that wording is also being considered as anti-nationalist and also the backlash of being a feminist. Now, the next slide. This is some of the situation that faced by the human rights groups in Indonesia. As you can see, we actually as a national human rights institution, we documented cases and we also opened for the complaints from the community. And in our documentations, most of these natural resources conflicts is actually a prolonged conflict since the New Era time, which is since the early 70s, 80s. And many companies actually claim that they have conducted environmental and social assessment with a participatory consultations. But almost all of the time, the environment and social impacts are actually overlooked. And in the same time, we see how the environmental women human rights defenders are actually leading the rally or leading the strategy making. But in the same time, it put risk to a more general and also gender-based violation and discriminations against them. Can you go to this next slide, please? So we documented 108 cases of human rights defenders. 60 of them are on psychological attacks and also utilizing cyber attacks that I believe we need to put more attention to besides the cases on physical attacks and also criminalizations as being mentioned by Wanun. And in Indonesia, the most common law that being utilized to criminalize environmental women human rights defenders are the utilization of law and electronic information and transactions. So if you are actually put forward your activism through online activism, you may be actually considered as breaching this law. Now, can you go to the next slide, please? I won't go to the detail on this, but if you look at, as being mentioned, the close proximity with the affected community that actually shape the role of the environment women human rights defenders, I believe that there are some areas of priority that we need to put forward. Next slide, please. Because I wouldn't go through the details on the potentials as well as the challenges as I mentioned already, but I really would like to attract our attention to these two key elements of priority agendas, which is to increase the compliance of human rights principle and the guidelines with raising public awareness to gain more support for the compliance at the state level, and also to decriminalize human rights defenders and to provide an adequate infrastructure to report and investigate the complaints as well as remedies. Because we are talking about the gender vulnerabilities, I think the other priority agendas is actually to strengthen the leadership itself with capacity building and also affirmative actions to women of the most affected within the community, including those of indigenous or other vulnerable groups, and to always do public education to support women's leadership in general. So I think I leave it there for more discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andy. And you've raised, as some of our other speakers have as well, the stigmatizing of environmental human rights defenders is one of the gravest threats facing defenders, and the fact that they are continually being criminalized, threatened, harassed, and murdered across the region for their legitimate and vital work to protect the environment. We need to be clear that environmental human rights defenders have a vital role to play in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, in supporting governments to meet their legal commitments under multilateral environmental agreements. And it's important to protect the role and the work of environmental human rights defenders through the passing of appropriate laws at the national level. So thank you very much to all of our speakers. We have now some time for questions and answers, and I would like to open the floor for any statements or questions that participants might have. I understand there are a few statements. Yes, so I see a few. So we have one at the back, two at the back. Okay, we have a lot. Okay, I'm going to start over here, if I may. Thank you.
ค่ะชื่อคาติมาลีจานะคะเป็นชนเผ่าลิซูค่ะมาจากเครือข่ายสตรีชนเผ่าแห่งประเทศไทยนะคะ ขอเป็นตัวแทนของชนเผ่าพื้นเมืองในประเทศไทยแล้วกันนะคะคือสภาพปัญหาที่เราเจออยู่นะตอนเนี้ยด้วยวิถีชีวิตของเราด้วยหลักความเชื่อของเราอะไรเงี้ยเราอยู่กับทรัพยากรธรรมชาติเราเชื่อมกับทรัพยากรธรรมชาติหมดถ้าพี่น้องชาวเลเขาจะมีสารตายใยอยู่บนทะเลถ้าพี่น้องลีซูจะมีอาปาหมุยฮีอยู่ที่ในป่าถ้าพี่น้องกะเหรี่ยงเขาจะมีป่าเดปออยู่ในป่าแต่พื้นที่เหล่านี้ถูกประกาศเป็นเขตป่าแล้วทางใต้ก็ถูกแย่งเลยเงี้ยโดยธุรกิจขนาดใหญ่เราได้รับผลกระทบมากเราไม่สามารถมีชีวิตปกติสุขได้เราถูกคุกคามมากมายแต่สิ่งหนึ่งที่อยากให้ในตัวของ UNGP กับ NAP มีนะคะหรือว่าหลักการของสหประชาชาติก็ได้เราอยากให้มีหลักความเชื่อของพวกเราอยู่ทุกคนมีโบสถ์ใช่ไหมคะทุกคนมีวัดใช่ไหมมีมุสลิมถ้ามีมุสลิมจะเป็นมัสยิดใช่ไหมคะเราก็มีของเราแบบนี้เราต้องการให้คนยอมรับว่าเรามีแบบนี้เคารพในที่เราเป็นเราแค่ต้องการมีชีวิตของเราเลยเนี่ยอย่างที่สองป่าเป็นชีวิตของเราอย่างลิซูเกิดก็ต้องทำพิธีปามุฮีในเขตป่าใช่ไหมคะตายก็ต้องไปทำพิธีปามุฮีอะไรอย่างเงี้ยเพราะฉะนั้นคือเราอยู่และเรารักษาทรัพยากรธรรมชาติโดยวิถีชีวิตของเราแต่มันไม่เคยถูกติดตายอยู่ในข้อกฎหมายใดค่ะแต่ณตอนเนี้ยน้ำท่วมก็เราเป็นคนทำทุกอย่างสภาพอากาศร้อนก็เราเป็นคนทำที่จริงเราใช้พลังงานไฟน้อยที่สุดเราไม่มีไฟฟ้าใช้เราไม่ได้จะสร้างถนนในเขตป่าเขาบอกว่าทำไม่ได้เราจะสร้างแท่น้ำเขาบอกว่าทำไม่ได้อันนี้คือสิ่งที่เราเจอนะคะเพราะฉะนั้นก็คืออยากให้ทุกคนเข้าใจว่าเรามีวิถีชีวิตความลำบากยังไงและอย่างที่สองเราถูกยึดที่ดินทำกินเพราะในประเทศไทยเนี่ยป่าที่มันไม่ได้มีเอกสารสิทธิ์คือ36 ล้านไร่อยู่ที่ไหนก็อยู่ในเขตป่าค่ะที่อื่นมันมีเอกสารหมดแล้วแล้วเขาต้องการปลูกป่าอีก 40%ณตอนนี้มี 31%แต่เขาต้องการให้เป็น 40%เขาจะไปเอาที่ไหนก็พื้นที่ทำกินของชาวบ้านถูกยึดเอาไปปลูกป่าอันนี้คือที่เจออยู่ในเหตุการณ์ของประเทศไทยณตอนนี้นะคะแล้วไม่ได้เจอแค่ลิซูเนาะเจอทุกกลุ่มคนที่อยู่ในทรัพยากรที่พึ่งพาทรัพยากรเป็นหลักอะไรเงี้ยแล้วณตอนนี้คือที่แรงที่สุดคือพี่น้องบางกลอยเดิมเขาอยู่ไกลใจแผ่นดินเขามีที่ดีของเขาพึ่งพาใส่ชีวิตตัวเองได้แต่เอาพยพเขาออกมาแล้วไปขังเขาไว้อย่างกับเขาเป็นสัตว์ปล่อย7 โมงเช้าปิด5 โมงเย็นเราไม่ได้มีหลักการประกันดูแลอะไรเขาเลยข้างในมีการคุกคามมีการร่วมละเมิดทางเพศเยอะแยะแล้วล่าสุดเขาจะกลับไปที่ใจแผ่นดินคือเขาแค่ต้องการมีชีวิตอยู่ปกติมีที่อยู่มีที่กินมีที่นอนและสามารถเลี้ยงชีพตัวเองได้แค่นั้นเองแต่ว่าณตอนนี้คือให้ไม่ได้ยังไม่พอเขายังถูกขังแล้วเขาพยายามกลับไปที่เดิมของเขาบนใจแผ่นดินเขาก็ถูกอพยพมาอีกตอนนี้เขาก็ถูกขังทั้งที่แก่นการจานเป็นมรดกโลกไปแล้วแต่คุณภาพชีวิตของคนที่อยู่ในป่าที่รักษาป่ามันยังเป็นสภาพแบบนี้แล้วชาวบ้านที่เขายังจะลุกขึ้นมาต่อสู้มีคดีความค่ะพี่น้องไม่ว่าจะเป็นเด็กผู้หญิงก่อน18อายุ18 ปีเด็กก็เจอแม่อุ้มลูกโดนคดีอะไรอย่างเงี้ยมัน30 กว่าคนน่ะลองคิดดูแล้ววิถีชีวิตแบบนี้เราจะอยู่ยังไงคะหลักการสหประชาชาติมีแนวทางที่จะพอจะช่วยเราได้ไหมเราลำบากมากแล้วยังมีเหมืองอีกก่อยนะคะเป็นเหมืองขนาดใหญ่ท่านที่เป็นที่ดินทำกินของเขามันเขตป่าต้นชั้น 1A อย่างดีแต่ในการสัมปทานบอกว่าเป็นป่าเสื่อมโทรมและมีผังน้ำยวมมาอีกดึงแม่น้ำจากสารวินผ่านมากวายเพื่อมาสู่แม่น้ำเจ้าพระยาใครได้ผลประโยชน์เราไม่ได้ผลประโยชน์เขามาเคยมาขอฉันธรรมติของเราไหมไม่เคยค่ะเพราะว่าคนที่สื่อสารได้จะมีแต่เป็นรุ่นหน่อยที่อ่านเขียนได้พ่อแม่เราอ่านเขียนไม่ได้เราอยู่ที่บ้านเรามีภาษาของตัวเองเราออกมาข้างนอกเราต้องพยายามที่จะเรียนรู้เพื่อจะเข้าสังคมอะไรอย่างเงี้ยเพราะฉะนั้นสิ่งที่เราเจอก็คืออยากให้มีหลักของความเป็นมนุษย์อยู่ในทุกๆเรื่องอย่าเป็นเน้นที่มูลค่าแต่ให้เน้นของคุณค่าของคนเพราะว่ามูลค่าเนี่ยมันไม่มีชีวิตแต่คนเนี่ยมีชีวิตและคนน่ะเป็นคนสร้างมูลค่าเพิ่มขึ้นมาขอบคุณค่ะ
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I now give the floor over here. If
Hello.
I can ask, I know we have very many people who would like to take the floor. Can I ask everyone to please limit their interventions
Hello.
to two?
My name is Ali. I'm from Pakistan. I'm coordinating Sindh Human Rights Defenders Network.
Sorry, your microphone is not turned on, please.
Do you hear me? Nazim Jokhio, who was an environmental journalist in Pakistan, he tried to stop Arab hunters not to kill Habara bustard birds. And when he filmed them, he was subjected to torture, and then he was killed. And when the human rights defenders in the whole Pakistani nation stood with him, that he should get justice. The justification from Pakistani government was that justice to Nazim Jokio will spoil relationship with Arab countries. So see, the policy, foreign policy is more important than. So my question is to Ambassador, Sweden Ambassador, Her Excellency, that any effort Sweden government has taken, or Sweden embassy in Pakistan or EU has taken for justice, because it's still his wife is crying for justice. My second comment will be that such forums are any forum which is happening next month for environmental defenders. Such defenders, at least those who laid their lives for the people, for the environment, should be remembered. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take a few comments before we respond. So at the back over here.
I, on behalf of indigenous people of Mongdong Songkham, Assam Northeast, would like to mention that in Northeast India, there are many examples of local communities and NGOs members are being arrested for raising their voices against environmental destruction due to coal mining, exploration, and production of oil and gases. For instance, Bagjan oil field in Assam is located in an ecologically very sensitive zone where oil well caught fire. The local activities were arrested under different section of IPC for raising their concern against destruction of lives and environment in the area. But the company responsible for the disaster does not care. Even we are also fearing of arrest. In this regard, what mandatory action will you take for protection of human rights defenders in Northeast India? Thank you.
Thank you. We had some hands. Yes.
Hello. Okay. First, we want to tell translator, you can use I mean Shan. Okay, please don't mix gender. Okay, I will speak in Thai. โอเคค่ะคือว่าพิมพ์เนี่ยทำประเด็นเรื่องของบางกอยนะคะแล้วก็คือบางกอยเนี่ยโดนเจ้าหน้าที่รัฐเนี่ยคุกคามเผาบ้านไปเกือบ100 กว่าหลังแล้วทีนี้เนี่ยนอกจากนั้นนะคะยังมีประเด็นของการที่รัฐเนี่ยออกกฎหมายเรื่องของการเก็บของป่ามาซึ่งทำให้ชาวบ้านเนี่ยไม่สามารถที่จะมีอาหารที่ทานได้แล้วสิ่งที่เกิดขึ้นคือชาวบ้านขาดสารอาหารค่ะเพราะว่าถ้าเก็บของป่าเนี่ยเท่ากับว่าคุณกำลังโดนคดีจากภาครัฐทีนี้มีการเปิดของโรงงานทอผ้าเกิดขึ้นโรงงานทอผ้าก็ให้ค่าแรงที่ไม่เป็นธรรมค่ะใช้งานคนชราใช้งานผู้ที่แบบไม่สามารถที่จะทำงานได้ผู้พิการที่เขามีสุขภาพที่ค่อนข้างแย่มากๆแล้วอะค่ะใช้งานหนักมากๆจนทำให้ตอนที่เราขึ้นไปตรวจสุขภาพเนี่ยทุกคนในหมู่บ้านป่วยค่ะแล้วก็ให้ค่าแรงไม่เป็นธรรมนะคะคือมีการถึงไม่ให้ค่าแรงบางเดือนก็มีค่ะนอกจากนั้นนะคะนอกจากรัฐที่จะทำอย่างนี้บนบางกอยแล้วเนี่ยตอนที่ชาวบ้านเนี่ยมาเรียกร้องความยุติธรรมที่กรุงเทพก็โดนรัฐเอาคดียัดป่าค่ะวันที่27นี้ค่ะเรามาดูกันนะคะว่ารัฐไทยจะสั่งฟ้องหรือเปล่าค่ะฝาก UN จับตามองด้วยนะคะแล้วนอกจากนั้นนะคะถ้าที่ทำคดีบางคนที่อยู่ในบางกอยเนี่ยจะรู้จักกันดีคือมิลลี่พอลิจีรักจงเจริญค่ะมิลลี่เนี่ยโดนอุ้มหายแล้วตอนนี้นะคะชัยวัฒน์เป็นผู้ต้องหาแต่คดีของเขาเนี่ยไม่คืบหน้าเงียบหายไปแล้วก็ไม่มีการอัปเดตใดๆเป็นเรื่องที่เราอยากให้จับตามองอีกเรื่องหนึ่งค่ะเพราะว่าพิมพ์เนี่ยออกมาพูดเรื่องนี้เรื่องของการคนที่โดนอุ้มหายเรื่องของมิลลี่แต่พิมพ์ถูกคุกคามถูกตัดสายเบรกรถส่วนตัวของพิมพ์เองถูกเอาถึงชีวิตถูกขู่ฆ่านี่คือสิ่งที่เราได้รับค่ะนี่คือสิ่งที่เราออกมาปกป้องใจแผ่นดินปกป้องชาวบ้านปกป้องความยุติธรรมนี่คือสิ่งที่นักปกป้องสิทธิ์ในเมืองไทยโดนค่ะอยากให้ทางสหประชาชาติเนี่ยรู้ไว้อย่างหนึ่งว่ารัฐไทยเนี่ยมันมีกฎหมายแต่กฎหมายเนี่ยมันใช้ไม่ได้จริงทั้งพฤตินัยและนิตินัยเขากำลังจะฆ่าเราและพวกเรากำลังจะตายทั้งนักกิจกรรมและชาวบ้านทุกคนกำลังจะตายค่ะแต่ว่าไม่มีอะไรที่จะมาปกป้องเราได้จริงๆเลยขอบคุณค่ะ
Thank you. Okay, we have one more here. Sorry, can we turn off the other mic just so there's not echo? Yeah, thank you.
ค่ะที่พวกคุณพูดถึงการปกป้องชุมชนพื้นเมืองและนักปกป้องสิทธินะก็มีเรื่องอยากเล่าให้ฟังการพวกเราเนี่ยถูกฟ้องดำเนินคดีเรียกค่าเสียหายจากการทำให้โลกร้อนและถูกจำคุกจากการปกป้องพื้นที่ดินทำกินของตัวเองรัฐบาลไทยเนี่ยออกกฎหมายใช้เงินจาก World Bank เนี่ยมาทำกฎหมายเพื่อที่จะลดโลกร้อนแต่ว่ารัฐบาลไทยเนี่ยก็เอามาทำนโยบายทวงคืนผืนป่าให้มาใช้กับคนในชุมชนชายขอบแม้กระทั่งกะเหรี่ยงหรือว่าชาติพันธุ์เนี่ยก็ถูกนโยบายทวงคืนผืนป่าเนี่ยกฎหมายของรัฐบาลไทยเนี่ยกำลังจะทำให้พวกเราที่เป็นชุมชนชายขอบและพื้นเมืองเนี่ยสูญเสียที่ดินทำกินแล้วก็พวกเราเนี่ยยังถูกเรียกร้องค่าเสียหายเนี่ยจากการทำให้โลกร้อนเนี่ย14 คนเนี่ยเป็นเงิน4 ล้านบาทในการทำให้โลกร้อนทั้งที่ข้อเสนอในเชิงนโยบายของพวกเราต่อรัฐบาลไทยเนี่ยคือการจัดการแผนทรัพยากรโดยชุมชนแต่ภายใต้กฎหมายของรัฐบาลเนี่ยรัฐบาลได้เขียนโครงการว่าต้องอยู่ภายใต้โครงการอนุรักษ์ของรัฐบาลเท่านั้นนี่คือการจำกัดสิทธิของชุมชนสิทธิของชาวบ้านเนี่ยไม่มีสิทธิ์อะไรเลยเราไม่สามารถที่จะต่อรองกับรัฐบาลไทยได้เลยในการเขียนกฎหมาย
Thank you. Thank you. We only have time for one more intervention. I am very sorry, but unfortunately, we do have to finish after this.
Thank you. My name is Micheline Salata. I am representing the Indigenous Youth Front of the Archipelago in Indonesia. And we have more than 2,499 indigenous communities in Indonesia, which is not acknowledged by the government of Indonesia up until now. We have been fighting for 30 years for our rights to be recognized. The resistance that has been undergone by the indigenous peoples are to lodge a formal complaint. We have taken legal actions and we have conduct peaceful protest in order for us to take away what's ours, to reclaim the indigenous communities that we have. But what we experience inside our community is that we are being oppressed, we are being captured, and we are being jailed and imprisoned without doing anything wrong. And from all these efforts, loss of the indigenous people's life has been resulted in almost zero result, in which indigenous peoples also still lost their home and life. And it means no lands from the deforestation. It means that there will be a lot of flood in everywhere. Now that what makes it difficult in our country that even though that we have fight a lot, what makes it difficult is that because the current law in Indonesia has caused the indigenous peoples to lose their land. Why is that so? Because legally the land of the indigenous peoples, which is originally owned by the hundreds of years of indigenous peoples management, is considered to be owned by the government. And this is how corrupted it is in our country. And right now, I want to mention some of the important indigenous communities that has been oppressed in Indonesia, which is located in Sihaporas in Sumatra, Rendu in East Nusa Tenggara, Kinipan in Central Kalimantan, Paniai in Papua, Wahoni in Southeast Sulawesi, and Sintang in Central Kalimantan. All of these people have to undergo a lawsuit because they are protecting their lands. The Human Rights Commissions in Indonesia and its commissioner have stated that the recognition of the indigenous peoples should be able to navigate from the international declarations of the human rights. Because all of these cases still happening, we want to demand and ask questions to UN and everyone. What's the best mechanism to push the implementation to the national level, especially in our country? We want to hear from all of the UN about the possible solutions, since relying to our government is not going to save the remaining forests and the lives of the indigenous peoples in our country. Thank you. Kurre sumanga. Adil Catalino Bacharamin Kasaruga Basengat Kajubata. Arus, arus, arus.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, can I just add? Sorry.
Sorry,
We really do.
can I
have
just
to
add
finish.
to my friend, because I'm also indigenous people from Cambodia. I just to announce that
2 minutes.
there are 81 IPHOD was harassed, were accused by the company and the government, and including 15 women there. They are faced a lot of discrimination to due to the government. They don't implement the law. We have the law that respect our right, but it was not implemented by the government. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And thank you to all of our speakers on this panel. And I would really like to thank everyone in the audience for all of those interventions. They're all incredibly important. And we have taken note of them. We unfortunately really do need to close the session. I am very sorry for those of you who did not get a chance to intervene, but there will be more chances over the next 2 days. There are more sessions tomorrow. There's a session first thing in the morning on environmental issues again, and there is another session in the second part of the morning also on environmental issues and plastics. So please do also join those sessions and raise your concerns and issues and thoughts in those sessions. So once again, thank you for joining. Thank you to all of our speakers, and have a lovely rest of today.
Thank you.
And then Nadia, so UNGP, I love how you were so calm and rallying the troops to come back into the room. It's a very difficult job, especially with the first panel. Let me just. Also, I would like to. Yeah.
Just a quick announcement. If any one of you would like to get a copy of Business and Human Rights Resource Center reports and findings, please visit OSHR booth to get the copies. Thank you.
She's okay. Just since I'm gonna use that, yeah, she has joined. She doesn't have fever yet. Hi, nice to meet you. Pleasure. How are you? Yes. Hi. How are you? How are you? Nice to finally meet you. I just going to talk to your session. How are you? We're like if it's directly to me, I would be not to.
He just asked for the embassy or EU in Pakistan.
Brazil. Yeah, I just wanted to finally. You were in the room yesterday, but I didn't get a chance. Yeah. No, it's my first time to see you. Like, so many things happening. But so you're leaving tonight? Yeah. Oh, okay. She wasn't feeling well, and then she did the test. She was not COVID or anything. She's fine. Okay. Well, good to hear that she's fine. My dad is trying to as well. She's alone. So. But yeah, it's no. Yeah. We checked. Yeah. Good, we finally know each other. You have my contact email.
Yes. So that's what we call that.
Yeah,
So we're back home.
sure. Feel free to. All right. Same with you. Because are you still? Wait. So you're acting regional manager and you're doing still South Asia. Yeah. Okay. Then we will be, I guess, working together in a few months. Yes. So this updates are don't mention the dates. It's usually before.
अच्छा
वो पाकिस्तानी टाइम के अंदर 3 बजे that means early next
सही yeah I think you would be very interested in this session but of course आपको interview
migrant workers है ना तो मैं अब
इसके फिर आप note shorts कहीं से निकालें
मैं सोच रही थी किसी से मैं नोट कर भी migrant workers मेरा वैसे भी वो टेक है ना
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल
इलेक्शंस क्या हो रहे हैं और हम इसमें क्या कर सकते हैं मुझे समझ नहीं आ रही मुझे मैसेजेस इतने आए ना मैं परेशान हो गई मैं यार कल था मैं कल इंतजार करी थी उन्होंने उसको चेंज कर दिया तो मैंने उनसे रिक्वेस्ट भी की थी कि मैं आप जो भी रखें ना आफ्टर 6 रखें बैंकॉक टाइम जाहिर है वो कोई प्रॉब्लम्स हो जाती हैं
चलें ऑफ कोर्स आपका डिसीजन है मैं भी आई हैव टू मिस मुझे क्योंकि अब एकदम से 5-6 और काम करने हैं काम तो
अब अभी नहीं कर रहे हैं
मैं इस बस आई एम जस्ट मीटिंग आई लाइक टू मीट एनी एंड देन मैं निकल जाऊंगा
हेलो आपको
आई एम गोइंग टू लीव राइट नाउ
आप नहीं कर मैं भी सोच रही हूँ क्योंकि पता है मेरे वो इंटरव्यू तो कल हुए थे ना जो मेरे इंटरव्यूज कल हुए थे
chatting yes
I see you, Annie. So defenders and just transition. This is something we're really as like a follow-up. Yeah. Of course, yes. Where are you based? We already have, but still, yeah. Yeah, thank you. Ah, okay, yes. Yes, let's please catch up. And with Kristen as well, we'll have a call because she mentioned that you started having a conversation and then so maybe we can pick it back up again. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So let's pick it back up. Yeah, that'll be great. Yes. I tried to introduce you. Yeah. The pleasure to meet you. Bye. Thanks. Something good. Okay. You have a card? So, what type of work are you doing?
Personally, I have worked with migrant children.
Maybe we can have a call once you're back home. I did some courses there, yeah. Also doing that on the side, education about BHR, India, talking about what are UNGPs, BHR. So if there is any interest in those kind of trainings. Yeah. We have some course materials also. We'll be sharing that.
हम हमारी एसोसिएशन चिट कर रही हैं यूनिवर्सिटी में चंडीगढ़ के पास उनके साथ हमारा चलता है हम एक्चुअली उनके साथ प्रोफेशनल सोशल वर्क से रिलेटेड और हम कई सारे कोर्स हैं उनके साथ कोलैबोरेशन में रन भी करते हैं वर्चुअली if there is any interest in the HR course we can do that. Definitely, I would like to incorporate. Actually, हम कुछ syllabus अभी define कर रहे हैं उनके सारे Center for Social Work का proper एक हम चाहते हैं कि course रन करना. So in that we can include certainly HR, and this is more relevant. Yes, it's still a new concept for India, so we need to raise more awareness. What is the HR? Why is it important? Well, I mean, we are putting up. I'm in Hyderabad. We are in Hyderabad. My family is in really? Acha, okay. AOC Center. Okay, yeah, Secunderabad में army का पूरा. AOC Center. Yeah, okay, nice, lovely. And I've been मैं 2-3 महीने में 3-4 राउंड लग चुके हैं. अच्छा. और मैं 2 महीने तो almost मैंने वहीं spend किया. Please next time let me know. Certainly. I didn't come to Chandigarh yet. Got your number? Next time, yeah, it's just there. Indian That's number, my WhatsApp number. Next time when you come, or if I come to Punjab. But we'll talk online also. So then any opportunity. Yes, I'm on. Nice to meet you. तभी टच में रहेंगे. Yes. Yeah. I know. But yeah, nice to meet you. Thank you. Take care. You too. I know you wanted to rest. Oh, sorry. It's been a long day. Just wanted to share my card. I hope that you will need to come. Thank you. Okay, I didn't. Yeah, no, I didn't actually. Maybe had a few too many beers. So again, I follow you guys. Maybe learn a bit. Maybe a lot of people regarding so some for me. I didn't for the app development. Now we want something anyway, any best practices like that. Can we have content? Yeah.
หารเป็นแรงงานข้ามชาติ
She's the Bangladeshi counterpart. That's from the India counterpart. Exactly. So I'm
Can I check with IT that we have Attorney Celso online? He is online? Okay. Shall we get started? Okay, I guess we'll make a start because the time is dragging on. It's been a long but a very rich day. Good afternoon, everybody, and very welcome to this session, which aims to look at regional access to justice and remediation, and with a particular focus on migrant workers. Thank you to the organizers for having us here for such an important discussion. And I have to commend all of you for still being here after a very long day. So thank you for hanging in there. My name is Archana Kotecha. I'll be your moderator for today, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Remedy Project, which is a social enterprise that focuses on remedial solutions for migrant workers in global supply chains. And I guess I'd like to start by talking a little bit about the ecosystem of Remedy and how diverse this ecosystem is. It's an ecosystem that is rich with state-based judicial mechanisms and state-based non-judicial mechanisms, and also non-state-based mechanisms. You have state actors, you have non-state actors, private sector, trade unions, NGOs, etc. But there are also various other mechanisms like the national human rights institutions, mechanisms that are run by financial sector initiatives, etc. This is a very diverse world of stakeholders, but it is also one that is very fragmented. NGOs are the common denominators, and trade unions too that often navigate between state-based mechanisms and non-state-based mechanisms as well. And they're also a very important link and a crucial connector between mechanisms and also affected stakeholders. Affected stakeholders are a very important group. And the UNGP's primary focus is the centrality of rights. All of our interventions and all of our actions have to be with the rights holders in mind and with a focus on right holders. We talked about the diverse, ecosystem. We talked about a fragmented ecosystem. Now, the backdrop within which this ecosystem exists is one where you see fractured rule of law, where justice mechanisms are often very hard to access. We see poor enforcement of laws. There are lots of labor laws that exist, but there is poor enforcement. We see an asymmetry of power in terms of, information, access to, to fight really, and also access to mechanisms, access to influence, etc. We also see systems that are discriminatory against workers, whether it is systems that are, inherently discriminatory around the way workers are recruited, the way their living and working conditions are distinct as opposed to local workers. And we also see restrictions on freedom of association, in particular for migrant workers. And that is also a big impediment on access to remedy. And there is, of course, the fear of reprisals, actions taken against human rights defenders, criminal defamation lawsuits against workers as well. Now, within this diverse ecosystem that is fragile, there are emerging opportunities for change. And this is what we really want to talk about today. But I did say that, the centrality of the rights holders is the most key. So I'd like to start this session today by actually going to a very short video, which really encapsulates very clearly the journey of a migrant worker in seeking access to remedy, and we'll then go on to meet the panel. Can we have the video, please?
หานเป็นแรงงานข้ามชาติสัญชาติเมียนมาผู้ซึ่งถูกเลิกจ้างโดยนายจ้างของเขาในประเทศไทย
You know ကလည်းအလုပ်ထုတ်ခံရမှုတဲ့လူတွေရှိတယ်။ဒါပေမဲ့ကျွန်တော်လည်းနောက်ထပ်အလုပ်ထုတ်ခံရမဲ့လူဖြစ်လာမယ်လို့မထင်ခဲ့ဘူးပေါ့နော်
คุณรู้ไหมเมื่อแรงงานข้ามชาติถูกเลิกจ้าง1 คนต้องแบกรับอะไรบ้างภาระค่าใช้จ่ายและหนี้สินเท่าเดิมแต่รายได้กลับหายไปด้วยข้อจำกัดทางภาษาของพวกเขาทำให้พวกเขาไม่กล้าขอความช่วยเหลือจากใคร
အစနဲ့ကျွန်တော်မတီးဘူးပဲသူစီအခုညီတော့တောင်းမယ်ဆိုမတီးဘူး
การอ่านเขียนหรือพูดภาษาไทยไม่ได้ของแรงงานข้ามชาติส่งผลให้การขอความช่วยเหลือจากหน่วยงานต่างๆจึงเป็นเรื่องที่ยากมูลนิธิ HRDF ได้ให้ความช่วยเหลือตั้งแต่ต้นจนแรงงานข้ามชาติได้รับเงินชดเชยการรวบรวมเอกสารแปลเอกสารประสานงานกับหน่วยงานต่างๆรวมถึงการเขียนคำร้องเพื่อร้องเรียนต่อเจ้าหน้าที่ในประเทศไทยองค์กรภาคประชาสังคมส่วนใหญ่อย่างเช่น HRDF มีบทบาทสำคัญอย่างมากในการสนับสนุนแรงงานข้ามชาติเพื่อเข้าถึงกระบวนการกฎหมายอย่างยุติธรรม
ကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့အခွင့်အရေးတွေကိုသိနေဖို့လိုအပ်တယ်တကယ်လို့မသိနေခဲ့ဘူးဆိုရင်လည်းသိဖို့အတွက်ကျွန်တော်တို့ကြိုးစားအားထုတ်ရမယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့မတရားအလုပ်ထုတ်ခံရရင်လည်းငြိမ်ခံမနေဘဲနဲ့နင်းနာမှုတွေအတွက်ကျွန်တော်တို့ထိုက်တဲ့ရောကြီးတွေပြန်နေတောင်းဆိုဖို့လိုအပ်တယ်
I mean, this video really highlights and encapsulates, in a nutshell, the information asymmetry, the difficulties with accessing grievance systems, the role of NGOs in helping workers to navigate this system, and also the knowledge gap that workers often experience around their own rights and the different systems that they can access. On a very personal note, I was really touched to see the number of representatives from Indigenous communities here today. And it is my hope that someday, sometime, that we will not be presenting migrant workers on videos, but rather they will be here to contribute themselves to the debate and how their rights are affected and what they would like to see in terms of change. Now, let me take this opportunity to introduce you to my panel. To my right, I have Tony Cole, who is with NXP. And to my left, we have, to my far left, we have Pepe Siddiqui, who is with with IOM. Now I've lost my notes, so forgive me. So Pepe Siddiqui, who's Senior Regional Migrant Protection and Assistance Specialist with IOM Asia and the Pacific. And next to Pepe is Andriy Sochenko, who leads all the forced labor programs for the International Justice Mission in the region. And Tony, I'll do you justice by reading your full title, which is Director of Corporate Social Responsibility and Sustainability Office with NXP Semiconductors. And online, we have Attorney Celso Hernandez, who is the Director of Market Development with the Department of Migrant Workers of the Government of the Philippines. So I talked earlier about a rich ecosystem, and here you have representatives of pretty much all the different stakeholders, except for workers themselves. And I'd like to really explore, how do we create an enabling environment for access to remedy? And with that, I'd like to talk a little bit about state leadership. There were many instances today where, states had the fingers pointed at them for not doing enough. And it is true that the focus on corporates and on the private sector does not mean that state leadership must fall off the radar. So with that, I'd like to address my first question to Attorney Celso. How can we create a more enabling environment? We want to really draw on the experience of the Philippines. And in a recent regional study conducted by the Remedy Project on behalf of IOM, we highlighted a number of innovative practices which the government of Philippines has undertaken in order to enable access to remedy for migrant workers. In particular, these include the single entry approach system, the SENA, which allows Filipino workers to access different state-based services through a single entry point. They're also able to use online platforms, allowing them to file grievances and seek access to remedy. And there's, of course, the joint and solidarity liability provisions, which is used to hold employment agencies liable for mistreatment of workers in destination countries. So we know that the Philippines has established these robust state-based remediation mechanisms. How is the government of Philippines working with other stakeholders, such as the private sector and civil society, to really strengthen the ecosystem of non-state-based grievance mechanisms for Filipino workers?
Well, first of all, good afternoon, everybody. On the part of the Philippines, for the past 50 years, we were able to create a certain system, and we were able to introduce or innovate mechanisms that will protect all of our workers on site and abroad, and here also in the Philippines. Likewise, we do believe in terms of protection of workers. One of the policy of the government is engaging the tripartite, all the stakeholders, the private enterprises, the recruitment agencies, the non-governmental organization, the worker organizations in the protection of our workers in adopting policies. Right now, maybe I would just like to inform the body that the Philippines has just enacted a law that created the Department of Migrant Workers. This law merged all duty bearers, state duty bearers, on the protection of our workers. And somehow, as you said earlier, we had some innovative mechanism that we introduced to be able to support and to help our workers, workers to have access to remedies available to them. One of them is the single entry approach. Single entry approach is a non-judicial approach, wherein similar to mediation and conciliation, workers could access the process through our POLO, Philippine Overseas Labor Offices, that were established in the destination countries. You could also access it to any office under the Department of Labor and Employment. Right now, on the part of the DMW, since we are not yet in full operation, this process, this SENA, is still being implemented by the Philippines. But somehow, once that we are in full operation, I think we are already drafting a mirror mechanism that will address and will give redress to the concerns and problems being encountered by our workers. Likewise, we also have this. We do have a detailed mechanism in terms of the repatriation of workers. Just 2 months ago, we established the One Repatriation Command Center, where all repatriation requests will be handled by a single center operating almost 24 hours. You could post your request through or by the request could be made by the workers themselves or by their next of kin or even their friends or even by Filipino communities on site. The request could be through email, through social media platform. The request could also be made through email, social, through a hotline, a 24/7 hotline. Also have a 24/7 hotline. Likewise, we do have this polo. Under the new law, this polo will be ready into migrant workers office. This is being headed by the labor attaché. It provides a wide array of services for our workers as well as to foreign employers and to other clients. And part of it is the welfare services that being given by the polo. Polo usually have this shelter for those runaway workers, to those who were abused, and Polo would always, part of Polo is or the function of the Polo is to conduct this mediation and conciliation. The part of this Polo is also to help the workers to access remedies that are available in the destination countries. Most of the time, we do have under our law the legal assistance fund that is being given to the Department of Foreign Affairs. But somehow in our new law, aside from the legal assistance fund that being handled by the Department of Foreign Affairs, we also have this so-called action fund, an action fund that will be used by the Department of Migrant Workers to assist workers in distress. So that's one thing that is being facilitated by the Polo, as well as the repatriation request of the workers. Actually, there are some cases that where workers would opt not to pursue any claims or any case at the destination country. They just wanted to just be returned to the country, returned to the Philippines. And that's one thing that is peculiar in our system is the so-called joint and solidary liability of the agencies with their employers. We impose this on the reason that once an employer would not pay all the money claims, the benefits of wages to worker, and once the worker filed it against the employer here, definitely it will be impossible to go after the employers here in the Philippines under our process. So our law made it clear that the deploying agency will be joint and solidarily liable to the money claims that will be adjudged against the foreign employer. As part of their license, we do have this so-called escrow cap. Usually it's 1 million pesos. And depending on the number of the cases that they have, this escrow account could be increased. They also need to secure surety bond, wherein workers could also proceed in case that they would win their money claims against the workers.
Celso, can I stop you there, because there's a lot of really rich information there. So you talked about the tripartite nature of the engagement that you have with NGOs, the private sector, and the importance of being responsive to the needs of workers. So, for example, the creation of Polo, the streamlining of repatriation services, etc. Many of these are issues that really were highlighted during COVID, with workers needing to be repatriated, with people returning from destination countries suddenly with claims outstanding and no way of dealing with it. So many of these measures are commendable, and there is much in here to learn for other states as well. I'd like to turn to Pepe on that note and really talk about, cross-border issues present very significant challenges for workers. What role can organizations like the IOM play in building this enabling environment, in particularly around support in accessing remedy, in terms of remediation of cross-border grievances, both through state-based and also non-state-based mechanisms?
Thanks, Archana. before I get into the question, I just wanted to have a quick question to the audience. Could I just have a show of hand of those of you who work either with migrants or migration-related issues, just to get a read of the room as to how many of us here are on migration? Okay. And I really commend the rest of you for staying for the last session of the day. Thank you. Okay, so I wanted to quickly talk about just the state of migration in Asia Pacific, some of the vulnerabilities and challenges of migrant workers accessing remedy, and then moving on to the solutions. I think it's, of course, important to keep in mind that labor migration really is one of the economic pillars driving growth in Asia Pacific. It's very much understood to be that by most of the Asia Pacific governments as well. The latest migration data that we have say that there are about 169 million international labor migrants globally, and out of that, 24 million reside inside Asia Pacific. These are regular migrants that are somehow captured by state data collection mechanisms. We also just got the latest global estimates on modern slavery come out, which say that there are about 15 million victims of forced labor in Asia Pacific. So if you look at the number of regular migrants, 24 million, and then you look at the number of victims of forced labor, 15 million in Asia Pacific, the data tells a story. It's not all of the story necessarily, because of course some of this data is misleading, but there's certainly some questions there that can be asked around the protection of migrant workers in this region and access to vital services like remedy and grievance mechanisms. On top of that, Asia Pacific is also characterized by prevalent degrees of irregular migration. So we don't really know what that number is, but it's likely to be as high, if not higher, than the regular migration number. And of course, irregular migrants are particularly vulnerable to challenges that migrants that have migrated under kind of regularized pathways are not. For example, irregular migrants are often excluded from accessing protection available by national law, certainly couldn't access things like labor courts or criminal courts, are under constant threat of being reported to authorities and deported, and so would also be prevented from seeking any sort of access to protection services. So with that in mind, and of course, then the COVID returns, I think, really brought into the forefront some of these challenges that were faced by migrants, whether regular or irregular, again, because there were such large number of returns associated then with labor rights violations, whether that was non-payment of wages or unlawful dismissals or retention of papers, but really came to the front with COVID and the pandemic-related migrants who returned home. So with that in mind, looking at some of the grievance mechanisms, whether state-based, non-state-based, they're not seen often by migrants as viable means for resolving their grievances. And there are plentiful of challenges around here, but a lot of it has to do with trust issues, language barriers, limited information of what these grievance mechanisms are all about. Fear of retaliation, loss of employment. Of course, migrants' right to stay in a country is almost always tied to a work permit. And if that work permit is lost, if the employer terminates that work relationship, then the migrant goes home. And then again, the question comes to how does the migrant then seek redressal for what's happened when they're no longer in the same country or the same jurisdiction with the employer. Non-state-based grievance mechanisms where available often are not seen to have legitimacy with the migrant workers. They feel that there are major power imbalances with regards to, particularly if those non-state-based grievance mechanisms are managed by the employer, that the migrants are not fairly represented, that they're not understood, that they're not necessarily useful outcomes that come out of those grievance mechanisms, or that they're not well communicated to the migrants. And migrants often express a preference for liaising with their own community or having informal negotiations with their employers, trying to sort of have a dialogue to see whether their issues can be solved. And if not, a migrant is also probably more likely to change employer than seek some sort of formal adjudication on the case. So the need for cross-border remedy arises particularly in situations of these types of unlawful dismissals, but there is no international legal framework that covers cross-border access to grievance mechanisms or redressal. And so it's very challenging to really enable migrant workers to access these remediation mechanisms. And often we see that actually in practice, access to these type of remedies is achieved mostly through informal networks, through engagement of CSOs, trade unions, migrant resource centers also, which are centers usually established together with the government and maybe an NGO or UN partner. And they then informally or through their established networks can support the claimants navigate the patchwork of available grievance mechanisms, which can be quite difficult or very difficult to understand for the migrants. So all of those challenges on the table, there are some promising practices. I think we heard from one from the Philippines already. Which is very interesting, actually, because it looks at putting the joint solidarity liability puts, although it holds foreign employers and Philippines recruitment agencies jointly liable, it really looks at the recruitment agencies to be in charge of seeking that redressal, because they're seen as having more agency and power to seek remedy than the migrant worker. So the migrant worker approaches the recruitment agency for remedy, and then the recruitment agency could theoretically seek that remedy from the employer. It's of course not perfect. It leaves the local recruiters responsible for grievances that they were not party to, but at least it allows the migrant to access some type of remedy where there is no real access to cross-border remediation. We see that these migrant resource centers, or MRCs, which have been established in this region pretty well across countries. We have them in Thailand, Malaysia, Cambodia, Vietnam. They have been, and they're usually kind of focused at supporting industrial disputes and labor claims, have been fairly good at trying to support migrants' access to remedy when it's about, for example, non-payment of wages or some sort of labor claim that the migrant launched. And they have these networks amongst each other, so they are able to support the migrants' access to other CSO partners as well as possible labor disputes. One of the real challenges for migrants, of course, once they've returned home, and if the remedy is provided in a labor court, for example, in the country of destination where they worked, is that you have to be present in person to be able to represent yourself. And you can't be present because you no longer have the right to stay in the country. There is some work going on in Hong Kong to look at, for example, the use of video links so that the migrants could represent themselves remotely, which is very interesting. I mean, I don't think this has been solved yet, but that would certainly allow migrants to then have access to cross-border remediation. But there again, I mean, you have translation issues, language issues, the need for some sort of representation, having the financial means to have all of that. So it's not all solved yet. Where we look at criminal justice issues, I'll be almost like okay. Particularly with regards to victims of trafficking, there is more established agreement between governments on access to protection services and remediation. For example, there's an existing MOU between Thailand and Cambodia that really kind of has mutual recognition of who is a victim of trafficking and what type of assistance they should be provided with. But it's easier on the criminal justice side than it is on the softer law side. And I think with that, I think, of course, for IOM, I mean, we have a host of tools. So there is guidance and tools to be offered both to our government counterparts and private sector and civil society in terms of what does operational grievance look like? How do we include the civil society in that? You know, how do we work with different partners to make sure that migrants have access to that? But I think there's a lot to do still with regards to the state's role as well in facilitating cross-border access to grievance. And that's something that, you know, needs to be facilitated across the board, whether that's engagement with ASEAN or government counterparts, but ensuring that we get there. Thank you.
And you know, I think that's an excellent segue for the fact that, you know, I think states must challenge themselves a little bit more. The movement of people benefits the state immensely, just as much as it is important for the private sector and as it is important for migrant workers themselves. Therefore, do MOUs present, or bilaterals between governments, present an opportunity to have better labor protections in them and inbuilt mechanisms which workers can access in order to protect themselves, particularly where something goes wrong under that migration movement? This is particularly important because actually there isn't one way of looking at access to remedy here. There isn't just one stakeholder that is responsible. It's a complex problem. It's something that speaks around labor market dynamics, migration, and a whole host of issues. Therefore, there needs to be a multi-layered approach to it. But I want to come back to something Pepi talked about earlier, which was the trust issues. And very often in engagement with migrant workers, they will tell you that why should the company design a system where they are the judge, the jury, and the defendant. How can we trust a system like that? We were not consulted in the design of that system. We are not involved in running it as well. So why should we trust that this system can deliver for us what we need by way of remedy? So with that, Tony, I know you've been doing quite a lot of work at NXP. I want to hear a bit from you about your experience in setting up these mechanisms for workers, and to what extent have you been engaging these workers in your work?
Thank you, Archana, and it's an honor to be here and representing business. So, so I'm Tony Kaur. I'm based in Singapore. I'm from NXP Semiconductors. So we have, we are a semiconductor manufacturing company. We have operations in Asia. We have a factory here in Bangkok. We have operations that employ migrant workers. We recruit from migration corridors like Malaysia, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines to Taiwan, yeah, and also from China to Singapore. So, and we also have supply chain partners in this region that rely on migrant worker to power their factories. So, so Achana, I tend to, I warn you, I tend to go off script in a lot of my session. Because I think we need to see where the conversation flows, and I think the video that that was shown at the beginning of this session resonates with me, because it's a reality on the ground. We've done a lot of due diligence in our supply chain, and what you see in the video is real, especially in times of COVID, where we know a lot of migrant workers have lost their jobs. And was stranded in a foreign country, and how do they seek a remedy? So we have worked a lot in our supply chain, and we have, we can, as a business, we can talk about the kind of remedy process we provide to workers. Some work, some don't work. I'm going to be realistic, but one of the key areas that when we do due diligence is worker interviews. So in 10 years that we've done due diligence in our supply chain, we have interviewed close to about 5,000 workers, and a majority of them migrant workers. And we know we fully understand the challenges that they face, because migrant workers are the most vulnerable the moment they are recruited to when they transit from their home country to the sending country. We see issues, still seeing issues of recruitment fees being collected from migrant workers, their passports confiscated once they arrive at the host country. We see contract, the change in their contract or contract substitution. They will promise something in their home country. When they reach their host country, their jobs change, everything change. So every time we interview workers, we will provide them with a number to call, right? In case what we're worried about is retaliation against these workers, right? So we will provide them a number to call where they can access a line where they can report any concerns that they have, and we are pleased to state here that workers do use these lines. For example, I'll state two examples. When COVID happened, we have a contractor, a cafeteria contractor that employed Bangladeshi workers, and some of these the service provider actually laid off these workers. The workers actually called these numbers. The workers were not actually working in an NXP facility. They were working in other facility, but they know of the number that NXP provides. They called the number. They said that they are stranded. They are running out of food. So what we did was our team in Malaysia actually called out, reached out to our contractor and asked them to meet with us to find out what's the situation. And then we worked with a local civil society organization in Malaysia to reach out to the workers to provide them with necessary support in terms of providing them with food and checking on them every day to check on their well-being, right? So we made sure that they are given their last drawn salary, they are fully paid their salary and their benefits, and the CSO actually followed through until they have safely reached home, right? So we are doing this by ourselves, right? This is just us, right? And that we're just barely scraping the surface. And one of the things that we do, I think we hear throughout this the day of this forum is the word awareness. I think it's not the issue of awareness with businesses, but it's raising awareness with migrant workers. Before COVID, about 3 to 4 years ago, we actually went into where we recruit workers in Indonesia, went into the villages to visit the vocational schools where these workers are recruited from after they graduate. We actually met with their principal, their headmasters, the teachers, and also together with an NGO partner that we work with, we met with the graduating class, and we actually gave them an awareness session, a training session, to help them know what their rights are if they choose to work in overseas, if they choose to become a migrant worker to work overseas. And I think, but that's just very a small portion of the work we do. And I think I like to call out call to action, collaboration that we need to have here, right? So we, as a business, we're willing to partner with whether it's IOM, with CSOs to really go out there and raise this awareness. I think we need to address this at the source before the workers actually become, choose to work as a migrant workers. Help them understand their rights, help them understand where they can get access to remedy. And I'll stop here. I think I've got 12 years of experience to share, and I don't think we have enough time here, but
please come and find him at break time or possibly tomorrow morning.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tony. I think that was a very honest sharing of your experiences, but I think that also highlighted something very critical, which is the collaboration between private sector, workers, CSOs, etc. Because no one in this ecosystem can be delivering solutions on their own, and the role of collaboration is so important. And actually there are trust issues, not just between employers and employees, but also between the private sector and the NGO world as well. And, we often in the course of my work, we encounter a lot of issues around, well, how can we trust this NGO? How do we work with them? How do we find partners who we can really partner with in delivering access to remedy? So with that, and Andrea, I think this is a great segue for you. Can you share some perspectives from your work and experience at IJM on how migrant workers can be engaged more actively in the building of these pathways to remedy?
Thanks. Thanks, Archana, and thank you to the organizers for including me and IJM in the group. Indeed, we have unpacked a host of reasons why we wouldn't trust each other in this space, and why migrant workers in particular, rights holders, would be ill-advised to trust, right? And the lack of trust goes all directions, right? Government doesn't trust business, business doesn't trust government, NGOs don't trust business or government. I think there's a lot of mistrust to go around. But if we are going to come up with solutions, we are going to have to do it together. As we've highlighted, there's no one group that's going to be able to solve all the problems. We may have good intentions, but we don't have all the power. And that goes for everybody. And I think, so we're going to have to collaborate. We're going to have to meet each other on the common ground. And largely we do have common ground because it really is in all of our best interests to take care of the rights holders and to eliminate human rights violations from supply chains and from our workforce. And I think at a basic level, those who are working in this space all understand that. So, a couple of initial points, and then I'd like to talk about a couple of ways I think that rights holders can actually contribute more meaningfully. And one, the initial point, I guess, is that while we all have a key role to play, if we're talking about sustainability and we're talking about scaling solutions to be more broadly available, we have to say that the state-based mechanisms are going to be the long-term foundation, both for remedy, but also for the protection of migrant workers. We're talking about, when we talk about human rights violations, we're talking about criminal actions. And criminal actions to provide disincentives for those ongoing, long pattern of criminal actions, there will have to be a criminal justice response or a labor protection system response. There will have to be some state-based system to disincentivize criminal actors who are operating in those operations. And so that's something that none of the other actors in this space can substitute for. And so we do need the states to take, as Archana said earlier, a leadership role in this space. And I think there are promising practices and there are signs that it can work. As we've said, there are a patchwork of different avenues towards remedy. And organizations, good organizations like HRDF in the video that we showed earlier, are doing great work to connect migrant workers with those patchwork of benefits. So I'd like to just outline a few ways that migrant workers, rights holders can actually access or can actually help build and scale. One of those is to find and participate in the available grievance mechanisms or state-based approaches. And so local NGOs are already doing this and can continue to do that more. And we can find ways to connect with migrant worker communities. We at IJM are connected with migrant communities and with survivors. We're also connected with local partners in the countries we work in across the region. And so that's what we do. We have teams of people who walk with migrant workers and with local partners through individual cases, just like the one on the video with HRDF. And I think showing that those grievance mechanisms or state-based mechanisms can actually work is an important step to showing that these can also be built further, right? And going through the experience of using those grievance mechanisms can also show where the gaps are and where there need to be continuous improvement. So then the second thing I was going to note is that it's important to listen to the migrant workers, the rights holders themselves. And I think that's why I really appreciate this research that the Remedy Project has done. And we'll really look forward to the release of that report because it will directly come from the mouths of those who have experienced migrant work. And I think we can take care also about the timing when we get those when we get those experiences. I think oftentimes grievance mechanisms that I've been familiar with take opinions or views of migrant workers during the recruitment process or during the employment process. But maybe, at least in my experience, we haven't done as much to get the experience of migrant workers after they've been repatriated or after they've already experienced the going through the criminal justice system or the labor protection system, the labor courts, to go back to them afterwards and find out, well, how was that experience? What was good and what was bad? What could have been better? And I think one more is that I think it's powerful. In my experience, it's powerful when rights holders get together to advocate for their rights as groups. And so one of the things that we're doing at IJM is trying to build survivor groups in all of the countries where we're working, both survivors and also vulnerable community members to come together and work on empowerment. So that may be different kinds of empowerment, maybe economic empowerment, it may be social connection empowerment, it may be empowerment and advocating for rights with local legislative bodies or others. So we have a lot of great examples where survivor groups have become effectively their own local NGO and started kicking off rescue operations, filing compensation petitions, accompanying other survivors to justice system processes. I think there's a lot of power in survivor empowerment and survivor advocates, and I hope that we will look to the rights holders. As Archana said, it will be wonderful to see more rights holders from the migrant worker space better represented on these panels and in forums in the future. So looking forward to that.
Actually, what you say really accords with some of the findings of research conducted by the IOM in partnership with the Scalabrini Migration Center. We referred to some of the findings in the research that we did for IOM very recently. And that really highlights that a number of, it was a research covering Filipino workers who returned home and who then filed claims. And there was an overwhelming percentage who chose to go to state-based mechanisms where state-based mechanisms were available and were able to work efficiently to a degree. That was their preference. Another interesting finding of the research we did was that migrant workers very much preferred to go to consensus-based approaches as opposed to adversarial-based approaches. And any system that was timely, that was reasonably transparent and accessible, and was state-based was a preference. So that we felt was very interesting. Celso, perhaps this is a good time to turn back to you very briefly. If you could share, having put forward various interesting initiatives that the Philippines has been leading on, what have been some of your key learnings that other states could be learning from in relation to POLO and even the Joint Solidarity Law?
It's more of looking on how we could really effectively address the concerns and the issues and to give redress and remedy to the problems being encountered by the workers, whether it's on site or here in the Philippines. And most of the time is more of communicating to our workers that the remedy is not only at the destination country, but also here with the engagement or with some innovative mechanism, we could help them achieve to have access to justice even here in the Philippines. Even like what we have said, there are a lot of distrust, there are a lot of cases, there are a lot of problems being encountered by our migrant workers in the destination countries in terms of access to justice. Hence, on the part of the Philippines, is more of putting a lot of innovations, putting a lot of protective mechanisms, putting a lot of different systems to be able to support our migrant workers here in the Philippines as well as in abroad. That's how we operate our POLOs, our Migrant Workers Office, our Philippine Overseas Labor Offices. And likewise, that's how we work on our mediation and conciliation system. We also have various remedies, administrative remedies in terms of filing cases against recruitment agencies, blacklisting of employers. All of these things, even if the worker would opt to return to the Philippines, they could avail of these remedies. Maybe that's one thing that is very unique in our system. It's having both having these remedies, having this process accessible not only on site but also here in the Philippines. Hence, there will be more opportunity for the workers to pursue justice and seek redress to their problems. Likewise, that will not force our OFWs or overseas Filipino workers to stay abroad and be subjected to different untoward incidents such as the lengthy process about being and other issues that they had on site. Maybe that's how we look on our process here in the Philippines.
Thank you, Celso. That's really helpful. And you really highlight the importance of a variety of remedies, a variety of mechanisms that complement each other. And very much, if you look at the teachings of the UN Guiding Principles, it really is about providing a healthy mix of systems and remedies that complement each other. There was a session earlier today about translating the UN Guiding Principles into daily practice. And the UN Guiding Principles are really a framework for operation. And the importance of contextualizing in order to be able to really fulfill the needs of affected stakeholders is something that is quite difficult. Pepe, what in your experience or what have you learned about this bridging the gap, and how do we bridge the gap between what international standards are setting out, and very often companies say we are abiding by international standards, and where local standards are actually at a much lower level, and that leaves a gap in between, which leaves the affected stakeholders very vulnerable to exploitation. How can we navigate that space, and how do we really contextualize the application of international standards at a local level?
With regards to, again, sort of realistic access to remedy for the migrant workers, I mean, we, of course, when we talk about remedy, we base it on the UN guiding principles, we base it on the Pillar 3, which comes with very clear guidance as to what effective remedy looks like. I think there's been a little bit of, some of our CSO partners tend to disagree with some of the private sector engagement in this space, saying that they see that this is a privatization of justice by private sector, and that's not ideal, and it's not in keeping with international principles as well. But I do think that there's a very important role here with regards to how the private sector engages in this space, and how that is then linked to the state-based mechanisms, what the states can provide. I mean, you mentioned earlier, Archana, that this is ensuring a multi-layered, multi-party accountability, but perhaps the most neglected entity in all of that currently still are the migrants themselves and their ownership of these grievance processes, how they get to have a say as to what's meaningful for them. Recognizing that a lot of the state-based mechanisms are still somewhat out of reach for migrants, whether that's because of balance of power problems or language issues. And migrants' interest often is to remain in country and continue working. I also think that we really have to look at what provides meaningful remedy for the migrants themselves, and what is it that they want. And sometimes that may not be fully in keeping, even, to be a little bit controversial, but with the internationally accepted best practice with regards to what remedy looks like. And we may have to be a little bit creative in ensuring that the migrants have access to what they need. But I spoke so much earlier, I'm going to keep that.
It's very kind of you. Andre, maybe turning to you, one of the findings of the research that we did was also very much around the fact that there isn't much complementarity between state-based and non-state-based systems. So, for example, where in non-state-based systems, we're coming across problems like trafficking, forced labor, these are criminal offenses. They're very rarely being referred on to state authorities to be dealt with in the correct way. So what more can be done in order to promote a better complementarity between state and non-state-based systems?
Okay, so that's a fantastic question, and I think I don't have the answer because the solution hasn't been well created. I don't think. The reality is it's true, right? There's a lot of information about the reality of human rights violations in supply chains that exists in confidential reports of audits or in sometimes in even among migrant communities. People will know a lot of information, but that information isn't necessarily shared with state-based agencies for lots of different valid reasons. And so the question about what can be done to build those linkages is a question that relates to structure, but it's also a question that relates to trust. And that's why this issue of trust is important. It's important for us to acknowledge that we're all operating with different incentives and disincentives and risks, right? For the business to, I'm not going to speak for Tony, but the reality that we know is that if a business is sitting on information about major crimes that are committed within its supply chain, there may be some disincentives to sharing that information publicly, right? There may be some worries about legal risk or reputational risk that would come along with that. One of the panelists earlier talked about, well, if this gets into the legal department of some of these corporations, some things may get bogged down on the internal processes. And that's true, right? Governments also don't have an incentive to see case numbers rise a lot, right? I mean, a lot of governments in the area would like to be able to say, yeah, we've solved our forced labor problems. And so if we see a larger number of cases be reported, some governments have different ideas about whether that's a good or bad thing, right? And workers themselves, rights holders have their own risks, and they have the most risks in filing cases personally regarding their future livelihood, ability to get back to home countries or return to their place of migration that they want to migrate. So everyone has risks. I guess what I'd like to suggest is that I'd like to ask if anybody has any good suggestions. You can, for mechanisms to allow for better referral of cases from let's say non-state-based to state-based mechanisms where there's a serious crime committed, right? I mean, let's say we're talking about these are major organized crime, syndicated crimes sometimes that are happening that need a criminal justice response in order to disincentivize that behavior. But to get it to the state-based mechanism in a way that will cause success in the state-based mechanism is quite challenging. So all ideas appreciated. I would say, I think there are ways, and then some of those ways might be through one hint of a solution, or an idea might be some type of reports through other organizations that also work with justice system actors. It might be referral of partial amounts of information that could be verified independently and separately. It might be anonymized reports. But because we know that there are civil society organizations supporting rights holders in all kinds of ways, right? Including legal guidance, translation, navigating the various options for access to remedy. And so let's use all the resources at our disposal out there. Thanks.
Thanks, Andre. And I had one last question for Tony before opening up for questions. I'm going to be very naughty and abuse my prerogative as a moderator to ask you a question that I had not planned for you.
Okay.
And that question comes as a result of a statement Surya Deva made earlier on one of his panels. And again, it comes down to this trust deficit. It's very interesting. The whole idea of the UN Guiding Principles is it's about business understanding its impact on human rights. However, very often when in the way businesses behave and respond to risks, it's almost as if it's human rights risks, it's business risk from human rights that are being managed, if you see what I mean.
Reputationally.
So how can we ensure that the eyes are always on the prize, and that the rights holders and the centrality of the rights holders always remains the key focus, and not simply your bottom line and your reputational and your financial risks? Because I think that does impact the type of solutions you roll out.
Right. So yeah, it's throwing me a curveball as a result of me always going off script. So I appreciate that, but hey, we started our journey through discovery. We discovered, we have forced labor in our own operations, right? So do we keep a blind eye? No, we can't, right? So this was escalated to our CEO, to our executive management team. We found out that, the migrant workers in our facilities, this was 12 years ago, paid close to about $1 million worth of fees. And so we decided that as a business, we have to repay the migrant workers the recruitment fees that they have paid to labor agents. And as a result of that, we put a very stringent set of standards together. We are probably one of the first few companies that started the employer pays policy, right? So we went direct recruiting. Direct recruitment, we don't recruit through labor agents. We go to the country to do direct recruitment ourselves. We issue the contract ourselves, right? We ensure that they reach to our host country safely. We receive them at the airport, and then we make sure that we are accountable for the safety. So that's us. We made sure that we can do that right before we go out to the supply chain to tell them that, hey, you need to be aligned with our own values, right? And actually, when talk about transparency, when I was speaking, my phone buzzed, and we're actually doing a due diligence in Malaysia right now. My colleague who is in Malaysia just sent me the results of a supplier that the Bangladeshi workers, they're paid in excess of 19,000 Malaysian ringgit in recruitment fees. Right, this is the highest violation against our NXP standards. And what we do is we'll go to the supplier and say, you need to repay the workers, right? You need to repay. And then I think coming back to Andre is like, if so far we haven't had the need to escalate, right? To need to go to a state-based mechanism or to seek redress, but we have been able to work with our suppliers to really look at remediation for the workers, right? So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but yeah, thank you.
Thank you for being so candid, Tony. And actually, I must say, I really commend you for being here, because it's not easy to find a private sector representative who is prepared to sit here and make the statements and the sharing that you have. So I really commend you for that. And I know that this is a space which is fraught with challenges and difficulties. What we tried to showcase to you is there are challenges, but there are also pockets of good practice. There is so much opportunity to do more and to scale up. But I'll come back to our panelists for some final thoughts in a moment. I just want to open it up for questions. So if you could kindly put your hand up if you have a question, keep it concise, please introduce yourselves, and look forward to hearing questions both from the audience here and also online if you have any. Questions? Can I go with you first?
Thank you very much. Very good presentation. In regard to like grievance handling mechanism, informal, I would say, or say like semi, like judicial mechanism. The best way could be to, have good network among national human rights institutions, so that they could at least kind of exchange the information about the violation of human rights. That's one thing. The second thing could be again, like if there is an MOU reached out, at least between, or say among the NHRIs, they could work together to investigate the issue. That could be, one of the good examples. And in Nepal, we have at least tried to kind of experiment it. And we have Secretary of National Human Rights Commission, he could share more about. And there are a few NHRIs, they have been working together to monitor, to collect the issues, and at the same time try to resolve it out, that is one thing. Second thing is at, like normative level, it could also be beneficial to have, the ratification of this migrant workers related convention, so that can at least create an enabling environment to interact and resolve the issues out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. That's really the very interesting and very valuable suggestions. And I think the normative framework is so important, because that's where we generally derive everything from, whether it's the definition of an offense, whether it's, how we will respond to it, etc. So thank you for that. Next one, can I take yours?
ขอบคุณค่ะสุกันตาสุขไผ่ตานะคะเป็นผู้ก่อตั้งกลุ่มคนงานหญิงเพื่อความยุติธรรมนะคะอยู่พื้นที่ภาคเหนือของประเทศไทยสมาชิกส่วนใหญ่ของกลุ่มเป็นแรงงานข้ามชาติ 90% เป็นแรงงานข้ามชาตินะคะเราพบในการพูดถึงหลักการชี้แนะที่จะให้เกิดกลไกการเยียวยาที่เหมาะสมกับแรงงานข้ามชาติในประเทศไทยเราคิดว่าสิ่งที่มันเกิดขึ้นสถานการณ์ที่มันเกิดขึ้นในประเทศไทยอย่างที่วิดีโอตอนต้นส่วนหนึ่งนะคะอีกส่วนหนึ่งเนี่ยเรามองว่าพระราชกำหนดบริหารจัดการการทำงานของคนต่างด้าวของประเทศไทยเนี่ยมันคล้ายๆกับใบอนุญาตให้ใช้แรงงานบังคับในประเทศไทยนะคะเพราะว่าพรก.บริหารจัดการแรงงานข้ามชาติในแรงงานต่างด้าวในประเทศไทยนั้นเนี่ยกำหนดให้บริษัทโบรกเกอร์มีอำนาจเหนือแรงงานข้ามชาติเพราะบริษัทโบรกเกอร์ที่นำแรงงานข้ามชาติมาให้ในจ้างใช้เนี่ยจะมีอำนาจว่าถ้าลูกจ้างต้องการย้ายในจ้างจะต้องกลับไปหาบริษัทโบรกเกอร์บริษัทนั้นให้ทำหน้าที่ย้ายให้นะคะทำให้ลูกจ้างเนี่ยต้องเสียเงินซ้ำซ้อนนะคะประการที่สองในกรณีที่เป็นเหยื่อของการค้ามนุษย์ประเทศไทยสาเหตุที่ไม่มีสถิติการค้ามนุษย์ในแรงงานอาจจะเป็นเพราะสาเหตุนี้ก็ได้ เพราะว่าเหยื่อการค้ามนุษย์ในแรงงานเนี่ยถ้าแรงงานเปิดตัวเองว่าเป็นเหยื่อเขาจะถูกผลักดันกลับนะฮะดังนั้นเนี่ยค่าใช้จ่ายที่เขากว่าจะเดินทางมาได้ในประเทศไทยเนี่ยเขาต้องเดือดร้อนมากเขาต้องขายบ้านขายที่ดินมาแล้วถูกผลักดันกลับเพราะเป็นเหยื่อค้ามนุษย์โดยที่เขาไม่รู้ว่าเขาเป็นเหยื่อเพราะถูกหลอกมาเนี่ยพอเสร็จแล้วมาโดนจับในประเทศไทยบอกว่าเป็นเหยื่อการค้ามนุษย์ในแรงงานเขาต้องถูกส่งกลับซึ่งกฎหมายเนี่ยไม่เป็นธรรมสำหรับพวกเราเลยเพราะเมื่อเขาถูกส่งกลับค่าใช้จ่ายที่เขาเสียมาขายบ้านขายที่ดินแล้วเขากลับไปจะอยู่ยังไงนะคะแล้วโอกาสที่เขาจะได้กลับมาอีกครั้งหนึ่งเนี่ยก็ยากมากเพราะมันหมดแล้วทรัพย์สินเงินทองของเขามันหมดตัวแล้วนะคะเนี่ยประการหนึ่งที่ทำให้สถิติการค้ามนุษย์ในแรงงานของประเทศไทยเนี่ยมันไม่ถูกเปิดเผยเพราะแรงงานเองเนี่ยกลัวว่าจะถูกส่งกลับแล้วหาในจ้างใหม่ไม่ได้นะคะบริษัทในหน้าที่มีอำนาจเหนือพวกเขาเวลาที่เปลี่ยนในจ้างเขาจะต้องให้บริษัทในหน้าเนี่ยเป็นคนมาดำเนินการให้โดยกฎหมายในเขียนไว้อย่างนั้นดังนั้นเนี่ยทำให้แรงงานข้ามชาติในประเทศไทยเนี่ยต้องเสียเงินซ้ำซ้อนคือเสียแล้วครั้งแรกเพื่อที่จะเข้ามาในประเทศไทยยังไม่จบนะจริงๆแล้วเขาควรจะเสียครั้งเดียวแล้วก็หน้าที่ของบริษัทโบรกเกอร์เนี่ยมันต้องดำเนินการฟรีทั้งหมดหลังจากนั้นแต่เขาไม่ได้ดำเนินการฟรีเขาต้องเสียเงินทุกครั้งที่กลับไปหาบริษัทโบรกเกอร์นะนี่
Thank you. That has been a very good insight. I actually have a question for you from our panelist. Can he just ask you his question?
Thank you. Can I ask you a question about that? Because that's thank you for bringing that up. Oh, thank you for bringing that up. And NXP, as I informed you, NXP we have an operation in Thailand, and we don't employ any migrant workers. They're all local workers, and supply chain partners that we have visited, they have also all employed local workers. But my question to you is, you said it's the law that if you want to employ migrant workers, you have to go through labor agents. But can the law allow companies to hire direct without going through labor agent?
ได้ค่ะเพราะว่าการนำเข้าแรงงานข้ามชาติในประเทศไทยมี2วิธีคือผ่านบริษัทโบรกเกอร์กับตัวในจ้างเองไปดำเนินการซึ่งตัวในจ้างเองไปดำเนินการเนี่ยมันยุ่งยากมากในการยื่นขอเนมลิสต์ขอต่างๆนานาจากกระทรวงเนี่ยกว่าจะผ่านใช้เวลานานมากทำให้ในจ้างปัดความรำคาญโดยใช้บริษัทโบรกเกอร์แทนมันก็ก่อให้เกิดค่าใช้จ่ายฝั่งนู้นที่แพงมากกว่าที่เขาจะมาเมืองไทยได้นะแล้วถ้ามาเจอคดีว่าเป็นเหยื่อค้ามนุษย์เนี่ยเขาต้องถูกผลักดันกลับเขาก็จะไม่บอกเราว่าเขาถูกค้ามนุษย์นี่คือวิธีการที่คนที่จำนวนที่เราเชื่อว่าจำนวนสถิติการค้ามนุษย์ในแรงงานในประเทศไทยไม่มีเพราะลูกจ้างแรงงานข้ามชาติไม่กล้าบอกว่าตัวเองถูกหลอกมานะคะเรามองว่ากลไกที่เป็นธรรมเนี่ยดิฉันมองว่าเรื่องของการรัฐเองเนี่ยบทบาทของรัฐจะต้องส่งเสริมความรู้ให้คนงานก่อนที่จะเข้ามาในประเทศเนี่ยได้รู้พื้นฐานกฎหมายที่เกี่ยวข้องแล้วก็สามารถเข้าถึงสิทธิ์ได้นะคะแล้วก็ทุกหน่วยงานที่เกี่ยวข้องเพื่อความยุติธรรมเนี่ยหรือการหน่วยงานที่ต้องเยียวยาเขาเนี่ยควรจะต้องมีล่ามภาษาของเขาเพราะปัจจุบันในประเทศไทยไม่มีนะคะแล้วก็มีเจ้าหน้าที่คอยอำนวยความสะดวกเช่นเวลาที่วิดีโอตอนแรกเวลาไปยื่นคำร้องต่อสำนักงานสวัสดิการและคุ้มครองแรงงานเนี่ยเขาไม่มีเจ้าหน้าที่ที่จะเขียนคำร้องให้ลูกจ้างแรงงานข้ามชาติดังนั้นเนี่ยเมื่อลูกจ้างแรงงานข้ามชาติประสบปัญหาในจ้างไม่ปฏิบัติตามกฎหมายคุ้มครองแรงงานหรือกฎหมายต่างๆที่เกี่ยวข้องเนี่ยเขาเขียนคำร้องเองไม่ได้เขาก็จะถูกเจ้าหน้าที่ไล่บอกว่าไปหาคนที่รู้เรื่องมาซึ่งทำให้แรงงานเนี่ยไม่มีโอกาสที่จะไปหาคนมาช่วยตัวเองนะฮะอันที่3เนี่ยการเลือกปฏิบัติต่างๆที่มีการเลือกปฏิบัติจากหน่วยงานต่างๆที่เกี่ยวข้องนะฮะเช่นกรมคุ้มครองสิทธิ์เมื่อก่อนนี้กรมคุ้มครองสิทธิ์คดีข่มขืนจะไม่มีเงินเยียวยาให้กับผู้ต้องคดีเหยื่อที่เป็นแรงงานข้ามชาติที่ไม่มีเอกสารนะเขาก็ยังถูกเลือกปฏิบัติแต่ปัจจุบันเนี่ยทาง HCDF ได้ฟ้องแล้วก็มีคำสั่งแล้วว่าให้จ่ายเงินเยียวยาในกรณีนี้ด้วย นะคะก็ได้ผ่านมาอีก
Thank
สิ่ง
you. Sorry, I will have to stop you there. This has been really, really illuminating. And I think when we talk about a view from the ground, this is a view from the ground. I'm so grateful for your contribution. You highlighted so many key issues that, we have talked about all day today. Lack of, information, lack of support to get complaints filed, very basic things where there are severe gaps, but also the criminalization of victims, which is absolutely terrible. It's great to have laws, but if the laws fail the people they're designed to protect, then they're failing everybody. And I think the criminalization issue in the cases of labor trafficking victims, forced labor victims, is particularly compelling, and it is a reality that we deal with. I'm really grateful to you, and I really wish we had more time to talk, but I hope we can find you to talk some more. Are there any other questions in the room?
Thank you very much. I'll be mindful of the time. So my name is Besh Sanupong Nitiwana. My pronoun is she, her. I'm a founder and executive director of Young Pride Club. We're working on the LGBTQ youth in Chiang Mai, and we're also working with the Human Rights Defender for LGBT sex worker as well. Today, I would like to raise one of the interesting and significant issue. These people, these two community are significantly drive the economy of Thailand. The first one is the sex worker community, and the second one is the LGBT employee. Sex worker estimate the sex rate of the sex worker in Thailand is 6.4 million a year. This is the pre-COVID. However, Thailand do not recognize sex worker as a label, but they criminalize them. So we have the law that the anti-sex worker in Thailand makes sex working illegal. When sex working illegal, it's hard for officer to prevent them for discrimination at the workplace. So there are so many cases that sex worker got discriminated and violate their human rights. For example, if they want to leave at the work, they could not leave, and they was forced to drink the alcohol. And if they want to leave the work, they have to pay for themselves to go out of the work. Second of all, if they gain weight, they doesn't look nice, the employer would deduct the amount of the income per day of them. In addition to that, you may think that, what about the human trafficking? What about the child protection? We also have those laws in Thailand that protect human trafficking, protect the child protection, but this anti-prostitute or sex worker in Thailand was used as a tool for bribery, used as a tool to charge the money for the sex worker. So at the end of the day, during the COVID time, sex workers face a lot of severe challenges. For example, they lost their income, they lost their work, they suffer from the mental health. However, the Thai government do not have anything to help them access the remedy. At the end of the day, we today talk about NAP. NAP also do not include sex worker in their report, in their work.
Sorry, I'll have to stop you there, but I'm grateful to you.
Can I have like 30 minutes? Just
not 30
seconds,
minutes.
30 seconds, 10 seconds.
I'm not sure I can stay here for 30 minutes.
So at the end of the day, I would like to say we have to decriminalize sex worker, and Thailand have to stop napping and stop napping and don't use nap as a tool to I didn't talk about LGBT, but stop using NAP as a tool to rainbow washing, and sex work is work. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your intervention. It's gratefully received, as you can tell. I'd like to go to one question which we had online, which I think all the panelists can probably have a stab at answering very briefly. It's a question from Winrock, and it's about remediation. With remediation, what are multinational companies' obligation to remediate violations that occur in their supply chains? What happens if suppliers down the supply chain do not have the resources to remediate workers, or say buyers are not paying them enough to afford remediation? So this raises the question of the SMEs who are further down the supply chain. What happens with remediating their workers if they don't have the resources or the affordability to? So Pepe, do you want to throw some thoughts on that, or shall I go to Andre? Andre?
Yeah, so the business model that we're in puts a lot of pressure on migrant workers, and it also puts pressure on businesses. And I think local suppliers are often caught in the middle, where they are receiving mandates from their buyer partners, but in their view, we hear this all the time from local suppliers, right? That they are receiving mandates but not receiving additional funds to be able to cover those additional mandates. So, I think as to what should happen, I mean, we would love to be able to see in prices for products factor in fair labor costs and fair, including progressive policies and appropriate policies like the employer pays principles. And I think as those policies become more the norm across the industry, there should be solid economic foundations to be able to charge additional prices. I'll let Tony, the expert, talk about that.
Well, it's our requirement that we expect our first-tier supplier to cascade our requirement to their sub-tier suppliers. But we do hope that the practice, the strong practices that we have will have good trickle-down effect to sub-tier suppliers. But one of the things that we're doing, as I said, we're barely scratching the surface. We're still doing due diligence on our tier 1 suppliers. But with all the mandatory due diligence requirements coming up, we are now actively looking at mapping our supply chain and how we can work further down into the supply chain. One of the things that we do is we do support our suppliers in terms of helping them. We have one supplier that we supported in helping out pay off some of the recruitment fees for their migrant workers, right? But that's on a case-by-case basis. But we do that. But we do hope that the strong business case that we have do encourage our own tier 1 suppliers to really cascade the similar practice to their suppliers.
I mean, an interesting concept in the UN guiding principles is the use of commercial leverage. And this is exactly where you would expect to see buyers using commercial leverage to be able to, facilitate remediation at supplier level. And also buyers are responsible for some of the most punishing purchasing practices. And therefore it is important, and you'll see this in the European due diligence law, where there is a requirement for buyers to invest in their extended supply chain. And the idea really is that you would help the smaller and medium-sized suppliers who can't afford things like remediation, infrastructure, etc., to be providing a lot more support. And that's another thing that can be considered as well. There is another question here online, and this is the final one I'll take before going to final thoughts from the panelists. How are employers using digital technology to boost migrant workers' access to remedy? Can you take us, Pepe? Briefly, please.
And maybe just quickly also to answer the issue that was raised from the floor on the cost of regular migration, the difficulty of regular migration in this region, and the kind of ensuing irregular migration, and then those costs. I mean, we know that in this region, in the Greater Mekong sub-region in particular, irregular migration is much easier and cheaper than regular pathways. So that means that migrants too tend to come here through irregular pathways. That makes them highly vulnerable. Also, there's a certain structural tolerance of recruitment fees that's even legislated in the national laws. And so that goes very much against then, for example, what we do with the recruiter pays principle and what's written, for example, in the UN guiding principles. But it's a murky space where national governments, national actors believe that they're acting very lawfully. But we've seen that the private sector has been a great mover on this, and the large brands and the buyers in insisting on some of these principles and in asking to see that cascade through the supply chain. So that's been really positive. With regards to use of technology with enhancing the worker voice, yes, I mean, I think technology has been one of those disruptors in this space, which has allowed the anonymous representation of workers' grievances and issues within the workplace in a way that we haven't seen before, and we've seen a lot of private sector entities, NGOs, work in this space and starting to provide solutions, working together with the private sector partners and ensuring that migrants' voices are heard. And it's something that's quite interesting to see where it goes.
Thank you. We haven't heard from Celso. Celso, you're not out of sight, out of mind. So any final, very brief thought from you? Oh, have we lost Celso already?
On our part, it's more of any state-based mechanism on the protection and assistance to our workers will never be successful without the participation of other stakeholders, the NGOs, international organizations, the workers themselves, in the development of different policies and different mechanisms. On the part of the Philippines, one thing that maybe that put us ahead or somehow put our at par our overseas migration system is that first is the treatment on our migrant workers. For us, migrant workers are new day heroes, and we have seen it numerous times in the past pandemic. What gives the economy of the country floating, or the assistance or the help, the immense contribution of our modern day heroes. I think it's more of one thing is mindsetting, prioritizing them, looking at their immense contribution to the country's economy and country's well-being. It's more, and likewise, part of the government is bringing back the needed protection, the needed mechanism to assist them and to protect them. That's how we look at it here in the Philippines.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Celso. And perhaps I'll just wrap up here, being mindful of time. I think there is a lot to be said for the fact that we have a window of opportunity. There has never been so much more focus on grievances, on remediation, remedial mechanisms today as ever before, for the simple fact that the emergence of the human rights due diligence regimes also comes hand in hand with the need to look at systems to identify risk and also to manage risk. And there can be no better system of managing risk than to have a grievance system which is proactive, which is dynamic, which is resilient, but more importantly, which speaks to the needs of the people it is designed for. What does that mean in practice? It means that migrant workers have to be involved in the design, implementation, and delivery of these systems. Why don't we try to leave with this thought? Indulge me for a moment. Let's reframe the way we think about grievance mechanisms. This is not a negative, let's hide it in the closet thing. Rather, let's think about it as a form of engagement and dialogue between employer and employee. Let's think about it as a way of the company continuously learning. These recruitment agents are getting in between. This is how they're extorting the workers. Here's how we need to tweak our due diligence systems in order to make it work for our workers. Why could we not do that? Why can we not see grievance systems as an expression of rights, as opposed to something which always has to be negative? This requires a change of mindset, it requires vision, and it needs companies to go beyond a compliance mindset. Tick boxing is no longer enough. If you want to future-proof your business, you want to keep rights holders central, you need a lot more than compliance. You need a change in mindset and you need vision. Thank you very much, everyone, and thank you to the panelists.
Hello, everyone. One small announcement. If you haven't taken one of the tote bags yet, it has a water bottle you can fill during the event.